That's nutty.
Oh, bro, I got a question. Why do people keep saying he's a rapist when they said didn't that lady have a shirt with DNA evidence, but it was never like brought into the court or anything like that?
It
Like
was a
they
civil. It was a civil trial, so it was never criminal charges. They didn't.
exactly.
No lawyer took her case because they all said you do not have nearly enough evidence to press charges, so we're not taking the court case. So Trump, I think Trump and his lawyers agreed to go to civil court and have it civilly discussed, and he was found guilty among a civil court among people who did not like him. So the jury was made up of people who do not like him. Now, of course, his lawyers had the opportunity to take people off the jury. They felt that was unfair, but only three. So imagine you have a large jury, you can only take off three. So he was found guilty by this jury that was largely anti-Trump,
And then
which is a true
can
thing.
the prosecution also
Yeah.
take people off too?
I believe. No. I don't think so. I'm not sure though.
And my other thing is, this was in California, and weren't there like not California, but New York? My bad, I misspoke. This was in New York, and then they have to hide the identities of these juries because if they don't hide the identity, you're gonna get threatened by other people. Say, "Hey, y'all better find him guilty because you're in New York and this is a deep blue state." So like, come on, was that really a fair trial? I don't think it was fair. It's like if Biden was having a trial in Texas in a deep red district in Texas. I'm like, they're gonna find him guilty of whatever. I'll be honest.
Yo, Chi 27. I see you're saying just Trump apologists. If we're able to make a good defense or a good explanation of something, and you no longer have something to attack somebody with, does that mean that we're Trump apologists, or you made a false accusation? You know what I
Yeah,
mean? That's kind of what it seems like to me. That
Also,
you're
I
making
mean,
false claims. What's up?
I think Trump's just I don't think a fat guy can essay somebody. I think he's too fat. Like for a grown woman, I think if anything, if he did, it would be more like I think the Epstein angle would probably be the biggest probability, because like I think a child would be way less likely to defend themselves. So I think if anything, he was probably on Epstein's island, but I don't think he essayed a grown woman because he's too much of like a fat guy.
Bro, you ever seen the E. Jean Carroll interview with Anderson Cooper? Like, have y'all ever? If y'all seen that interview, you'll be like, "Oh my goodness, this lady's on drugs."
I have not seen that. No.
Bro, there's at one point she's like, "Essay is sexy," and I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Wait,
whoa!"
who said this?
The lady
I think the
that
person
sued
who-
Trump for it.
yeah.
The one that had the lady that sued Trump, E. Jean Carroll sued Trump, and she had and basically her story was like a CSI episode. Like there was a CSI episode that got pulled right after she started saying that stuff. I'm just saying.
Trey Stephens in chat. Just because somebody supports somebody does not mean that the people they support align with their ideals. That is a logical fallacy. I don't have the name for it, but quickly I can find that.
The KKK is bipartisan. Wasn't something John Bird or something? Wasn't that on Joe Biden's mentor? Wasn't the KKK funded by the Democratic Party? Like, come on now.
It was funded by
The
the
KKK
Democratic
and the liberals
Party.
love hiding their faces. Like when Republicans do some racist shit, they have their face all in the open. When Antifa, anyone on the left, do something effed up, they hide their face. Am I wrong? Am I wrong or am I right?
Yeah.
It's true.
And just because Trump likes the leader of the KKK doesn't mean he supports the group. You know, you can you can go golfing and be friends with like the leader. Like if I was the leader of like the head of a hate group, that'd be fine. It doesn't mean I support the group, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I probably
I
wouldn't be friends with
don't
him.
hear him
But then
saying
again,
he likes the leader of the group. I don't remember that. But if
I don't
I'm
remember
wrong,
that,
I'm
but I'll
wrong.
say this.
I heard a lot of NPR.
There's a YouTuber, a black YouTuber named Gideon, who met the leader of the KKK, like the leader of it, and the guy was not even mean to him. So it's a huge question of what even it is anymore. But it's weird. Also, Trump, Vance, and Muscovite are the three biggest and best POS in the whole wide world. I think. Are you saying like piece of crap? Because if so, that's a baseless claim. I want to know what that means. Because of the past. It was past the statute.
Yo, Daniel Grayson, this is my thing. If someone want to bring something up 30, 40 years later, I'm like, bruh, if you want to bring it up 30, 40 years later, you want to bring it up when a person like at the height of the political powers, am I supposed to take this seriously, or is it supposed to be like, oh, like, come on now? As effed up as that sound, like, I'm like, if you want to bring something up 34 years later, I'm not listening to that, bro. It happened 30 years ago. What evidence do you have? My story. What is like? I'm supposed to take your story.
I think
just
we
for
should
it?
let a lib up. I think that'd be cool. That'd be
Let who
epic.
up?
So Chi
Hey, yo,
Chi
anyone can
27.
request up. I'm not
Yeah.
block. Anyone request up, I'll let them in. It doesn't matter what
Please
your
request.
opinion is.
Please look me up on
G27
iTunes.
town. So the party switch happened predominantly during the rise of black civil rights activists. There's a lot of stuff that goes into the research of that. Like Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, and all of a sudden, right, we look the idea of conservative and liberal, right? I am personally not very educated, but I know enough to know it didn't just switch like that. There were other socioeconomic reasons that caused the switch, and it has to do with the ideals of each party.
Bro,
Also, which party?
I don't really think the party switch. This is what daggone Malcolm X said. Those liberal Democrats are more crafty, and they're not really not racist. They're just more crafty with it. So I'm not really saying the party switch, because who was it? Lyndon B. Johnson said, if we sign this bill, because it was the Republican that made that got the whole bill up there, right? He said, if I sign this bill, I'll have them N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. But y'all want to talk about a party switch, right? All right, then. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, party
I'm not
switch.
ever educated,
These
so
nuts.
I'll take your word. But what party flies the Confederate flag? Just because some people who fly a Confederate flag, which, by the way, those people who fly a Confederate flag are uneducated. They don't understand what it means to other people. But if they align with that party, does not mean that party is guilty of their crimes, right? That is also
frauding?
a law.
I see more
Just a
racist
quick
people with
question,
blue
really
hair
quick. I don't mean to
than
interrupt you
racist
guys.
people with Confederate flags. I have people with
know if this
blue hair
username-
say
hold
more
on.
racist stuff to me than people with Confederate flags say racist stuff to me. So
Okay.
The Menace, can I ask you a quick question?
What's
Tom
up?
in the live.
What's up,
You
dog?
support or you not support this man in the behind him?
Which man?
Trump. Do you support or not support him?
Well, yeah, I think he's a patriot, and he's not a veteran, but he's basically.
But
an
that doesn't
honorary
answer my
veteran.
question, because if you don't support him and username Tom McDonald, you're a disgrace to Tom McDonald. I'm not trying to be mean in the live.
Well, I am
but
Tom
you're a
McDonald.
disgrace to Tom
That is my
McDonald. Tom
ultimate.
McDonald tells the facts and tells us how it is. If you don't support the man behind him that's on the box and you want to name yourself Tom McDonald, you are a disgrace to Tom McDonald, because that man is a freaking genius.
Look, you don't gotta question my validity. All right, I've shown my support. Trump from
Who's Tom
Trump
McDonald?
frauding. What is your username? Trump frauding.
No, from the White House.
South Park, I think, right?
Okay, sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, I support Tom, and I support the president. I support all the men in his office.
wait, Trump from the
Okay,
White House.
make
You don't
sure.
support Donald Trump?
Me? Oh, I do, definitely.
Yeah, come on.
You want
Okay.
to know how I support him?
How you support
With your
him?
how?
Because it's crazy that people say I don't. Every time I come in live, people say I don't support him. It's crazy how that works, right?
Well, you support him with by doing an impression.
No, I do support him because everything that he's been doing for our country.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Where the
Yeah.
ops at?
But
That's,
I like to come
all
and see
these
with
people
eyes.
that talk shit about Trump that's currently in the chat. Why don't y'all request stuff? I'll
No,
let
we
you
need
in.
an op.
You know what's
Trump-
funny? No,
Trump
I'm
from
at work. I
office
can't
is
even
a
do it at
bop.
work, dude. But the reason why I put my name as that is I like to troll people to make them think that I'm not. And then when they start pissing me off, I just start talking like this and making them so mad. It's crazy, isn't it?
Bro,
I can see how that makes
Bro,
people
what you
mad,
been
yeah.
drinking, Big Dog? What you been drinking, bro? Because that just sounds too funny to me.
Cognac,
Well,
tequila.
All right, guys. Well, I followed you guys. I got to start going. I got to get back to work. So
Yeah, man.
all right, then, brother. Have a
make
good
sure you guys
day.
hit the follow.
Oh, yeah, it's
take
a
it.
job.
Because I'm like,
Yo, Enki. Oh, you go.
go ahead. Ops numbers are down. Where the ops? I want to talk to the people that have something to say negative Trump, and I want to see if they can convince me
Trump
why
actually
Trump
know
is
Jimmy
bad,
Neutron?
or I could convince them why Trump is good. I just want to see if we could
Why
find like
is-
any conversation.
So Enki says, "Why is Trump putting America last and Israel first?" Well, I don't believe that's true. I believe that you're making a claim that if he prioritizes Israel in some capacity, that automatically he's putting America last, which is another logical fallacy, package deal fallacy, or another one.
I got a
Um,
question. They want us to support America. Like, these people want us to be on America's allies side, support America's allies. But when we support Israel, oh, not that American ally right there. I'm not even pro-Israel. I don't care about Israel. But it just doesn't make sense. I think we shouldn't be helping anybody out. But y'all want to say, oh, we need to help out Ukraine, but not help out Israel. Like, what?
Yo, Chi, how are we heading into a dictatorship? You want to tell us how? You can request up. I want to know how we're entering a dictatorship.
Request up and tell me how Trump knows Jimmy Neutron, because I saw that comment and I really want to know what it means. How does he know Jimmy Neutron?
Also, Enki, I will tell you this. I was a little upset when Trump started putting some interest into Israel, because personally I was excited about his America first, but he's still putting America up on that priority list. Israel's so small and insignificant, not insignificant, but you get what I'm saying.
Small,
it's a small
weak,
part of our
insignificant.
politics. There's so much going on. It's a chunk. You know what I mean? It's like there's so much going on. You know, that's just another thing.
I don't understand how Trump is a dictator. He got voted out of office and he left. What dictator would get voted out and left? Yeah, he challenged the election because he believed it was fraudulent. But if you believe the election was fraudulent, would you not challenge it too? The only reason the Democrats didn't do it is because they spent all that time talking about, oh, insurrection this, insurrection that, even though no one ever got charged with insurrection. Now that if they say anything like, oh, we don't believe in the election, it's not secure, they'll look stupid. That's the only reason the Democrats didn't challenge the election. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
Why did
the Jan 6
wait. Why did the host flee his homeland? Because America's the greatest country in the world. That's why. And I was brought here when I was a baby.
Homeland?
I was born in Haiti. I don't even know how he knew my homeland was in America. I was born in Haiti, and I got here at the age of 2. And I'm like, America is the best country in the world. I'm like, how do the people that's born here hate this country? It is the best country. There's not one country better than America. Not one. Someone tell me a country better than America in the chat. Go ahead. In the chat, someone tell me a country better than America.
Well, we got it. Obnoxious is not a country. Hold on.
You're born. Go home. Ripley, what's the
Switzerland was
matter?
how America's supposed to be. Hey, yo, didn't Germany just walk through Switzerland and say, yeah, we conquered y'all? Like, I don't think we should be like Switzerland. Was it Switzerland or a different country?
In the 40s?
Yeah.
You talking about in World War II?
Yeah, didn't they just walk through
That was a long
them?
time ago, though. I won't hold it against them.
Yeah, don't want to be that.
But Switzerland was how America was supposed to be. I know nothing about Swiss politics, so
What's so good about Switzerland?
all those European countries have like free healthcare and stuff, and a lot of people like to focus on that. But they also are very racist. So
They only have free health care because America takes
And
care
no,
of the
no one here
defense.
is that.
America take care of the
That's
defense
true.
so they could have free health care.
well, specifically Poland. Poland actually just have a good army, which is a part of
All right, the Forerunner. No, this isn't a lib. What are we doing? This guy's got a
Forerunner.
truck.
Poland has a good army, which also comes from the UN, which we are a part of the UN. But Poland's also very racist. They had protests a couple months ago that was just they would hold up banners like "Keep Poland white, keep out the darks" and stuff like that.
Oh, damn.
Now here's
I'm
the
the
thing.
darks. Shit.
Yeah,
No.
and
They do have like a blackface mascot for Christmas. What's that fool's
Isn't
name?
that Germany?
You know what I'm talking about?
that's
that's
German. That's
somewhere in
Krampus,
that
I think.
area.
I thought that was Germany where they have it's supposed to be a Santa person and he has a helper with him that's supposed to be like a little black boy or something like that.
Cat,
Or-
can somebody give us the name of the blackface elf?
I remember seeing
Alright,
something
thanks.
like that on what is it, The Office? But I don't know. Hey, the Forerunner, you the op?
Hey, man! I just the comment a minute ago. Free healthcare, dude. Does that? I don't know who it was, but do you know that the government actually has no money unless it's taken from the taxpayers? And
Oh, I
when
don't
you
agree
say
with free healthcare.
Free
I don't agree.
healthcare. Free
I don't agree with
healthcare is not free.
I know.
Wait, cooning? Someone said I'm cooning.
I agree. I don't like free healthcare. I was
I hate it.
rationalizing other people's answers, like why they would choose those. I personally am against free healthcare. I saw a video of somebody from Canada who has a brain tumor in their
Cooning
head,
isn't
but
a
they can't get
flex.
an MRI for an entire year because their healthcare is free, meaning they have to wait a year to get to even see if they have a brain tumor, which they're pretty positive they do. or
Correct.
scan the brain tumor. That's why I'm personally against free healthcare. Only because although it's a burden on us to deal with our own health, we live. I would rather live and take a financial hit than to sit on a free healthcare list and possibly die.
Yeah, I'm with you. I lost my ability to walk a couple years ago, and I'm dealing with the healthcare system. This Affordable Care Act is not so affordable. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, I
And
mean,
free
they want,
healthcare would be even worse because it'd
Boy.
be free. and
Daniel,
you have to
wait.
wait.
Daniel Grayson, the Proud Boy leader. What was he charged with? Was he charged with insurrection? What was he charged with?
First off, shouts out the Jan 6 boys. I'm glad you guys got free. Please stop, drinking and driving. But otherwise, doing good work.
My opinion about January 6th is, hey yo, were some of the people being in prison? Yeah, they were assaulting cops. But how long should they be in prison for? Like the rest of their life for like fighting with an officer? Or should another thing is, like a lot of people were in prison, was held in jail and prison stuff like that for 3 or 4 years, and that stormed the Capitol. They trespassed the government building. How long do you think they should be in prison for?
I think most of them should go free, but I think they should do a raffle, and at least 2 of them should have died by firing squad. But the rest could have.
Damn, bro, you wild.
That's funny.
Hey yo,
That's funny.
Melotech, join the live, bro. I'm sending you the invites. Come call me a coon to my face. I got the coonskin hat for you. Bro, all right, Daniel, I got a question. Daniel,
January
what's your-
6th.
What's your wait, Daniel? What's your opinion?
Hey, so in response to what you were asking about the sentencing, he was sentenced for the main charge was seditious conspiracy,
My bad.
which
I'm a
is
C
falls
student.
in line.
Explain to me what seditious conspiracy means.
Yeah, I've never been to school.
if I'm not mistaken, it's intent for harm or something.
Is a seditious conspiracy's intent for harm?
If
Hey,
I'm not
Google.
mistaken,
What's it
probably
a
part of it,
seditious
I'd assume.
conspiracy?
seditious.
Seditious.
According to Wikipedia, seditious conspiracy is a crime in various jurisdictions of conspiring against the authority or legitimacy of the state.
Oh, okay.
As a form of sedition, it has been described as a serious but lesser counterpart to treason.
Mm-hmm.
And what
Sounds
did
like
he?
treason.
What did he do for it to be seditious conspiracy? After all, I'm only
He
a C
was
student.
considered the
leader of the Proud Boys.
so the Proud Boy leader was considered the main person who organized January 6th.
I got a question. How many FBI
Okay.
agents was in January 6th in the crowd?
Oh, I have no idea.
Do you know?
There
Can
is
you-
when they went up to Congress and he got asked questions, they never said the number.
Well, maybe they were on shift.
What about Ray
Sometimes
Epps?
you gotta separate your fun from your work.
What about Ray Epps? Should Ray Epps be charged with seditious conspiracy?
Ray J? What?
Ray-
Who?
Ray Epps, the dude that's saying we gotta storm the building, we gotta go in there. Should he be charged with seditious conspiracy? Ray Epps.
Yeah, sure. Well, I don't know.
I'm
I
talking to
don't know.
I'm talking to Daniel Grayson.
Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, go ahead, Daniel. You got it.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole January 6th thing, I mean, I don't agree with it. But
I agree with you.
a lot of the charges I don't think were justly founded. Now, obviously, the one for the Proud Boys, if they're charging him with 22 years, the federal court did find substantial evidence for that. There was a whole trial on it and everything. So, I mean, you got a laundry list of things that they found on him for it. So
I will
there's
agree
that.
with
But
you.
a lot of these lesser people.
That
Oh, go
Trump
ahead.
shouldn't do blanket pardons. Trump shouldn't just say anyone January 6th pardon. I feel like so he should have someone go through case by case, say, hey yo, these are the first pardon. People that weren't violent and people that just was walking through the building. These are the second pardon. A little iffy, but they're in prison for 4 years. And you're I don't know shit about what was it, Enrique Terrio some shit. I kind of know his name because people brought it up before, but I never looked into him. But I'm just saying, what did he actually do? That he said he was daggone. We coordinate the whole January 6th thing. So that means if he coordinated the whole January 6th thing, why didn't the who was the lady that was in charge of the police force in Washington D.C. that Trump said, "Hey yo, I'll bring in more people. I'll bring in more people." Why did she deny those people when Trump said that? I'm just saying, if they knew something was going on, then why when Trump said, "Hey yo, let's bring in some more people in here so we can have some order"? Why did they not let that go through?
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, it was Nancy
stopped
Pelosi and the it was someone that there was another female that was in charge of the DC police at the police.
AOC.
Not AOC, I forgot her name. It was because it's like the DC mayor or someone.
G27. You just are saying things without like backing them up. They're just making claims. It's kind of weird.
27, you're really pissing me off, man.
It's just like you're making random
Let me
claims.
explain
without
the
backing them
Neutron
up.
shit, man.
Bring up something we've forgotten. I'd love to hear it. We'll discuss it, but you're not adding any discussion. You're just kind of you're festering inside of your own anger, which I don't want that for you.
Hey yo,
You know,
I've forgotten a
request
lot.
up here and tell me what you gotta say, because instead of just making these random statements inside the chat, like they're just saying the same thing over and over. Like Trump supporters always have selective memory. What are we forgetting? I'm admitting January 6th was bad. Some of the people in January 6th should have been in jail. Some people shouldn't have been tried, and some people that served 3 to 4 year prison sentences should have been released. That's what I'm saying. Not a whole blanket pardon. I disagree with Trump on that one, but ayo, he was just trying to get done with that shit with the quickness. And no matter who he freed, because one thing, for an insurrection, who brings more grannies than guns? What successful insurrection had more grannies than guns?
Yo, Melotique, your statement of
He called me
glazing
a
Trump
coon.
and
This
putting
is
an
the coolest skin
intellectual
hat for
veneer.
Melotique right here.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that's
putting an
crazy.
intellectual veneer on
Do
Trump
you-
isn't a flex either. No one's flexing. We're just having a discussion about politics and
Do you wear
and
that just
ideas.
on stream?
No, I worry that when someone calls me a coon while I'm on the stream, I pull it out because
You're a
this is how
con?
little I care about their opinions.
That's cute. Yeah. But yeah.
Oh, dude, don't take
Oh,
the hat
jeez.
off, man. Rock it.
Hey, yo,
Can I
Daniel,
ask you a
Daniel.
question about?
Daniel, I got a question for you, Daniel.
Yeah, go ahead.
What don't you like about
Yeah.
Trump?
I mean, I don't agree with the tariffs that you were talking about earlier. I don't believe that even in the long run, they're going to do more good than harm for the country.
I got a question.
We're already seeing.
What about the
Yep, go ahead.
just one company, Hyundai, investing $20-something billion in America? Is that good or bad?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying overall. So yeah, I mean, like Hyundai reinvesting, that's good, but that's gonna take time. That's not something that's gonna happen overnight or in the next year or two. That's a 5-10 year projection.
Why is it
And
okay for
I-
other countries?
more
I would
to-
than-
argue that's Trump's idea.
Why is it okay for
Why
other
not
countries to
send-
tariff us, but we can't tariff them? Like for Canada
Exactly.
tariffs
Countries-
our milk about 200%.
Even okay, so even before this tariff war, trade war that if you want to call it that, started
Canadian
with
milk.
Trump and everything, we already had tariffs. Even under Biden, there were tariffs against other countries. Other countries have tariffs on us.
No, the
It's a
tariffs
normal-
under Biden were the same tariffs Trump had in 2017. Biden just kept those same tariffs in place.
They were very low.
Right.
Also.
That I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that there were already tariffs in place. Tariffs are a normal thing, but they're relatively low. They don't usually jump up into
that's
the
not
double
a normal
digits like
thing.
that.
Tariffs really only started when Trump came in office his first term. We weren't
Correct.
tariffing nobody before then. We weren't earning.
Yes, we were. We
dime
had
no more.
tariffs. We had tariffs on the EU under Obama.
Daniel's right.
Clinton.
We did have tariffs. They were low compared to the tariffs. other
Exactly.
countries
So
had on us.
okay, so what is your issue with the tariffs then? That doesn't make sense.
It's sparking an economic crisis. You're automatically jumping
it's
them up
not.
10-25% for all these countries.
Is it an
based on
economic crisis for America or
not
economic
liking
crisis
because-
for
It's called
Europe, other
reciprocal
countries?
tariffs. So it's called
for
reciprocal
everyone
tariffs.
involved.
Well, okay, I got a
It's
question,
called reciprocal tariffs. So you don't
So-
believe in
Right,
reciprocity.
which is a trade war which negatively impacts the economy.
I got a
Let-
question.
We're
but-
already
but-
seeing that
and-
now with the stock market.
So Canada putting a 200-something% tariff on milk, that's okay with you? Should we not?
Did
No,
we really get Canadian
but
milk?
they only did
No, they
it
put
because
Canadi-
we started ours with
No,
them.
it's been in effect for quite some years. Canada, milk, eggs, something like over 200% tariffs on that, and it's been for years, years and years and years. So Trump's just trying to level the playing field, equal trade. So if you have a product, right? I have
I got
a
a
product, and we trade. Shouldn't we trade on equal tariffs or equal money, or should you make more money on us, or me?
I mean, I want to make more money. What are we trading?
Right, so that's the
doesn't
thing.
matter. I
It's
can
different for
trade
every
you a
country.
fucking-
So
A cigarette, a beer, you
Cool.
name it, an egg, a gallon of milk, your car for my car, or whatever.
I
You
got,
It's a
know,
nice car.
I got a question.
right,
I got
but
a
okay,
question
so
for
you gotta
Daniel.
understand first off.
For Daniel, I got a question for
Okay,
you, Daniel.
hold on. Let me.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Can I respond to him real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, my
Okay,
bad.
cool. So first off, you got to understand that their 200% tariff on us
It's not
equals
a
out.
vote.
It helps equal out the economic imbalance between our currencies.
No, it what?
No, stop.
no, it doesn't.
Hey, yo, stop.
Hold on.
Let me say that. Okay, you say it helps equal out the balance between our currencies. So if someone goes to
Wow.
Mexico, builds a cheaper car because the Mexican labor is cheaper, should we not put a tariff on the imports from Mexico so that they have to build that car so the cars that are built in America can compete with the cheaper cars built in Mexico?
He shouts out. Who's answering that?
No, that was for Daniel because he was trying to say
Daniel,
tariffs.
you got it.
Oh,
man.
is
You
that-
got the ball.
Okay, so we foreign out parts of cars. Yes, to Mexico. We part them out to Canada. We part them out to South Korea, to China, Japan. All the parts for a single car aren't always just made in Mexico. A bumper for a car could be made in China. It gets then passed over to the U.S. while the fender gets made in Mexico and then passed over to Canada and then brought over to the U.S. There's different routes that it doesn't all come from one country. A good majority of the car, yes, is assembled in, say, like Mexico or in Canada or in South Korea, an instance for like Hyundai and stuff like that. But there's a give and a take when it comes to the economic balance on stuff, and that's how the tariffs work. You put a strain or a scare jump like Trump's doing, automatically jumping these by 10-25%. It shocks the market. We're seeing that even now with the stock market itself. The stock market's tanking. We're down 500-600 points. It's at an all-time record low
I got a question
for the year.
about the stock
Yeah,
market.
the stock
They were saying the
market only
stock market was
matters-
going up, but it was stuff was more expensive to buy. Is that a good thing? Like for the stock market to be doing good, but regular people can't afford like it's more expensive for regular people.
Right. It's
So are you basing the economy being good on the stock market?
how we look at it as an overall thing for the nation. Yes, they generally look at the stock market. The stock market's doing well, then generally the nation in a whole is doing well.
Can I disagree with you? And I'll tell you why.
Sure.
I that's not like, and I'm not saying like you're dumb or anything. That's a good way to look at it. But due to the sheer size of our country, the diverse economic backgrounds that we can have, the stock market, kind of like what the host Demenis was saying, right? The stock market can go up, but that could also just be a result of corporations being successful, but ended up hurting the American people. Our economy is so complex, right? Not even economists who go to school for 8 years, 12 years can accurately predict it. They can only speculate. So I also want to say this. Nobody feel bad if something happens. No one can predict this stuff. It's so complicated. We can only make strives. But anyways, the economy is so complicated that just because the stock market goes down, by the way, the years, we're not even halfway through the year, right? If it's an all-time low for the year, it could also still go back up, right? It can go back up, it can go down.
Yeah,
it
definitely.
should breathe. It's a good thing to breathe.
Only matters
But I
when
do
it
also
goes
agree that
down.
it can be bad if it continues to go down. Like a continued slope down, like steadily over a long period of time, that's bad. But I would say we're too early on to know if that's actually truly something to worry about. And I don't
Right,
think.
and to point out what you're saying there with the economists, yes, when economists in a whole, when you have a majority of the economists saying that their predictions based off of what's going on with all these other factors like the trade wars, that they're predicting a potential recession. Now, that's not to say that we will have a recession, but
Yeah.
if things keep
We
going the
already
way that
had
they
a
think they
recession.
will.
By definition of recession, 2
Like,
periods.
we were in a
periods
recession,
of
right.
negative GDP under Biden. We had a recession. Me personally, I think we already been in a recession because all these mass layoffs, a whole bunch of companies, broad sectors are laying people off, and no one is paying attention to that. I think technically we're already in a recession. It's just no one want to say that because if they were in a recession, people are gonna start to spend money funny, and that's gonna it's gonna have the snowball effect on the recession, on the economy.
That's true.
why I think we
Public
have
fear. Public panic.
Yeah, that's why I think they're not. The reason they're
I'm
not
just
saying we're in a
gonna say-
recession is because of public fear. Go ahead.
Can we go back to the Canada? Because here's
Hey guys,
the
I
thing.
gotta go.
I mean, if anyone was paying attention, the Fed has been
see you later,
releasing
man.
its
All right,
MBS.
see you later, Forerunner.
gotta do
Thanks
it.
for.
Yeah, my wife's on call 2 times in a row. I'm sure I'm in trouble.
Oh shit, my
See you,
bad. Go
man.
ahead, Florida. Have a good day.
Yeah, you gotta take care of
Hey
that.
man, all y'all have a blessed day, man.
God bless.
You too,
All right,
brother.
have a blessed
Stay
day.
peaceful, patriot.
So yeah, I was gonna say, man, listen, Canada wouldn't even exist without us. We're literally the only superpower on the planet.
We're a hyperpower.
No, we don't. The hyperpower, and you know, Canada's military couldn't last at all. You know, against our Texas military, basically. So, I mean, you know, like it's just this. It's just such an imbalance. Plus, we give subsidies in the tunes of millions to Canada for annually, and so it's not even just about the tariffs. Literally, they should be a part of the United States. They wouldn't even exist without us.
I'm just saying, if America pulled out of NATO, Russia will walk through Europe easier than the H man. I'm gonna just be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
Because like America's the strongest military in
Christine.
the world. I'm just saying. But
Right, Christine, don't fool yourself. Christine, don't wrong. You don't subsidize us. Get educated. Okay.
Oh, you
okay.
you a
Can I say
mountain
something?
person? You not mountain. You a moose humper? What's up?
Oh, guys, let's be respectful.
Okay,
let's be
sorry.
respectful.
Sorry about that. You're right. You're right. I got jokes.
Yeah,
about
shout out Tim
not being-
Hortons.
Yeah, you good, you good.
Sorry about
I mean,
that.
can I just say something? Like, I mean, I'm not America's #1 defender, but I gotta say that America has been treated badly when it comes to its products on
Right.
the international stage, right? And to say that, America can't put tariffs on foreign products when Canada and Mexico had put tariffs on the United States simply from the United States asking that they label their products is ridiculous, right? And nobody ever talks about that. Nobody ever talks about how, like, Biden increased the tariffs on steel and aluminum, and yet somehow he's not blamed for that, and instead Trump is the one that gets all the flack for it. Again, I'm not America's #1 defender, but the fact that we even have to talk about this is ridiculous. You know, like who are we defending here? Are we defending? You know, are we American? Are all of us?
Right. Are we America first or are we other countries first?
Yeah, like I don't give a fuck about Canada. I don't live in Canada. I don't live in Mexico. I don't give a fuck about them. You know, and again,
all about the
I'm not
USA.
America's #1 defender. I hate a lot of things about America, but
So that would kind of make you America
But
first.
this is your home. You know what I mean?
yeah,
You could
I mean,
hate-
I-
you could hate
That
stuff
would,
about
right? That would
America.
kind of make you America first.
Like, you could hate stuff about America
Marcus?
because when Biden was in office, I didn't want Biden to fail because if Biden failed, that means America's gonna fail. I just didn't like a lot of policy he was doing, a lot of the ways, the direction that he was trying to lead
Hey.
America into. I just disagreed with that. That was just me personally
I'll-
with Biden.
I'll defend Biden here. I don't think it was him. I think he was so old that he was being puppeteered. You look at all of his stuff. I
give
think
him
it was
that.
Kamala behind it all along
It was
because
Obama's third
It was
term.
Obama. No, it was Obama.
That's a lot.
Obama.
No.
All
To
day,
be
every day.
honest,
Definitely wasn't no
That's
Kamala.
actually
it was
fucking
the people.
hilarious.
It was
I
the
love
people
that.
in his cabinet. There's a lot of people in his cabinet that like you probably don't know and probably never know. They're probably the ones trying to make the decision and trying to say, "Oh, Biden said it." Like the person that was like tweeting for Biden because one day Biden would say, "Oh, I'm gonna stay in the race." The next day, I'm dropping out.
It was
Like that don't make no sense to me. I feel like
it was probably the
Biden
shit
wasn't
that
in
we can't
control.
talk about.
But with Biden, you know, he was, of course, yeah, he was old, but even before then, Biden had been part of a legacy establishment. that they had established, these dealings with all these countries where they can get all these kickbacks from laundering money. And they've been doing this for years. Trump didn't just expose something that just started happening.
That's true.
They've been doing this for a long time. So Biden was old, but he wasn't completely senile to not understand. What they found. What did they find in the White House? The white substance.
That bunker sugar. That
was when he was.
I mean,
but hey, I can't read. All I see is Dama. Here, you got to remember when Biden was vice president, he didn't have no executive orders. He couldn't make no deals with Ukraine. He couldn't make any deals. There's only one man that can make them deals, and who was that man?
No, for 2 years.
He said he couldn't make those deals, but he did.
No, the whole
But
time
he was making deals as vice president.
The whole time that we was at war with Ukraine, was at war with Russia. They not one time did they sit down with Putin and try to make a deal. I personally think, like, you're effing over the Ukrainian people if you're gonna do something like that. Like, you're not, for the whole time y'all at war with a country that you can't beat. Y'all not gonna come to the table and say, "Hey, yo, what's the deal we could work out?"
Because ain't no money in it. Ain't no money in that.
Like,
That's what Doge is exposing. Follow that money. Ain't no money.
And the
ain't
only
no money
Yeah,
coming
war
in.
has never made us money.
The only country more corrupt than Ukraine at the time, or still currently, is Russia. Why are we giving the second most corrupt country in Europe money, and we're not gonna investigate where it's going? Like, come on now, we're giving them billions. Like, I forgot how much it was, and like come on. And we didn't give black people. They always want reparations. Y'all reparations went to Ukraine.
I don't
Y'all
know what
reparations
black
went to
people is.
Israel.
Trading reparations. That's funny.
I'm sick of the black and white crap. We're all Americans, man.
I agree
I
with you
sympathize.
on that.
I
It's
agree, yeah.
just like some of the liberal stuff like that I hear, like black liberals talking about, we want reparations, this and that. I'm like, bruh.
It's funny too, because
you have access to America. America is the best country. If you have a hard time making money in America, you lack intelligence.
I mean, here's a funny thing too. Like the liberals have been a long time talk about diversity, acceptance, and peace. But yeah, when it comes to Ukraine, like any conversation about peace falls on deaf ears. It's like, what? Should we not want this war to end? Should we not want these people?
Yeah, it's very
working it out?
sus that Zelensky is dragging this out. It's very sus.
I think
That's
the
because
reason he's dragging
the
it out-
reason it's sus. The reason it's sus is because they get to funnel money.
Exactly. I think that's what they're doing.
Exactly.
Let me tell you something. What's happening though? Trump is bookending
How many
what he
Americans-
started in 2019, which is why they impeached him in the first place, because he was circling the
Exactly.
target in 2019 with that perfect phone call he had with Zelensky.
Hey, can I ask you a question? How many times have you ever got money from USAID?
I got
USAID.
zero.
Did
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Don't say US.
It's USAID.
Don't say
I don't know why everyone's
USAID
saying
because
USAID anymore.
USAID make it sound like they're giving aid. They're not giving aid. It's USAID.
Exactly.
That's why I say USAID instead of USAID.
I never got a check. I don't know. All I see is M. I can't see the rest of your name.
Damano?
Why are you so far away?
Probably he's got the MAGA hat on.
It's Damano, right?
Yeah, Mano. What's up?
Okay, Demano, how many times you got you get a check from US
I
aid?
said zippity doodah.
You right? See what I'm saying? I ain't never got a check. Man, every time I go do my taxes, man, I'm trying to hope I don't owe the government.
Bro, they taking your
Like, I
check
gotta give them
and they're
more
watching
money.
shrimp run on treadmills underwater. They're watching. I
Right.
saw a video
That's
of
crazy.
shrimp running underwater. That shrimp was fast as fuck, but still, why is we watching
Yeah,
shrimp?
it was
running?
amusing. But why'd I have to pay so much for it?
Here's the thing, Trump. I believe that during this administration, this 4 years, he is going to successfully get rid of the IRS, and he's going to successfully create
God
the
willing.
ERS,
God willing.
where we start getting money. And I pray to God that sometime in these next 4 years, that the American people, because our taxpayers' money has been going to all these crazy projects for so long, that we start to get a residual a residual income.
I
I
actually
don't know if
gotta
it's
push
even
back
if it's
on
just
that.
$500 a month or something, just
I
to
mean,
pay
I
us
like-
back.
Hey,
I'm
can I-
actually one of the
That'd be
few
great.
people.
Hey, but to the host, I just want to make a joke. Just that
shit,
whole
okay.
shrimp running
I'm
underwater
good
with
with
the treadmill.
jokes. What's up?
Yeah, let's
Okay,
hear it.
that whole shrimp running with the treadmill underwater. I could have did that shit by getting two crackheads from the south side from 63rd. Nah, and then went up north, got me a stoner, bro. I'm telling you, I could have did that shit with I'm like $150.
Me personally, I think
was a
anyone
pretty
that
good
was
joke.
involved with that shrimp running under treadmill should be drug tested immediately because there's no way,
Right?
There's no way a sober person is like, hey, how fast do you think shrimp run on a treadmill? Nah, it was two stoners. I used to smoke a little weed like a couple years ago, and it was two stoners like, how fast do you think a shrimp could run? And the other was like, shit.
I never thought shrimp ran. I thought they like swim. They kick their tail like. But you know what I'm saying?
Hey, we learn something new
I'm not
every
a part of
day.
these grants.
Maybe that's why
Never seen
USAID is needed, so we could figure out how fast shrimp could run. Come on,
You've
now.
never
Yeah,
seen a
like,
mantis
yeah, right.
shrimp punch, have you?
While people are starving on the street and homeless and
And yeah, that's what I wanted to say because UBI is being pushed right now, but we're seeing record high hirings in the manufacturing, and that's really all the American people really want is to be part of the production of the national produce of this goddamn country. And instead of taking these manufacturing jobs overseas, they should bring them here. Someone here was just talking about bumpers being made in Mexico. Why can't they be made here? Like, what's so wrong with allowing Americans to produce the very things that they buy? Like, I don't understand why we have to go to such great lengths to expand the welfare state to include a UBI. Like, that's ridiculous.
I can understand why, but I would disagree because I feel like it's unstable. So I think I'm not sure because I am not a Democrat. I don't have democratic views, but from what I understand, it's mostly the fear that it won't work, which I understand. The fear that if we try to centralize everything with us, it will not work and it will collapse. And we're kind of
where's this fear coming from?
Quick thing.
Isn't it just cheaper
Quick thing.
labor?
of
Isn't that what it is?
Host, why aren't you trying to make Haiti great again? I don't live in Haiti. I lived in America since I was like 1 or 2. Like for me I would have to go to Haiti, learn the culture, and assimilate, and then I would have to do stuff. The main problem with Haiti, if to fix Haiti, instead of bringing them food, bring like a couple farmers, couple cows, couple chickens, couple stuff, and say, hey, yo, this is how you grow these chickens, this is how you grow this farmer, this is what you gotta do, and not just give hands out. That's my whole goal thing would be for Haiti if I try to fix it.
Yeah, but that's not what they do.
Actually, Haiti was doing fine.
give handouts.
Haiti got.
And what about Hillary
great,
Clinton?
basically.
Hillary Clinton. What was it, like after the daggone earthquake was supposed to get like a couple billions of dollars, but the Clinton Foundation how did the Clinton Foundation? Why were we running money through the Clinton Foundation? That didn't make no sense at all.
They made bank. They made bank out of the donations to their nonprofit, the Save Haiti.
Why does Hillary Clinton's brother own a mine in Haiti? Like what? This stuff don't make sense. Y'all trying to bring up Haiti, but come on now, make that make sense. Go ahead, Melatonin, make it make sense.
They're stealing Haiti's precious metals, precious minerals. That's what the whole mining is about, which is what caused the earthquake. And I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Sophia Stewart, but she mentions Hillary Clinton's foundation as well with her intellectual property from the Terminator and the Matrix being stolen from her. I didn't even realize that, but y'all should look that up, man. Like, Hollywood treated this lady wrong. She wrote The Matrix, she wrote The Terminator, and they bamboozled her. They took her whole idea, and she wrote it based off of Bible. John Connor, Jesus Christ coming back to fight the machine. And Hollywood just took it, ran with it, took all her money, denied her intellectual property on it. And this is what this is a rabbit hole that goes very deep with this money laundering, what they've been doing with America's money.
You're just touching, dude. Okay, you remember what's that guy from Fast and Furious?
Which one?
Ludacris?
No, not Ludacris, man. The white boy.
The one that died?
Oh, the guy
Yeah.
that died.
Now you look at Chester Benning. You look at
Destroyed.
Chester Benning. You look at the lead singer of Soundgarden. You look at all these individuals that are investigating child molestation and stuff. All of a sudden, they just unalive themselves, right?
Yeah. Michael
You know
Jackson.
what I'm saying? Right? You know what I'm saying? They just for no reason at all. The singer of Soundgarden, he has dinner with his family, decides he's gonna go up to the hotel room to their room. You know what I'm saying, by himself. Which I assume, as a grown man, he probably went there and took a crap. You know what I'm saying?
Say something else.
And he got unalived.
Yeah, to me, Soundgarden is the group they wrote Black Hole Sun, right? Black Hole Sun, won't you come?
Yeah.
Right?
But all these people, there's a whole group of people that were involved in exposing the Hollywood people for basically molesting children. Doing that.
See,
Oh,
this
wait.
is
Gotta be careful.
Hey, yo, we gotta watch how we talk because I already got one of my lives.
I know,
Right, you can't use those words.
I ain't trying to get
gotta
a
be
strike
careful
again.
there.
Cause I got a strike a couple
Yeah, I
days
know.
ago.
Right.
But you go ahead, Doug. Go ahead. My bad.
But I'm saying all these people that were involved in exposing this side of Hollywood, all of a sudden they just keep getting unalived. Like,
I mean,
Just
I
say
gotta
child
say that,
sacrifice, though. You
This
definitely
isn't
can say
new in
that.
Hollywood. I mean, this happened in the 70s and the 80s.
Right.
You know,
This is what I was bringing about the whole child sacrifice. This is nothing. This goes deep. This goes spiritual, and people
Yeah.
don't want to look at the spiritual
100%
aspect
spiritual.
as to how they're sacrificing children and the trafficking because they are worshiping gods that does this, sacrifice children, and it's a mockery of what God did when He sacrificed His Son.
Yeah,
On
because
the cross for our sins.
Yeah, it's a different kind of sacrifice
Forget,
of a human.
Right?
we as
It's a
Christians
mockery.
forget the devil has been here since Jesus. The
And
devil
this is
has
why
been
this
here
nation
since
is
creation.
under such attack. Is because the United States was created out of what is it called? Spiritual tyranny. What do you call it? But anyway, and the reason why America has been blessed, God bless America, is because we've always put God first. We put God in our
Here's the funny
Constitution.
thing. A lot of people don't know that atheists wrote the greatest part of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created by God and endowed with unalienable rights, that among these rights are life, liberty, and
That's
pursuit
not
of
how that
happiness.
goes, though.
Okay.
yeah, you
Pathetic.
changed that. Yeah, we all noticed you changed that a little bit. But look at
Hey, yo,
this.
yo,
So
I-
I said exactly
Hey,
how
yo.
it's written.
I got too many pro-Trump people. I need some of the ops to get up on here. Any of the Melatonin,
not.
you an
That was-
op,
that
right?
was written by-
Marcus Gibson, you an op, right?
They're
Come on.
scared. I think
I'm not
Thomas
even pro
Jefferson was
Trump,
an atheist.
but I love
Daniel's still up here. Why he quiet? I was still wanting to hear about this whole Canada thing. Why he defended Canada?
Wait, what you mean?
I don't
Oh,
know about
And it
I'm
wasn't just
not-
Canada; it was economic policy.
wait,
I like
wait,
the
wait. I got a
Daniel
question.
tariffs.
Hear about
Did-
hating.
The tariffs.
Did I ever say that was a foundation? He's black American?
especially for someone who.
Did I ever
like,
say I was a
disagrees.
foundation?
I've
Black
never met
American? I said I'm
so
an
far from
American.
online
I
who
don't say
disagrees
my
with
race
things
doesn't matter.
respectful.
I'm just
Yeah, he's not
American.
black.
I'm American.
There's only
I'm
one
not
race.
saying
Black isn't
I'm
a
not
race.
FBA.
Black
Yeah.
is not a race.
No,
White
no.
isn't a race.
I'm responding
In
to
fact,
Militant because he doesn't want to come on the live. I'm not
I
FBA.
know. I was telling
I'm
him the same
American.
thing.
Go ahead, bro. You good?
I mean, what's a race if it isn't?
Yeah, we can't blame. Yakub, the black scientist that created white
You're bringing
people.
up Yakub? No way,
We
dude.
can't blame him for all
Hey,
this. He's trying
Hey,
to
yo,
serve his
Daniel, you're the only op on here, right?
I think so. I mean, I don't even know why I mean, I guess I'm considered an op, even though I'm Republican.
You're
so,
a Republican.
but
Wait.
yeah.
Are you
Yes,
a never
I'm
Trump?
Republican.
just for the clout, man. You can't come up here.
I
with
thought
this.
he was the op. I really did.
You have to be a true
are you-
Democrat.
I'm Republican, but I've never voted
He's
for
very
Trump in
respectful.
either
He's not
election.
an op, even
I
if you
don't agree
disagree
with him
with
at
us.
all.
What makes you Republican?
I mean, I'm a conservative American. I mean, I'm from Florida. I live
Hey,
in Florida.
best state ever. Not gonna lie. Well, go ahead.
Texas. Anyway, go ahead.
Texas.
Texas, second best state.
I fuck with Texas. Not gonna lie. Texas is cool with me.
This is my,
No,
my
Well,
state.
if I could help Daniel out and the rest of everybody, the Republican Party is dead.
No, it's not. It's never.
Oh.
It will never die because
No,
it was
died-
birthed
it died
out
in-
of
no,
Christianity.
No, let me.
No, the old Republican
came from
Party. I'm not talking
Christianity?
about the Abraham Lincoln Republican
I
Party.
don't think that's.
That's what
Republican Party.
what Trump is representing. He's bringing back the old school Republican Party because the Republican Party got
He's bringing
hijacked.
back the old school Republican Party under a new name, and that's MAGA.
No, I'll agree
Well,
with
I
you.
mean, it's
No.
Is it gonna be called the MAGA Party?
No, it's the
No,
America.
it's still
It's
Republican
America
Party.
first. The Republicans became more America first, while Democrats are becoming more globalist and more like communists. The Democrats right now, like when Trump was elected in like 2016, the Republican Party went through a shift where they start all the neocons, all the people that was part of the Uniparty that say, "Hey yo, we might talk all this crap in front of the cameras, but behind the doors making backroom deals." A lot of them are getting like, "Hey yo, you rather join America first, or you gonna be part of the neocons?" The same thing is happening to the Democrats right now. Democrats have to decide if they want to go. Democrats need to decide if they want to go further left, moderate, or change what their party stand for. Because Democrats think, oh, the Democratic Party is for the working class, the Democratic Party is for minorities, the Democratic Party is for women's rights. And a lot of minorities say, you know what? Some of the stuff you're saying, I don't agree with. Republicans ain't really that racist. And some of the women are like, yeah, women's rights. Like, we have women's rights. What are you talking about? The working class is like, yo, what are y'all like? Unions, I don't particularly care for unions. They had a need for a certain time, but currently we don't need unions right now. So that's why the Democratic Party is gonna go through a change. Either they're gonna become further to the left to become borderline communist socialist, or they're gonna moderate, or they're gonna change the ideologies altogether.
Yeah, but host, you gotta look at in 2016 what two predominant Republican families did Donald Trump destroy?
I don't know.
The McCains.
You're talking about the Bush and McCain or something like that?
No, the Bushes and the Cheneys.
Oh, not
McCain. He didn't destroy them. Why would you say he destroyed them? Why would you say that?
Liz Cheney was part of the Uniparty. Liz Cheney was a war hawk. Liz Cheney and Nikki Haley are both war hawk Uniparty neocons.
A rhino is not a real Republican. A rhino is someone
with Warhawks.
The Republican Party used to be more.
What's a rhino?
Republican Party used to be more pro-war,
Republican
but
in
they're
name
not
only.
pro-war no more. The Democratic Party is
Sounds like a bear.
the pro-war party.
Donald Trump was on the stage debating Jeb Bush.
There was a lot of rhinos. There's a lot of people
Jeb Bush
who are part of the establishment.
He roasted Jeb Bush. That was kind of funny, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The new Republican Party, that's what I'm saying. The old Republican Party is dead. The new Republican Party
is America first.
We'll see if they can actually
Bush
pass
doesn't even get
the original Republican Party never died. They just try to kill.
No,
See,
I
this has
understand
always
never
been a
died.
spiritual
It was
war.
the original-
Satan doesn't want the Republican Party to thrive because it stopped his game plan. So this goes way deeper than that, man. The Republican Party was started by abolitionists.
You're right, Mello. It is.
Yes, in Wisconsin. Yes, I know. All
And that's what I'm
about
saying. These were abolitionists. These were people who were stout believers in Christ. They believed in humanity. They believed in what the Word of God says. That treat your neighbor as yourself.
Exactly.
They even
but they also believed in what the Constitution said. When the Constitution said,
which is rooted in Judeo-Christian values.
I mean,
so of course they're going to
also
believe that.
New wave of Republicanism.
This one paragraph.
MAGA
We hold
whites
these
only.
truths to be self-evident.
What has happened is over time the Republican Party
Ryan.
got painted in a negative light. History got I guess pushed aside, and now we live in an information age, and a lot of people are going back and they're realizing who the Republican Party really is and where they really came from.
And we started
and now
in
that's why a lot of
Wisconsin.
people are going back to the Republican Party.
It started in Wisconsin.
What I'm saying is a lot of people didn't know the history of the Republican Party.
It started on the president. Dude, when I say these words, tell me what they mean to you. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Are you not a man?
Right this time.
What?
Yeah, we're losing the plot here.
Yeah, the plot is getting.
How are you losing the plot?
I don't know what
It
the plot
says
is.
it in the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
And
Hey,
not
let's
by
walk
the
on the
created by
same day.
certain
On that.
unalienable rights. Blues.
Thank you.
I'm a man. So what's next?
Yeah, what's the point?
What do you
Like,
mean,
why
what's
you
next?
mentioning that?
How would you feel if you were not treated as a man? If you were not respected as a man?
Like
or if you were treated
Sissy
as one
Hypno?
fifth
What
as
do you
a
mean?
man?
I got a question.
Why are you
I
mentioning?
mean, are you
How
being
are people not
disrespectful?
treated? Is anyone
As a man?
in America not treated equal? Who in America is
Well,
not
let me
treated
think.
equal?
Equal. I
Because
feel
I've
like
been
that's a big
black.
question.
The whole time I've been in America, I was black, and the people
Yeah, I
that was
know.
treated me the worst are the people like kind of racist were black people and people that said that they were Democrats. So I'm like, what are y'all always talking about? Republicans are racist. Trump is racist. Why was all these rappers saying, "Oh, we F
hold
with
on.
Trump. I want that Donald Trump money, blah blah blah." But now he's a
It depends on the
racist.
state that you're in. What state are you in, by the
I'm
way?
in Florida,
If you
big
don't
dog.
mind. Oh, Florida? Okay, yeah. Well, Florida Republicans are very different from like Tennessean Republicans, and I mean, it just depends on what state you are. I mean, I've been in Tennessee, and I gotta say, like the divisions between like races, like black people and white people in Tennessee, is
Like
pretty crazy.
there is no. That's the thing. This is what's
But
causing
no, I mean,
division.
I'm talking like they, it's straight up like you can clearly see that there's a huge disparity there. In Florida, it's not that way, but I'm saying that it's not the same experience all over the place. Like people have been telling me, like Portland is a lot more racist than people really, make it out to be. And
Wait.
Houston,
I
like
think I
places
got
like
one of the
Houston are
ops
actually
trying to
pretty-
join. Hey, someone got to drop
So,
like
it
a.
just depends on where you start. That's all I got.
Everybody, be respectful and give them the chance to talk.
No,
if they wanna
I
join.
think I'm at the
Okay.
maximum number I could allow on the chat. I need someone to drop down. All right.
You can't allow more people.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
I
only
can
allowed
drop,
6.
but I do want to ask one
You
question.
could always come
before
back
I
if you
do.
drop, or you could always come back if you drop. What was
Okay.
the question?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Can I ask one question before I do? Because it's something I've been wanting to ask for a while
Okay,
now.
good now.
To try and get us back on track here.
Yes, sir,
So
sir.
going back to the whole ordeal with Pete Hegseth and all of them with the whole signal thing. I know we were talking about this a little while ago, but now it's come to light that also Pete Hegseth, our SOC, has been bringing his wife to top secret clearance meetings. What do you guys think about that?
Well, what I think
Gloom and doom.
something that I learned recently was that it's not simply just top executives using Signal, but it's pretty much the whole. I mean, the Republicans have brought this up now, which is basically the whole government is using Signal.
When I was in the military, before deployments,
Yeah.
they
Well-
made us download the Signal app for us to communicate when we was in different countries.
Oh.
And for me,
I remember that.
I want to bring up a security risk, which is that we're using a private company to communicate encrypted messages, which presents a problem, at least to me, when it comes to the federal government being able to at least be able to present these logs in these conversations to the American people when it needs to. So, which is the current problem right now, which is that they're trying to get these Signal messages. But I mean, I don't even know where that case is, to be honest. I don't even know where to look because
yo,
it's
quick
probably
thing.
we
Quick
fought in
thing.
the courts.
Is your name Irod? The one I just added.
Elrod.
Elrod?
Elrod.
All right.
Awesome.
What's
Yes.
go? Let's you the op? You or you MAGA?
I'm mega all the way.
Oh
man,
my
I thought it
God.
Yeah, there's no opposite here.
I'm
What are we
trying to-
doing?
I'm more of an op
man?
than anybody here.
What's your? Go ahead.
Dude,
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to be racist when I say this, but if you want to find ops, man, they're gonna be white boys.
Yeah,
Bro,
there's no white
they're gonna
boy.
be
no,
white
it's gonna
boys
be white
with
women.
a lot of
The
swagger.
Wait.
Yeah, that too. Oh
My-
yeah,
Finding out
Karen.
white boys.
Yeah.
My favorite joke is saying that black Democrats are driving Miss Daisy because the Democratic Party is the party of white women, and they just like they'll do anything for the Democratic Party. They fight tooth and nail. They just like, hey yo, I'll drive for you. So they basically going around here driving Miss Daisy. That's my little joke I say about the black.
I will
Democrats.
definitely agree with you
Yeah,
on that
they'll,
shit
they'll,
because
they'll
my
drive
girlfriend
that car
do
right
well
off the
in
cliff and not even care.
Man, what you said?
But here, to what dude was saying about Signal, like everybody's up in a like everyone got their panties in a bunch about Signal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what did we really give up that we were gonna drop bombs on like?
Okay, so I can answer that. So on the messages, it has the TOT, the time on target, along with how
so
we're.
you got the time on target.
Hold on,
that
let
the
me
bomb
let me
was
finish.
finished.
But didn't the strike happen like before the messages got leaked though? Isn't that
Okay,
what?
but let me ask you a question. Did any of them move out of the way? So I told you I was gonna drop a bomb on Marcus and Daniel. I'm gonna drop a bomb on you. Did any of y'all move out the way?
The messages weren't leaked
I'm
until.
staying.
No, I'm gonna drop
Okay.
a lawn dart. Look, we're gonna go Gen X. I'm gonna drop a lawn dart. And now any Gen X kid gonna know what a lawn dart is.
No,
Yeah,
they
no,
didn't.
I'm a
They
millennial.
didn't.
I get your
Wait, stop. One thing we gotta say, in those messages, they didn't say a location and they didn't give a name for who the target was. They just said F-18s, first package. I'm like, okay, F-18s are shooting someone. Is that really? They say, oh, at this time the F-18s are shooting this the target. Who's
Right,
the
the
target?
time
is the
What's the
TOT.
location? So if the enemy didn't
That's-
get the chat,
Yeah,
what
what-
would they be like? Oh, we gotta move everybody, or like what location are we targeting? Who are we targeting? I'm like,
So that's how they
Why
would
didn't the
determine
journalists
it.
stay longer in the chats before revealing it? That's what I want to know. Like, if
Bruh,
I
the
got access to
journal- there is
secret
no
chat,
way-
I would be holding
that
on
journalist-
to that forever.
that journalist is really anti-Trump. So there is no way that Walsh, I think is his name, the dude
But
Walsh.
that's what I'm saying.
Goldblum.
You know,
Yeah,
if
he's
I'm a
an
big
op.
anti-Trump, and I would fucking
Walsh
hold
and
on to that.
Goldblum was trying to
You-
draw something.
Hey, here's what's funny. You know what? He
Okay.
probably didn't pass it on to the MFs in Yemen. Be like, hey, at 1 o'clock they're gonna drop bombs on you. He probably didn't even spread that. He probably didn't even tell them that. And the bombs hit exactly what it's supposed to be. Again, Marcus, Daniel. Let's play
Okay,
Gen X
so-
games.
Why do
Let's
you keep
play Gen
wanting
X
to
games.
drop a bomb?
I'm gonna throw a lawn dart up at 1 o'clock. Okay? We all gonna stand in a circle. I'm gonna throw the lawn dart up. 1 o'clock. I done told you it's gonna happen. We all gonna stand in a circle. Now what are you gonna do?
Right. Okay. So the flaw in your scenario.
Yeah.
Why would we do
You
that?
ain't gonna run. You wanna know why? You
Hold on,
wanna
let's
know why
let
you ain't
Daniel
gonna
talk.
run?
He's
Because
been
you
very
can't
patient. Let him
interpret
talk.
what I just told you.
But
I
you
just
can't-
told you.
What is
I'm
that?
gonna throw the lawn
Yes,
dart
you
up.
can't. I think you
I don't
Let
know
me-
what a lawn dart is, and then
I'm
I'll-
gonna
Let me finish what I was.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Let
gonna play
Daniel
with
talk.
hand
Let's let
grenades.
Daniel talk.
I'm gonna
Hey, y'all
pull the
talking
pin
over
out
each
the
other.
hand
What's up?
grenade, Daniel. Now I'm
Let
gonna
me-
roll it over to you.
Okay, so let me finish what I was
At 1
trying to
o'clock.
explain before. So on the text messages, they had the TOT, which is the time on target. They had the means of how they were going to attack the F-18s and then the Tomahawk cruise missiles that were being launched
Okay.
from the sea.
Who's getting
Those two.
Who's getting
Huh?
attacked? Who's getting attacked, or where they dropping the bombs off?
Exactly.
It says in the messages who they were targeting. If you go, there's a deep dive into all the messages that were
So
sent.
do the
It
deep
gives-
dive for us.
No.
because You didn't give
I
us
listened to
a corner.
I listened to Anderson Cooper talk, like have the like little AI thing read the chat, and I'm like, who was
Yeah.
Who was the targeting? The girl, someone's girl, like he's with his girlfriend. Like who is he? Who is the target that was being targeted, or what was the location that is being targeted? If you don't have those two
Why?
things, you can't really try to say this is an OPSEC, this was OPSEC or anything like that. It just like, hey yo, we about to strike old boy. I'm like, who's old boy? Hey yo, at 3 o'clock,
Right?
we're gonna hit him with
Right?
that
That could be some-
I'm
the
not even
fire.
gonna lie.
And I-
That could be some Chi-Town shit. That
I'm
could be some
pretty
Chi-Town
invested.
shit. Hey, dude, at 5
Yeah, it could be
o'clock,
like
man,
you remember
it's on.
Pizzagate.
We gonna
It
come
could be
light
like
you
that, but
up.
for like a cuckold situation.
I could be for that for the cuckold situation.
wait.
Oh,
That's just
How do I-
there's
how do I
talking about
start
something
you?
different, but it's like codes.
So I'm like,
Okay, the code was okay. They gave you what? They gave you what? The time, the place.
Okay, well, so I pull the pin on a grenade and I throw it at you, America, and I put around a force field that you can't
Oh my
penetrate.
God,
What are you
got a
gonna
force
do?
field.
What are you gonna do?
Arukit. What are we?
Hey, yo.
I'm gonna break through that
Orchestra Red,
shield. dude.
Orchestra
That's what I'm
Red,
gonna do.
you want to join the live? Come on, I want to hear why Canada's so good and why how Trump is hurting America.
All right.
Because the terrorists didn't do bad to America; it's
I'm
doing bad to
gonna-
Canada.
You pull the pin. You throw the grenade. You know what I'm gonna do?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Duck.
You gotta
Well, you
force
know,
field
I
that.
love
Remember
all
that.
that
Remember, hold on.
first thing.
Okay, well, guess what? It's a grenade boomerang, so it comes back right at
A
you.
grenade
bud.
have like a 5-meter daggone
Okay, here we go.
casualty radius in a 15 meters. In 5
Wait,
meters you're gonna
you-
die.
wait.
15 meters you're gonna get injured by shrapnel. What are
I
you talking
just
about?
added Pikachu. I just added Pikachu to the equation, and now Pikachu electrocutes you.
What are we talking about?
Use Groudon. Use
Hey yo,
Groudon.
American
I'm
Mike,
on that
American
stuff.
Mike, are you on that
It's
stuff?
weak against electrics.
You-
Or no, it's
What's
strong.
up?
You had some
On
of
that
that.
good
I just
stuff.
told.
You had some of that Biden stuff. Had some of the Biden.
The
No, I don't-
Pikachu.
I don't
Are
partake.
you- never mind.
But
Never
he
mind.
just sat there and said, I pull the pin, I throw the grenade at you. I'm gonna get low. I'm gonna get low.
Get low.
Wait.
Get low. Like the
Yeah,
song.
because grenades blow up. get low.
shit, I know that.
Righty.
Oh
You
god,
didn't know
I'm
a
sorry.
grenade blew up?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
they
thought
blew
it
up
was
in all
escape shot. I know that.
directions.
My bad, dude.
He's
Yeah, but
making
they
a
can't
pun.
go into the
He's making a
ground.
pun. He's saying blow up is an upward, so get down.
Yeah, they blow up.
Blow
They
up,
don't-
get
they don't
down.
blow
This
down
is
to the
this is
ground.
ridiculous.
No, this is getting ridiculous.
Hey, yo,
All right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm talking to a bunch of kids that never even had. Dude, have you ever shot a gun?
yeah, I got an AR-15, and I got a daggone MP.
Well, I'm not talking to you, host. I know you have. I know you're like affiliated with all this. Like,
I love
I'm
guns.
talking about.
Shooting guns is fun. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it is pretty fun. I do like shooting guns. I gotta do more often. But has the price of ammo gone down? Has anyone been to their gun range recently? I need to check. But
Hey, just go to PSA and they'll deliver it to your house. Palmetto State Armory, they got some good deals from time to time. That's just where I go to.
I've heard of them.
They
I've
have
heard
that
of,
in Florida?
I've heard of Palmetto State.
No,
they're
they
a good organization.
they will mail ammo to your house. Like you come outside,
I
you
live
box of
next to that
ammo
store.
right at your house. I think that's kind of crazy,
live
but hey,
there.
I love
I live
America.
next to that store. I live
it's
next to the
Second
store. It's
Amendment,
amazing.
What am I gonna say?
Yeah, but hand grenades work like you throw it, they blow up and around them, but they can't penetrate dirt. You do understand that?
Oh,
huh?
I see.
I mean, what if we add the penetration dirt thing that you put on?
Yeah,
guns?
first, you're saying penetration a lot, which is really.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
like
so
it.
lost. I feel bad for Dan.
You're asking if you could put a card next to the hand grenade and make it more explosive. Is that what you're saying?
Wait,
No,
what are
I'm
y'all-
asking if
What are y'all
Who said
talking
that?
about right now?
Dirt.
I'm
What,
lost.
what's going
I have
on?
no idea.
Hold on.
I'm all
Host,
Wait,
these
wait.
guys are weird.
Yo, Canada boy, what's Curtis Yarn Rage? What's that got to do with anything? I'm googling right now. I see a New York Times article. I'm pretty sure New York Times. I gotta have a subscription to watch. What about Curtis Yarn? What's that? He probably typing in the chat right now. But go ahead, y'all.
So Daniel, I have a question, Daniel. So your main gripe with it is you believe it's a possible security issue, right? That's basically the main problem, which I would agree. It is a possible security issue.
You're talking about Signal,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so yeah, I was referencing Signal as like a means to circle back to that conversation. My question though was about Pete Hegseth himself
His wife.
bringing his wife into not one but two different classified meetings. One
Oh,
back
those
in
odds.
February during NATO, and then
your
one
question
in
is how we
March
feel
at
about
the
that.
Pentagon.
Because I don't know how to react to that
those,
kind of stuff.
along
Hey,
with
just-
now.
I disagree with that, just like I disagree with
I'm
Biden
sorry.
bringing his wife into those things too. He shouldn't have his wife in like secure meeting if she don't have a security clearance.
Exactly.
All right, hold on, host. Can I do
Yeah.
one more? Can I do one more?
Go ahead.
yeah, you should.
Oh,
They're not
please.
close to him.
Take your time.
Every time we talk,
Thank
it's
you,
like,
Daniel, for being so patient. I want to commend you, bro. I've seen you just wait here for a turn so respectfully, bro. I just want to say thank you for being patient.
Bro, if you have dealt with either my daughter or my girlfriend, you would have the same amount of patience.
Damn.
Well,
Oh my
That's
god.
real.
you know,
Huh?
them blue-haired tanks are something to deal with, aren't they?
Bro.
It's tough being
Wait.
Antifa, ain't it?
But every federal judge is stopping his executive orders. He just not listening. Like those federal judges don't got the authority to stop some of his things. When stuff is like that's like saying a federal judge can say, "Yo, don't issue that military strike." They don't have that authority. When you like,
Well, no. This is
When it comes to executive orders, they do.
But
No, there's
every
certain-
federal executive is stopping. No.
because that's like
Let's
that was
talk
like a
about
daggone
Yeah,
agreement with a
order.
foreign country. Executive judge can't. He's not supposed to be doing international deals. Like, am I wrong about that?
Well,
if I'm
so let's
wrong, let me
talk-
know. I might be fucked up like a soup sandwich.
Let's talk about his claim here, right?
What judge?
Every federal
Name that
is
judge.
stopping
What
his
judge did
executive
that?
order. Judges can be wrong. There are
Yeah,
people.
give me a
who
name.
had bad-
Give me a
who
judge
had
name.
bad sentencing.
Yeah, give me. I want to know. I want to know who the
I want
judge
to know
is.
his name. What's his address? Tell me all of his information.
It's just like all these judges was trying to. It's just
Oh,
the
here
only
he
reason
is.
these judges do stuff is because they're just trying to slow down Trump any way they can. They're like, "Oh, yo, Trump is doing this. we're gonna
Anyway,
do
yep.
this."
But
That's-
Trump, what Trump is doing is illegal, bro.
what is he
you
doing
can't-
that's legal?
You have to, it's due process. You can't just ship people out of the country without going through due process.
You are
My bad,
lying.
wait. I got the answer for that. I got the answer for that. I got the answer for that.
But he's got an
If
answer
you-
for it.
If you go to someone and say, "Are you illegal?" and they're like, "I don't got my papers. I wasn't born here. I'm not an American citizen." That's the process that's due. Like what,
No,
they don't
you
gotta
forgot-
take.
you for-
If you know someone don't got any type of documents, any type of paperwork, and you know they're illegal, what other stuff do you need to do to say, "Oh yeah, this is illegal"?
Yeah,
Hey,
you
yo,
forgot the Supreme
and-
Court already
and man,
ruled on
this.
this. The
Man,
Supreme
this.
Court already ruled on this that
this is
once
gonna
your
be
feet
crazy.
is on the U.S. ground, the American Constitution applies to you. Doesn't matter what your legal status is. They already ruled on it.
You
I
don't know
agree
your
with
law.
that,
Hey,
but
man,
that was the
man,
process
man,
that was
you better
due for
read a
them.
book.
We found out that you're not legally allowed to be here.
Hey, yo, man, this.
What else
They
you gotta
just
do?
they just showed the law.
Nah,
bruh,
they have-
where they can revoke your visa at any given moment.
They can.
Exactly.
They can. That's
The,
part.
the
That's,
law says that. The
Yeah,
law
the-
says that.
The law does say that, but it has to go through a
Okay,
process.
then. So
a
what
judge
you
has
saying
to.
is
If the law
No,
says
it's
that,
irrelevant.
then that's the law.
no, Marco
Yeah, but
Rubio
it
can do
has
it at
to
any
go-
time.
it has
You
to
don't
go
need.
through
You
the
law
don't need to
says
go
that
to
they
the
can
court.
do it.
Everyone take a
It's
turn.
still, no, you still have to go through due process. It's like the same way. It's like,
But that
if that be the case, then
Everyone.
They say they can revoke at any given moment, bro. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
who could
You're not an
revoke
American
it?
citizen. You don't get due process. You don't get constitutional rights, dude.
Yes, you do. That's what I just been saying earlier.
Hold on.
You
I get
get
it. It's a
constitutional
fact.
rights.
People don't know that
Hey,
Hey,
law.
yo,
Facts.
y'all talking
Hey,
over
hey.
each other. Y'all talking over each other.
Yeah.
All right. I'll digress.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me respond.
So once again, as I said before, once anyone steps on the American ground, once you inside the United States, the American Constitution applies to you. Doesn't matter. So
Negative.
everybody has the right to due process. So you can't just say, "Hey, because you
Where
woke
is it
up."
at?
Yeah, we're in the Constitution.
Supreme-
Doesn't-
Wait,
Where-
stop.
The Supreme Court
Let me read
already
something.
ruled on that.
When ICE or CBP
What law?
arrest a person within the United States as opposed to at the border, the person usually have a chance to see an immigration judge before they are deported. Expedited removal allows the government to quickly deport someone they believe to be undocumented without seeing a judge.
Yes.
For what reason? And what?
They're,
You don't have
the
to
fact that
represent.
they're not a U.S. citizen, they don't got any paperwork that say
Thank
they're
you,
allowed to
host.
be here.
Man, hey,
You don't need.
You
You, don't
can't-
need.
host.
You don't
Nah.
need to commit a crime once you get to America to get deported.
I love this menace.
There was never.
You don't have to commit a crime. I understand it. They could, yes, understandable, but you still have due process. You can't
That's the
ship people
process
out.
that
of the
dude,
country.
You don't have
if
due process.
If you come
You
up
have
to
to see
someone
a
and say,
judge.
"Hey,
Process
who are
is
you?"
Thursday.
Yo, no, stop. If you come to someone and they say, "Who are you?" They're like, "Oh, I'm Raul." They say, "All right, what's your paperwork? Who are you a citizen for?" And they say, "Oh, I'm like a citizen of Mexico. I don't got no U.S. citizenship." That's the process. That's all the what you gotta do.
So that means a cop could pull you over, right? And a cop could say you're drunk, so you're guilty, going to jail. Here's
That's
a judge,
different,
so a
Kane.
cop
No.
can't.
That's
a cop can't.
different.
Hold on.
That's different.
That
If
is
a
the
cop-
same thing you're saying.
No,
because
if a
you gotta
cop could
understand
prove you
what.
drunk.
Hold on.
Go ahead,
You gotta
go ahead.
understand something. It's what it's.
Yeah.
It's by the bond. So if you really want to get really technical, it's about the bond. A U.S. federal agent cannot be the judge, jury, and executioner of somebody's
He may
rights
be a
because you
liberal,
forgot
right.
the fee is still on the United States, so they have to do a
Yeah.
process. So
He's a liberal.
So what?
That's why
What
he's
is Trump
here.
is doing?
Anyone
Trump is
anyone
using
that's
a very
here
old
from
law.
I'm
U.S.
trying to hear him.
soil.
I was trying to hear him. Go ahead.
Trump is what Trump is doing. Trump is using an old law, and that law is not really
It's
too
still
valid
law.
because what I'm
still
saying
law.
is that the law is not valid is due to the fact is because
Yeah,
only
boy, I
Congress
swear.
has the right to declare war.
No,
A
stop.
US
Can I
president,
say
He's a
something?
executive branch.
liberal,
Can I say something?
Oh, because
Executive-
now he went in Congress
stop.
declaring war.
When Obama
That's
was
what
the
that's how the law is written. The law,
When-
the
stop,
law
stop.
that
Hey,
One
yo.
question.
When Obama was the deporter in chief, how many court cases for the millions of people he kicked out? How
They
many
all
of them
went
got
through
court
the due
cases?
process.
Man, what?
Yo,
13 million,
let me
3
explain
million
something.
people he deported.
Immigration law doesn't have too many avenues like criminal law has. So you don't have too many avenues to get out of stuff when it comes to immigration law.
Wow.
So it's pretty much cut and dry when it comes to immigration law.
If you're
but they
illegal,
all went through
out.
the due process.
Yeah, you
If
just
we
said it. It's
if we
cut and
know
dry.
someone's illegal, let's say a
You just
cop,
said it. It was cut and dry.
if a cop knows someone's illegal, right, and the cop calls in CBP ICE and say, "Hey, yo, we got an illegal," what else do they need to do? The cops call CBP, say we got illegal. CBP comes and say, all right, he's illegal. He don't got no paperwork. What else can happen from there? Do they gotta go?
And
do
the person
something?
has the right to the person they claim to be illegal has the right to say no. I declare that I have the right to be here, and they have
Based
the
on
right
what?
to see a judge.
What based on what right? What right gives them what law or something? Say
They have, but regardless of what,
He don't know no law.
It could be based off of many. It could be based off many different variables. But they could say, "Hey, I believe I'm supposed to be here.
Name
I have the
one.
right to be here. So I want to be deported. I don't
Name
want to
no
be deported. I want to fight it."
Stop. Okay, you saying they could say, "I believe I have the right to be here," right?
Yes, they could say I'm filing for asylum, and anything of that nature. Even if maybe they married. So if like you forget, he's deporting people who's already married, who already has a social. He's deporting people who already give a work
Okay, so but
authorization.
if they were filing for asylum, wouldn't they file for asylum in their own country?
You got filed for asylum at the border or within the United States already.
You got illegal port of entry is where you file for asylum, but Biden got rid of remain in Mexico, so that's a big issue. So I got a question. So you're telling me if someone gets captured and CBP say we have all the documentation to say that you're not supposed to be here, you don't have any documentation that say you're supposed to be here. They say, oh, asylum, and that automatically say they should be here.
I'm not saying asylum. What I'm saying is this: the person has the right for due process. My only
Can I say
argument
something?
saying is that no one.
What does due process?
Okay,
what
you
does that
have the
mean?
right to due process in Mexico.
You have the right
If
to
I
go
were to
to
go
the
to
judge-
Mexico
to the
right now,
justice-
King, if I were to go to Mexico right now, do I have the right to due process?
That's because Mexico is a different country.
No,
American Mike,
answer the
you're
question,
not-
man.
As a
Stop,
different
stop
country.
answering.
Stop.
Mexico is a different
Amen.
country. It's based
Okay,
on
so
their
if I
law.
go to Canada, if I go to
Based on their
Canada, do
law.
I have the right
Also is a
to?
different
If I go to Canada, do I have the right to due process?
Based on their laws. I'm talking about the United
That's
States.
also
only.
different country.
Okay, so
Let's
based
keep
on
this
our
in
laws,
America.
what
Well,
right
I'm
to due
just, hey,
process
y'all,
do you
Let's
have?
keep
y'all,
this in America.
hold on, y'all.
Go ahead.
King hasn't stated not one law that supports what he's saying.
Well, hold on.
He just ranting.
Yeah, we've all read the Constitution.
If we're gonna argue with King properly, we got to take his claims, right? He's saying they have due process. I'm gonna believe him here. If these people have due process when they come here, right? Like the host has been saying, when they come into this country and they are found to be here against our law, right? The same way that a cop without due process gets to take somebody to a jail cell, not prison, right? Now they get put into the deportation system because they're not supposed to be here, right? Same way if I'm on a private property, right? I don't have to go through due process to be kicked off that property, right? The due process is to prosecute you for a crime. If they're not being prosecuted for a crime, them being here is the crime. So they're being kicked out of the country, right? That's the due process is they're here illegally, they're being taken away.
Yeah,
That's
due
what's-
process is not that.
Yeah, well, you just said it. They're
due
here
process.
Hey, yo,
illegally
let
because
King
they
talk.
entered
Let
the
King talk. I want to hear his
country
point. Go ahead, King.
No. He was saying something. Go ahead. He started first. Go ahead.
All right. Who's talking?
You got America, boy. What's your name?
American
You go
Mike?
ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Go with your point.
Well, he just said it. They're here illegally, which illegally, like, okay, illegal drugs, illegal contraband, illegal. Like, I mean, let's take the word illegal. You're here illegally. That means you're what? Illegal. You are not law abiding, correct?
Once
Well,
again,
I'll just mic drop. I'll just
no,
mic drop
but-
right now.
no,
Why?
it's-
Why?
it's-
Because I'm mic dropped.
no. I thought you.
No, you're here illegally.
Yeah, but
illegally.
It's still
Illegally. It's illegal for me to sell crack. It's illegal for me to sell heroin.
Yeah.
It's illegal for me to sell meth,
And
right?
you wouldn't go to court for
and
it.
then you still
got
allow the
arrested.
due process.
Exactly. I've been in court. I've
you
been in
wouldn't-
prison.
you
I don't
wouldn't-
care
you would
what
not
you
go to
say.
court.
Yo. I got a question. For that King Ace. Okay. So do you think that ICE captures somebody and they go straight to a plane?
They are going to the detention center.
Where they
And
further
from there,
investigate, right? When they further investigate, right?
Yeah, but once again, I still don't have the jurisdiction to be the judge and the jury.
If they could,
They are law
they're
enforcement.
able to investigate, right?
They have don't. That's the only jurisdiction they have is an investigation or law enforcement. They
So-
still have to present the evidence. They have to present the evidence to a judge or to a jury. To
What evidence? You're
where
here
does
illegally.
if so, you gotta remember. There's also a part when you're being captured. You have a part of like, yo, you know what? I'm not gonna fight it. Yes, I'm illegal. Send me back. That is true. There are people who saying, yes, I am illegal, and you could and send me back. But what I'm arguing is the people that say, no, I am legal. I have legal status, because there are people with literally with social security numbers being deported back to countries that they are not even part of. There's a whole shit. There was a whole there was a whole plane that land almost that Venezuela had to deny, saying that, yo, these are not my citizens. Why are you sending back the wrong citizens?
Stop. You're on CNN talking points.
Wait,
seriously.
Yeah, this didn't happen. An American boy knows this.
So you're
right?
telling me that if ICE captures somebody and they want to deport him, they gotta go to a judge?
Basically, they say, hey, all right. So it's almost the same way as Miranda rights. Almost. I'm not saying the same thing, but so, hey, we believe that you're not illegal. You're an illegal immigrant, which technically is a misdemeanor in the United States. Technically, is a misdemeanor, right? So they say, we think you're illegal. We're gonna find out your country of origin. Where's your passport of country of origin? I don't have my passport of country of origin. What's the country of origin? I'm a Mexican citizen, right? I'm just gonna use Mexican. I'm a Mexican citizen. Now, remember, you cannot deport nobody without documentation. You can't send them back to the country without their passport. You can't. You can't. So,
do you know what? Can you
Tell him, Rod.
Wait.
Tell
I got a
him.
question. Do you know what expedited removal is?
Wait, say the word again.
Yeah, expedited removal. Yeah, depending on what's the circumstances.
What's
Okay,
the
so
There's a
you're
list of circumstances. So there's a list of circumstances
that they could do expedited removal?
What are they?
No, I'm asking you because you said that you're
have
telling
it.
me that if
I
someone
have
gets
it.
captured by ICE, they have to see a judge, right? That's what you're saying?
No, they don't. When somebody gets captured by ICE, they have two choices: accept the deportation or fight it. What I'm arguing is the people that have the right to be here, or the people that believe they have the right to be here, are not getting their due process. So you have two choices: to fight it or not to fight it.
Okay,
So
you're saying
people who
that-
wants to fight it are not given the right.
I got a question. So you're saying there's people that are legally allowed to be here that are getting deported?
Yes.
Can you give me
we just watch a girl.
Can you
Yeah,
give me-
because
we just watch
your
a
visa
girl.
got revoked.
Well, hold on. Let's stop.
Oh, wait.
Where's
Were
the
they a
evidence?
U.S. citizen, permanent resident, or were they on visa, or were they on some special program that allowed them
Yeah,
to
it's
be
very
temporarily
important which
here?
one.
They're on visa.
There's four different
student
things.
ID.
yeah.
They're U.S. citizen, visa holder, a special program that allowed them to be here, or green card. Which one is it?
One girl, the one girl who got picked up, who got picked up in Massachusetts, and right now is in Louisiana. She's on the H-1B visa.
You just said it. A visa.
Stop.
A visa.
But her visa wasn't revoked.
Damn, dude.
Who had the
Her
authority
visa
to
has
revoke
not
a
been.
Dude, they walk into it.
But
Most-
that's
they
what I'm
walk
saying. Due
into
Who
process.
has the
Every day.
authority to
America
revoke a
Mike.
visa?
Yeah,
Hold on, I gotta know
people.
American boys.
Yeah, but due
What-
process.
what are you
Her
talking
visa
about?
has not
What
been
do you mean
revoked.
You don't get due process.
America, Mike.
You're
You're
not
talking to other people.
American.
Please stop.
If you have a visa, you don't get due process.
Wait, hold on.
Stop.
Yes,
Hold
on.
Who has
So,
the
y'all
authority
saying-
to revoke a visa?
But her visa wasn't revoked.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was not
Yeah.
revoked.
Okay.
It was not
No,
revoked.
stop.
Revoked it.
If
said
ICE,
I-
if ICE detains her, right? If she gets detained by ICE, she gotta go
That's
through
awesome.
a process where her visa gets revoked by
Yes.
Marco Rubio,
By a
right?
judge.
Is that not
By a
by a
judge,
judge?
yes.
Not by a judge. Marco Rubio.
Michael Rubio, no.
I'm
It's
a
by a
Google it
judge.
right now. Who have the rights to remove?
Because
revoke a
Michael
visa?
Rubio isn't Michael Rubio part of the Michael Rubio
already
is the
got it,
department
bro.
of,
Already
no,
got it.
he's part of the executive branch. He's not part of the judicial
I already
branch.
looked it
You
up.
forgot, guys. There's three branches of the government. You know,
All right,
right?
Rod, tell him then.
You understand the
already
executive
looked it up,
overrules
bro.
the judicial.
Yeah, the
right?
executive can't overrule the judiciary. The
Why-
judiciary has
tell
no
him
more
then.
right over the
Yeah, dude,
executive.
where
You can't.
did
That's
you
why we have.
education?
Hey,
You must have
y'all
went to
America,
Harvard
Mike.
Law
Talking over each
School.
other.
Stop
Hey.
talking over people. America,
Hey.
Mike. You were talking to everybody. Please stop.
The
talking.
consular officer or the Secretary of State may have any time in his discretion revoke such visa or other documentations. And guess what the crazy part is? Cause there's three laws and one case law. And
Is that
the
the crazy
power may revoke a visa at any time for any reason without notice or appeal. So King,
You're saying Marco Rubio did it
after it being
start
granted,
learning
no.
the laws, bro.
Well, that pretty
After
much
it being
says, guess what?
After it being granted, and
Your
please,
visa's
we don't-
done.
and
No,
we
no, no!
don't- and we don't-
Stop! Yes, Marco Rubio, as the United States Secretary of State, has the authority to revoke a visa under the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952.
What triggers it?
Huh?
What triggers that law?
Well,
Immigration
You can't
and
That's their
Nationality
discretion.
Act of 1952, specifically
If they
Section
feel like they
221.
want to just deport somebody, they can.
No, stop. This is the thing. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, specifically Section 221I. Mark Rubio has the right because he's a Secretary of State. So he could.
But the girl
if that girl gets detained by ICE and then gets her daggone visa, visa revoked by the Secretary of State, which is currently Marco Rubio, she is currently not legally allowed to be here, and that is her. That is her due process.
And then he has to have a reason to revoke it.
Where does it say?
I want to revoke her visa. He could be on the street and do it. I want to revoke her visa.
Is that
At any given time.
crazy?
The authority allows Rubio to cancel visas for individuals deemed to pose a threat to U.S. national security.
Exactly.
Let me
Exactly.
finish.
Let me read them.
Foreign policy interests or public safety, amongst other reasons. So wasn't she doing this protest where they were like occupying buildings and stuff like that?
I got you.
What's her name right quick?
She didn't destroy anything. Her protesting is her First Amendment rights because once again, I always say it again. Once your feet is on this ground and we have to detain you from the border, the Constitution, American Constitution,
occupy a building
applies,
illegally?
She's here. She's here on a visa.
Was she one of those
She
people
cannot
that were
protest.
occupying a building illegally?
Who is that talking?
Yes, she was.
No, I have no idea.
Wait, she was?
Was she
I
over
don't think
here?
so.
Was she over here showing
Where?
support for a terrorist organization?
Yes, she was.
We're not gonna get into.
I got a case law right
ISIS,
here.
not ISIS. We're not gonna call Hamas a terrorist organization.
I got a
I'm
case
not
law
gonna
right
go
here.
for that.
Oh, I'm not gonna call
Hamas. Wait, stop. Wait. What is the
Let me finish.
what is the definition of terrorism? What is the
No.
definition of terrorism?
I'll say what they're doing is kind of
Listen,
based.
Take it from a guy. I don't want to expose how or where to go about it, but why do you think we went? I know it's a little bit off topic,
Yeah, how are we?
but I'm not gonna take. I'm not
Keep
gonna.
going.
Wait,
How
stop.
are
Let
we?
him talk. Let him talk.
I'm
Let
not
him
gonna-
talk.
I'm not gonna let the United States label a whole bunch of people whose back is against the walls, label them terrorists. That's not right.
I got a question. Why are those people attacking a country that they know they can't beat?
Because
They can. I think anyone
what
can be
happens to an
Israel.
animal? You
They're
battle them
pretty
against
small
the wall.
and pathetic.
What? So are they
We're
small,
are
but
they
they cut
animals?
flights.
That sounds
You cut
kind of
up-
messed
you cut
up. You're
up
calling
flights.
these group of people
Israelis?
animals?
Yeah.
Huh?
Are you calling them
Israelis?
What
animals?
happens when you back up? Yeah. What is a human?
No,
Animal, maybe.
we're better than animals. We're higher than animals. We're humans.
But what are we? What are we though?
We're
What are-
humans.
What is a human?
We're humans.
What,
I don't know.
We're
humans. Human is
If
a
I
class
could
of
just say
animal.
something, Kingston, who the hell paraglides into another people's space and jumps down and starts putting babies in ovens and start cooking? Just cooks them.
I think we did that in Guatemala.
I think. Do you
you
know?
did?
Do you not know what we
Yeah,
did?
me and the
Guys,
Guatemala Bay.
you're humane. You're humane.
I'm humane?
for
No.
putting a baby in an oven and cooking it.
Well, it was more of a.
And so,
broil.
and then
Yeah,
so in retaliation.
I think we're better off. I think we're better off. You know what? I got a better offering to you. It's called a 5.56. Come get it.
Hey, yo, that's the NATO round. So I'm pretty sure Israel got the NATO round in them.
Damn right.
Hey,
Damn right.
Afronambi, are you the op, Afronambi?
So let me ask you a
Go
question. Let me ask you a question.
You don't have to ask
you guys
me
a question.
questions
Suppose
anymore.
now all of a sudden the
I
United
think the
States
only
decided-
question we have right now is fuck around and find out. Literally, Kingston, dude, you're ignorant. And the
How am
little
I
Tony
ignorant?
at the bottom, he's a
Yeah,
dumb ignorant.
American.
Wait, Tin Man.
You're a toad.
Wait, Tin Man. What's
sir.
up, Tin Man?
What's happening?
You the op, Tin Man?
I'm the what?
Are you on the
you the
other
opponent?
side?
He's MAGA.
You MAGA as fuck?
He's all day MAGA.
Oh damn.
No, I'm a Trump supporter.
Told you,
Hey yo,
MAGA.
I want to see if this other person's is someone that got something opposition to what I'm saying right now. So I'm gonna drop you, but I'm gonna add you back in. All right, just a little later.
Yes,
all right.
sir.
Dude,
All right.
he's sitting there talking about like it's okay to do that. Like
No,
it's
but
okay.
Do what?
No, I didn't say it was okay. What I'm saying is this: what happens when you back?
So it's not okay. Please tell
So
us.
somebody said something about a gun or something of that nature. Now, let me ask you a question: what would happen if they drop an executive order? Right? A president comes in, drops an executive order, and says, "We are going to everybody's door and taking their guns away." What's going to be your response?
The United States Constitution Second Amendment says no, sir.
But hear what I'm saying. So
Right
now,
here.
okay,
I can help.
okay.
King,
So
King,
with that
King,
being
I can
said,
help
with that
you.
being, wait, whoa.
I don't think he
Let me finish,
can.
Let me finish. With that being said, the
Right?
Second
I don't think
Amendment.
he can.
So it's
Who's
the
saying
same thing
that?
I'm just saying now. If the president writes an executive order and the judge says, "Hey, that's not legal. That's illegal, and we need to sit in front of a court and and we have to sit in front of a court and make sure this is legal." And he goes, and the president
Okay.
says,
Yeah,
"I
What
do not."
executive order are you
Whoa,
talking? What
King,
executive order are you
King.
talking about?
No. I'm
Well,
making.
the gun
Hold
one,
on,
I
hold
think,
on.
a hypothetical.
I'm gonna ask you a question right
I'm
now.
asking a
King,
hypothetical.
before you go further.
Hypothetical.
King,
Let's all
Yo, I
talk.
got you. I got you. I got you.
Hey,
I got you.
Hey, go ahead.
I got you.
One person at a time. Go
I,
ahead.
I got
King,
you. I'm saying that's
you own a
exactly what
gun.
I'm saying.
You own a
The
gun.
exec-
King, do you own a gun?
Huh?
Do you own a gun?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, what kind of gun do you own?
I'm not gonna tell you that. Come on. We're on the
Okay.
internet now. We could get restricted on this on that talking about.
we
that.
do?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I said
Do you
AR-15
own do you own
a
a
while
rifle?
ago.
Do you own a rifle, King?
Yes.
Okay. Do you own a handgun?
Yes.
Do you own a grenade?
So,
No.
Are you illegal, King?
do you own a grenade?
Wait, what you mean? What?
I'm joking. And technically, you could have grenades. It's like
Nah, hell nah.
the
Love
40
that.
millimeters
Grenades
is
are my
military
favorite.
round, and it's like a 33 millimeter for like civilian stuff. But go
Hey,
ahead.
Menace. Hey, Menace.
What's up?
Yeah.
Hey,
King,
D?
what round is your rifle?
Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna. It
Hey,
doesn't
yo,
really
I
matter.
don't. What's your point? What you trying to get to?
My
Are
point.
you
What I'm
taking
trying to
stock?
get.
You gonna
Yeah, my
Try and
point I'm trying to
challenge
get
this
to
man?
if a president comes in and says, I'm taking all the guns away from the United States citizens for whatever reason.
That's a
I'm
straw
trying to-
man's argument.
All
Okay,
right.
so you're giving.
And
Let him
I'm writing
finish.
an
Let him
executive
finish.
order.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
I'm writing an executive order. I'm basically trying to make a compare and contrast, saying that I'm making an executive order. A judge says, "Hey, you're bugging. You're not right. This is my Second Amendment. You cannot do that." And that president says, "I'm still gonna move forward with my executive order and ignoring."
No, okay.
Ignoring
you
your-
gotta give me an example of like, cause
Can I
like
speak real quick?
that's as a hypothetical. Trump would be wrong. I'll say Trump would be wrong. But if you're trying to
And
say
that's
that,
what my stance is
if you're
right
trying to
now
say
about
that
what-
Trump
But
is
no
saying
executive order is above the Constitution.
Listen. If you're trying to say Trump getting an illegal immigrant that they say, hey, yo, we found you to be here illegally. You don't have the proper documentation, and we're sending you back to your country. That is in
And
the
that
rights
person
of the
said,
president.
and the people I am arguing for,
Right. That's
arguing,
that
arguing,
operation
people
is
I'm
within the
arguing
State
for,
Department.
and people I'm
so
arguing for
stop,
says, no, I have the legal.
No.
legal-
That is within the State Department's legal jurisdiction.
No. Okay. What gives them the right to
Wait a
when
second.
someone challenges them when they're about to be removed and someone challenges that? What rights give them the what would give them the right to be here?
They don't have a right.
Now,
If we're here illegally.
Let King talk. Let King talk. Go ahead. What would give them
Is
the
this
right
a
to be
white?
here?
Is that a white guy?
One more time. This is what I'm saying because you're talking about illegal. We have instances that people literally have work authorization. They have socials. Did not commit a crime, so they did not violate any of they didn't violate any of their visa standards or anything in that
Are you
nature.
talking about like a temporary protection, like temporary stay in America, or it's 4 things you could be talking about. They're either citizenship, permanent resident, a visa
Any
order,
one of them.
or some special program that allows you to be here temporarily.
Any one of them at the moment. What I'm saying, any one of them.
Citizens and they're going to
Not citizens. Not citizens.
permanent residents are allowed
Anyone
to.
who has visa.
So you're talking about
Visa,
visa and special programs that allow them to be here, right?
Visa, special programs, and permanent residency. That's what I'm arguing right now.
Who has a visa that allows them to be here that's getting kicked out of the country where the visa is not
A woman out of Massachusetts. Out of Massachusetts with no convictions.
Was she one of these protesters that was occupying buildings illegally?
Why are we asking why he didn't give him his guns?
Can I say something?
What's her name?
She was convicted of that crime.
Since y'all got me here.
What's up?
Was she convicted of that crime?
Why did he give him his guns?
Go ahead, Afro. Afro, what you guys say?
All right, I wanted to say a few things. Afro Nabi. Okay. I wanted to say a few things. All right. And this is based on a couple of things, and these are not anecdotal. All right. So basically, even with American citizens right now, as far as immigration and coming back into the United States, and I know this because right now I'm in Brazil. I travel often. The people at customs now have the right to check phones, not of American citizens. They'll ask us, we could just say no, but people holding visas. If they are not satisfied with whatever and stuff like that, they could reject them people from coming back in. All right, if they have a visa. Why? Because that whole thing is run by the State Department. And a judge cannot cross over into the realm of the State Department because they're not dealing with criminal or civil matters. They're dealing with the safety of the borders and stuff like that, and all the fighting stuff, right? So there's that. And the people that were sent back to Venezuela were classified as terrorists because they were members of the worst gangs in Mexico and Venezuela. I'm not going to mention the name. One has the Spanish name for water as their name, and they were from Venezuela. And there was a bunch of them from Venezuela, but Venezuela wanted to refuse those people because they knew who they were. So Ecuador took them in by making a deal. All right, so there's that. That also was a safety issue with the country since they were illegal and they were gangs and they were classified as terrorists, right? So a judge cannot stop that because that is not his jurisdiction. Now, had they committed, say, like a robbery here and got caught by the police, that's different because the police work for the judicial system, but this was ICE that rounded them up, and ICE works for the State Department. All right. And so these two are two separate entities. And this is why they can even control how we come in and out and stuff into the United States as citizens, even though we have a lot of rights and stuff. But they could check us and see what we're doing. That's why they could check our bags. That's why they mess my bags up and toss stuff around all the time. Because they can. Because that's the State Department. All right. I have things that was messed up and I had to file a complaint through their department. I can't sue them because they're not civil. Okay. And so now, unfortunately, a lot of times you file a complaint. If it's under so much, they'll just give you a check and call it a day. All right. But people got to understand that the State Department does not operate like the Judicial Department, which controls the police, the courts, and the courts is the family court, the civil courts, and the criminal courts, right? Those guys that went back to they ended up in Ecuador that was on their way back to Venezuela. They were gang members, and that's what made them distinctly different from everyone else, right? And so the State Department, when Trump signed that executive order, one y'all might be able to help when he did it, classifying those two particular gangs as terrorists. When he did that, he set them up to be caught and sent back just immediately because they were classified as that. So they could have went to he had the right to send them to Guantanamo, anywhere outside of the country. So they don't have like this. They have less rights than a regular person that overstay their visas, which is mainly the cause
that's
for a
what
lot
they're-
of people.
And that's what the federal judges are basically stopping him for, is because they don't believe what he's doing is
No, the
legal.
federal
That's
judges
one.
have no right
They
to
just
stop
did it
him.
though.
And it's for political
They just stopped him
It's
from.
for
They just
political
stopped him.
reasons.
They
These are
just
some of the
stopped him.
most dangerous people in the
And on
world.
top of that,
Hold it,
right?
dude,
and
these are some of the most dangerous people in the world.
And furthermore,
So
we
this
forgot
is
that
all politics.
they're all-
Now, if
they're
you was
gonna-
arguing some other people that weren't these two gangs, if you was making an argument for that judge that wasn't a part of these two gangs, right? Okay, you might have something, but all the things y'all are saying is
so
political.
basically the problem with the judge, that federal judge is having a problem with, is that one man who's right now, his family's fighting in court.
Yeah,
right
he's
now,
the
saying that-
president.
Hold
He-
on.
this is in his realm.
So
Well,
here,
no,
the executive
I'm
branch
sorry
didn't
about this
have
question.
let you hear me now.
Efron, why did not Donald Trump say that the Black Keystone Rangers are a domestic terrorist organization?
The who?
Yeah, chew on that.
Well,
Yeah.
he could.
Why did he not mention the Almighty Latin King Nation as a domestic terrorist organization?
I don't know. Hold it. I'm not the president, so I'm not. I'm just telling you what happened.
I'm just killing King below you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll tell you why. Because those are homegrown.
They ain't put
But that's
Antifa
what
as a
domestic
domestic terrorist
terrorism means.
organization.
In a lab?
Domestic means in.
Well,
in-
yeah.
in-house.
No, he didn't. Not Antifa. He called somebody else a domestic terrorist, though.
Yeah,
I don't think it was
Antifa, domestic terror. He
Was
didn't
it
call.
Antifa?
He didn't call the Almighty Latin King Nation a domestic terrorist organization, did he?
Why are you calling them almighty?
Because
they're almighty.
They're almighty?
Almighty don't like nobody.
I have
No,
seen
wait.
some.
I got a question, King. For the girl that got kicked, that got her visa revoked, right? Do you know why?
It wasn't revoked yet. It wasn't revoked yet.
Mark Rubio revoked her visa. I looked it up. Do you know why she got her visa revoked?
Wait, did you get her name?
Yeah, her name is
Oh.
Rumisa Uzturk. I don't know how to
That
pronounce
sounds like-
that. That's
that's
hard
a
to
real name.
pronounce.
So wait, I got a question.
Sounds like a Japanese name.
This is the lady who-
Okay, it says she actually got what was it? What was the particular thing? I just read it right.
Aaliyah? Oh, I love Aaliyah's music.
Where is it? I'm using
Oh,
that
wow.
on Elon Musk AI just for y'all to know. I'm using Grok. I was reading it. Mark Rubio did say he
You're-
revokes 300
wait,
visas a
from
day,
Grok?
so he did revoke her visa. Grok is better than
Well, I
Google.
got a
That's why I'm
question.
using it.
And that's the reason why I'm looking up. It has to be under a particular guidelines. It still has to be. He has to have a reason to do so. You just can't
No, he
say
doesn't.
because
The State Department states the reason. That's what I'm telling you.
Yes.
The state. So the
once again, the person.
the visa process is this.
There's no
as well as
reason,
our
y'all.
passport.
Wait, stop.
All
Investigation.
those are passports.
Yo. This is why she got her visa revoked. Investigations found that Ozturk engaged in activities in support of Hamas, a terrorist organization.
But y'all still missing the point though, because the law said that at any given time, it don't matter what the fuck is going on. They can do it. They can revoke that visa any given time.
Right, because it's a visa. It's a
They can
permission.
do that.
It's a permission. It's not a right. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to come here.
Is the
And that
legal
person has the right.
That person don't have no
y'all talk over
rights.
each other. What were you trying to say? King, what's up?
And she has the right to. She has the right to defuse it. She has the right not to defuse it.
But defend
She has
it?
the right to defend it.
Yeah.
She has the right to say, "Hey, I don't think you have the. I don't think you have the right." And I
No,
would like-
she doesn't.
Hey, yo,
No,
she
she
no,
doesn't.
stop.
Not for a
She does have
visa.
she does have an attorney on her
accent
case
to
right
it.
now. So she's not
Right
just
now.
getting kicked. She's not
It
just
doesn't
getting
matter.
kicked
And she got,
out.
and,
It
and
doesn't
they're
matter.
already, and they're already.
Is
it
she
doesn't
still in the
matter.
country?
So
Massachusetts
she's
all the way to
getting her due
Louisiana.
process, right? Is she not?
Is she
Yes.
in the, is she
So
still in the country, right?
when I wanted to say earlier,
hey,
She's an American. She gets.
I'm gonna
due
tell you.
process.
Hey, we gotta be
hey,
respectful to the
Menace.
ops when they come up here. Go, like, what were you trying to say, big dog? Go ahead,
when I was
Who's the big? Oh, that's the big dog.
King. What you
when I
saying,
was
King?
saying is that they just deported. When he was saying earlier, Afro was saying earlier, they just deported a guy and mistaken his Real Madrid tattoo as gang affiliation.
I got a question. Was he here
And his-
legally?
He was part of the special program. He was part of the Biden special program.
What's his name? I'll come up here now.
I didn't get his name. I don't know.
He's part of the special program.
The
'cause he
Biden
could've-
special
Is
program.
Family Guy on American?
Yeah, so they picked him up and
So,
said, "Oh, you got
what
and they
was
said, "Okay, you're part of." Because
Well, I guess special
what did he
ain't
have? He had a
special
tattoo or
anymore, is it?
something?
yeah, he had a Real Madrid tattoo.
What's DEI?
So King.
No, they know the difference between
Okay.
Real Madrid.
So
That
you
wasn't
saying,
Real
King, she
Madrid.
has the right to go,
Everybody knows Real Madrid.
But the point being,
He has
is
the
that
It's
right
like
to
Gucci.
go
It's like
before the
fake and
judge,
real
right?
Gucci. You can tell between
He
real
had
and
due
fake Madrid.
process. to
your
go
special
before the
ain't
judge.
special no more.
King.
Yeah.
Yes,
So you saying
exactly.
she has
Yeah,
the,
that's
she
cool.
has the
You
right
got a tattoo.
for a due
That's great.
process to go before a judge, right?
yes.
Okay, I'm gonna read this court. I'm gonna read this court case to you, okay? And I want you
Are
to have
you
your ears
DEI?
open. The Supreme Court has recognized plenary power of the U.S. government over immigration and border control. Courts generally defer to consular decisions and do not intervene in visa verification of matters. So how will she have her due process before a judge?
So explain how she has a lawyer and she has not been deported yet, and her deportation has been ceased.
Cause it's not going to fall through, bro. The courts don't even get involved.
I'm just asking a question. You say we're not talking about the
She has a
outcome.
lawyer.
That's a
'cause you
Supreme
didn't-
Court case, brother.
But she was
That's-
on. She
that's
was on
thing.
her
Like,
way.
she has
She was
a
on
lawyer.
her way out. She was on her way out, and it was stopped. So please explain
And
that
it's going
part.
and she's and it's going to fail because the courts cannot get involved.
But how did
Well,
it
let me
stop?
explain
Regardless,
the way
that's
that's
how
a
we have to
court
wait until
case,
that
brother.
part
That's
happens.
Hey,
the-
I
host,
doubt it's
can I
gonna
have a
happen.
conversation with you for 1 second?
I don't
Host.
think so.
What's up? I was reading some of the
Well-
stuff about the case he's talking about.
No, I'm gonna talk about any of that. I'm gonna talk about something personal.
Okay.
Hey, I can have a conversation with you. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Download an app called Yuka. It's gonna have a symbol of a carrot. Before you buy
Porn?
before
What are
buy
you
it-
making him download?
No. Listen, I'm talking to host.
Okay.
Before you buy a product, scan what you buy before you put that in your children or in your body. There's an app called Yuka, Yuka. Download that app. Scan everything before you buy it. I'm talking about like, pancake mix, everything. Scan it. Scan
So
the
you use
barcode.
the app to scan?
You'll now understand why Robert F. Jenny,
RFK?
Robert,
RJK.
yeah, all day. Listen,
Did he make the app?
put this app in your phone. Look, this is the host because I'm gonna clown out because I gotta go to work. Listen, put that app in your phone. It's Yuka. It's got the symbol of a carrot. Put it in your phone. Scan everything before you eat it. They're poisoning us.
Hey, yo.
You'll see it.
I'm
Okay,
just
but
gonna
what
eat
if
the
that's-
poison.
Listen, hey,
I'm just
listen.
gonna
I
stop.
love
I'm just
being,
gonna eat the poison so I
I
can
love
get
being
immune
on
to
live.
it.
I love being on live. I gotta go.
All right, bro. Have a
Listen,
good day,
who
bro.
made
Have a
the
good day.
app?
Look, put that in your phone.
What
For
if
real,
the government
brother.
made the app and scanning
No,
it gives you
for
the
real.
poison?
Put Yuka.
You don't know
Why?
who made the app?
All right, all right.
UKA.
We gotta get back on subject. We hear what you said. Me specifically, I'm not that healthy anyway. I eat a lot of the most disgusting
Okay,
stuff. So
dude, I'm telling you,
Nobody's
put that.
gonna
I
download
drink
this app.
Coca-Cola,
You'll
so
see-
I can't be trying to act like I'm a healthy person. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You'll see the poison. You'll see the poison. You'll see the poison.
I
You
don't
will
even got a problem
literally
with the
see
poison.
it.
I'm not even gonna lie. As effed up as that sounds,
Poison's alright.
a little poison is not that bad for you.
Oh,
But
he's
like,
gone.
okay,
Yeah,
back to the dude.
no,
Back to the
nobody's
dude that had the
downloading that
tattoo. I'm gonna put it like this: is the Trump administration
Daniel,
is
welcome back.
deporting a lot of people. Deporting a lot of people. Sometimes they're gonna get people that's like around the illegal people that shouldn't be here, and they're gonna get caught up in it too. Because like a lot of the people in the, that's in control of the state don't want to help Trump and are fighting Trump. You're putting the people that are not doing anything and some of the people that are legally allowed to be here, they're just in the wrong place. They're gonna get caught up too. And if that who should and why aren't the people helping Trump? instead of them going into the jail cell, getting these people, they're like, nah, we're not gonna tell you, we're not gonna work with ICE, we're not gonna work with CBP. So now Trump gotta go into these neighborhoods, gotta go into these different places to try and find out and do the investigation. So so some people are gonna get caught up. It's gonna be because they don't, the governments don't of these states don't want to help. Is it effed up? Maybe a little bit. But are they gonna get their due process? If they're legally allowed to be here, then yes. And I'm not saying I'm not saying that dude filed for asylum under that CBP1 program that Biden had, right? And Biden was accepting anybody. He was like, anybody could come here, file asylum, we don't care. And Trump is trying to say, yo, that has some negative consequences. Because yes, if you go to the port of entry, file for asylum, then you get allowed to be here. And then you while you're here, you commit crime. Because there's been people that did that process.
If you committed a crime while you're on a visa.
No, I'm saying when
if you committed a crime while you're on a visa,
no, they
dog,
did the CBP1
that's
act,
on them.
and then they got into America, and then they did something illegal. Instead of trying to say, come in here, we'll give you a court date in a couple years, a couple months. They're trying to say, hey, yo, remain in Mexico. We'll investigate it from there. And I'm like, that kind of makes sense. Should the dude legally allowed to be here under Biden's administration through that CBP1 yap? Yes, but technically, is he? Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know the whole thing. What's up? Go ahead.
I was getting ready to say most of the people that are being caught by doing something illegal, even if it's as small as speeding.
There's that.
Speeding is a civil violation, though. It's not an illegal crime.
Yeah, it's a civil violation, so that will only get you a ticket. But if you're here illegally, it's a civil violation that puts you on record that you was stopped. Once you're on record, if ICE comes into the jail and gets you, there's nothing that the regular jail people can do about it.
If it's a civil violation, you don't go to jail. If it has to be criminal.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if it's a civil violation,
you can still get deported because you're here illegally. Can you not?
No, it's a civil violation. Anything with a ticket.
Well, you tell me if you're here illegally and you get
traffic. If you're here illegally, you don't have a driver's license. So if you're here illegally, that means that's the criminal part. The criminal part is
no. He's missing what I'm saying. If you're here illegally and you get stopped doing any crime, it puts you on the radar that you're here illegally. All right. And so, because when the police come stop you, they like, okay, you did a crime, you got a ticket, did this, that, and the other. Depending on the crime will determine how much effort ICE might put into trying to come get you. Now, if it's a traffic ticket, ICE might let you sit 30 days in the thing and the police will let you go. If it's like something that's above a misdemeanor where you did some bodily harm or got into a fight, they might pick you up. But the worse the crime, so a lot of these people right now, because ICE don't know who's here illegally or not.
That's what they're doing in the beginning. In the beginning, they was picking up their first one.
They're not going house to house looking for illegal people. But every time somebody turns up on doing something, they figure sooner or later somebody's going to get caught without a license, get caught speeding, get caught doing some other stuff. All right, and then you just got people that's working for these factories that got people on the payroll that they're not legally putting them in the payroll, if you know what I mean, right? Okay, and so that's where that's how they're doing it. Like Pilgrim's Pride out in Texas and stuff like that. So they'll do sweeps through there because they know what's up, right? And so that's how they're getting them. People that's working these factory jobs under the table and people committing.
So you gotta remember, there's a thing called an EIN number, identification number. It's pretty much the same number you get when you create an LLC, but you also get one even as a non-citizen. You have to pay for it. A citizen don't have to pay for it, or they pay a less amount. I know a non-citizen had to pay $250 or $300. So that's how people use it. They don't have legal status. They get an EIN number. With that EIN number, allows them to pay taxes. Now, with the illegal immigrants or the immigration,
stop real quick.
The immigration.
Real quick. Not all illegal immigrants that come here and work are first paid legally. They're gonna be paid under the table, and some people could have buy a social security number. Wasn't there a lady that was working at Target that she was times 100 most influential people or something like that, and she was an illegal immigrant that bought a social security number.
So was Elon Musk.
Can we veto this whole? Can we just do another subject? This is going on for like 30 minutes.
All right,
Wait, I'm confused about the Target woman. There was a woman on Target who was the Times most influential woman.
Let me pull up her name.
She was an immigrant.
Let me pull up her name.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
What about Elon Musk? Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant
What's
also.
on my boy Musk? What he did?
He was the illegal immigrant. He
What's
violated
your
his
source that says that?
H-1B1 visa.
Actually, look that up and tell me what's your source that says that, please. Because last time I looked it
Well,
up,
he is from South Africa, isn't he?
He's from South Africa. He came here on the H-1.
Yeah.
He came here on a student.
He came here on a little barrel.
but he didn't do anything illegal. He didn't do nothing. He did the stuff
And
the
that's
legal
my
way.
argument.
What
People,
source?
there are people who are being deported, or people with no criminal record. Even the woman who said she occupied a building, she was not charged. You have to be charged.
No. She was
You're innocent.
No,
she was not charged.
Marco Rubio revoked her visa because she was doing things in support of Hamas.
Rubio?
That's what the stuff said. Because
Okay,
Marco,
but
Yeah, he's
Marco
like the
Rubio is
Secretary of
Secretary
State or something.
And once again, it's double entendre because at
Yeah,
the
that
end of
should've
the
went to
day,
the
at the end of the
Undertaker.
day, who to say that
Yeah.
we could claim Hamas, which is technically a government for the Palestinians. It's technically a government. They represent the government.
Right. That's
The-
why I went
the
to the Secretary
Palestinians.
of State.
Okay, so hold on. Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, go
I've
ahead.
been wanting to ask it about the Turkish student. So you said that she's been doing things that quote unquote support Hamas. Do you know exactly what it was that she did?
They haven't-
Protest
they
was
haven't
his- was our
released
First
that
Amendment
info.
right.
It wasn't a protest.
Mark,
Yes,
they
sir.
haven't released
Yes, they
that
have.
stuff yet. I haven't seen.
Yes, they have.
I looked it up. I haven't
course.
seen stuff that said that. I looked up stuff that say, "Oh, all she was doing was protesting," but the Secretary of State haven't said anything else. That's what I saw when I looked it up. And the lady
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
wait, Pete, there's the lady that's
A
worked
DEI
at-
hire.
Yo, Pete, the lady that worked at Target that was one of the most influential people is Jeanette Visgarero. V-I-Z.
She was on.
Guerrero?
She was Times. She was on
Shouts
the
out.
Times. Number one Times
That's
most
not the,
influential.
the
woman.
number one Times woman.
No. She was like I forgot the exact thing about like 100 most influential people or some shit like that.
Oh, but she was probably just like 90 or something.
No, she's
Maybe
53.
53.
That's really
pretty good. That's pretty
still
good.
really
In 100. That's decent.
Yo, host.
Wait,
I want to let you know this guy's been spamming in the chat the same thing over and over again.
Who?
Queen Bee. Or
The
something.
Canadian flags.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Hey,
a
that's
guy
fucking
that's saying.
annoying.
Can I say
Oh,
something?
sorry.
There's a guy that's saying you're a DEI host. Can you respond to those accusations?
What am I supposed to say to that?
You don't look like a white woman to me.
No. So, what am I supposed
Yeah.
to say that? If he's watching, so
Were
I
you
can't
hired
be,
by
I must be
TikTok?
doing something good that's not.
Yeah, were you
DEI.
hired by TikTok?
I wasn't hired by TikTok, bro. If I was hired by TikTok, I'd have a lot more fun and do a lot better live. Would I not? And I have more viewers.
I guess
You'd have more than
You got a
21
point there.
viewers.
Hey yo, TikTok will be boosting me in the algorithm, but I'm talking about my boy Trump and Elon Musk, so they don't like that at all.
Like what I was saying before.
Oh, no.
I got a question.
is
Where
a-
are we in the conversation? Like, where are we?
We're talking about the most.
We're talking
influential
about
Target
the most initial. We're talking about DEI now. You
talking
know,
about DEI?
I was telling Leah this in chat. I was trying to get DEI benefits because I have a UTI, and they wouldn't
Yo,
let me.
get out of here.
They wouldn't
I
let
got a
me
question.
give any of those benefits.
Because I never
Bro,
got to the
that's
Very
conclusion.
cute. You'll be good.
I never understood the conclusion of the people being deported apparently without due process. I got lost in all that.
Okay, I think what he was trying to say is because once they become come to America, they should get they should have the due process. And I'm like, my thing was, he said they should have due process and go through a court. My thing is they have different things. They could expedite removal without sending them to a judge, and if they get the visa revoked by the Secretary of State, which he gives them that right, I could pull up the thing that says what was it the Immigration Nationality Act 1953, something like that.
'Cause I
That
know
gives the
Biden-
Secretary of State the right to revoke someone's visa.
Yeah.
So
And that's basically my argument.
supposed
That
to be- he could just do that.
him
So-
enacting that
Now we're
law,
talking about DEI,
we have to be
right?
declared war.
Yeah, we
Well, I
can
do-
talk
Yeah,
about
the
that.
planes.
I just
Can
the
we talk about
immigration
the
thing.
planes?
The
Can we
planes.
talk about the planes?
Oh yeah,
planes?
the planes
I do wanna-
crashing.
I-
and
I-
there was like
Planes.
a Jewish
Somebody's
woman
gotta
flying
talk
them or
about-
something.
Somebody's got to talk about these Jewish women flying these planes.
I
because they're
know.
falling out of the
Hey
sky.
yo,
Good
stop.
We gotta be
can't
respectful.
talk
We gotta
about
be
that. We
respectful.
can't- Last time I talked
The race
about
does not matter.
anything about that group
Oh,
of
sorry.
people, my live got kicked down. We'll talk about how there's 245,000 survivors from the thing in 1940 something, and my live.
Hallelujah.
There's still survivors from that, and that was 80 years ago. So I'm not gonna talk about not getting into it. Huh?
The survivor. Are you talking about the
Oh yeah,
Holocaust?
they'll target you.
No!
They'll target you for talking about them.
Don't. Will's going in on that. Will's going. You mentioned how there's 245. Don't make no sense. And like a couple minutes later, we kept on talking about it. It got restricted. I don't know what's going on. I just don't want to roll those dice. But don't.
Well, what about the planes though? What about the planes falling
We
out
don't
of the
have to
sky?
talk
They keep
about
doing it.
race to go into the planes. We can be very
The
vague in our
planes.
language.
Hey yo,
The planes coming out.
What if
Hey,
we
yo,
talk about
they were low, like because they wanted to fast track and get more women to they're trying to get 50%. What they were doing is they're trying to say, all right, because you don't have enough hours and it'll take you a couple years to get the same amount of hours, flying hours. We're gonna reduce some of the requirements for you to become a pilot or become like a what is the co-pilot, not the top pilot. And I think that was kind of messed up. If it takes about 4 years, 2,000 hours of flight time to do it, hey yo, you gotta grind. If you gotta make it say, hey yo, but if you only have 1,200 hours, we'll give you a special exemption. I'm like, y'all really want to do that? If you have people in the daggone, what was it, FAA, they were like, all right, you're not being able to pass. We're gonna change the test a little. We're gonna tweak the test so people could other people that's not being able to pass could pass. I'm like, ooh, that sounds kind of like.
That's a problem for sure.
Yeah, most plane crashes are caused by women.
They did that.
Aaliyah, we are not
Like,
making stuff up, okay? Matter of fact, I think you're actually the singer, Aaliyah, and you never died. So how do you shove that?
Bro, Tom is a comic relief. I love it.
one of the
Yeah,
the
Tom
people in
is
the
so
chat.
fucking funny.
Tom is so fucking.
Hey,
can I wrap up?
Hanny H girl,
Hanny Banani.
Hanny
That's
Banani.
me. That's my full legal. That's my full legal. Careful with that.
Oh
though.
my bad,
Just call me
sorry.
Hanny.
Be careful.
Hanny, right?
Don't get
Yeah.
that out there.
Yeah.
You support my boy Donnie T?
Yeah, Donnie T. I grew up with him in middle school. Donnie T.
Yeah, he's awesome.
You a
It-
Trump
he's
supporter,
been a
bro? You a Trump
lifelong
supporter?
fan.
Oh, Trump supporter.
Hey, you might want to get rid of the
I know
Canadian
who that
flag
is.
guy.
I don't know who that is.
Hey,
like
yo.
the guy from the TV show?
Yeah, Donald
Oh,
Trump, man.
wait.
The
I can
president
recognize her accent.
He's the president of the greatest country in the world, America.
I recognize her accent. I think she's Danish. People in Denmark don't like have any idea about American politics. So I think she genuinely doesn't know who he is.
Bruh, how she not know the leader of the greatest country in the world? How she not know
I don't
that?
know. It's a
I
mystery.
think she's trolling.
I
But
spend all my
hey,
time worrying about the planes. That's why. I'm worried
It's all about the planes.
falling out
Who
of-
gives a fuck who's running the country? It's about the planes.
The planes.
Hey yo,
can I?
what's up?
I just want to wrap up the whole thing with the Turkish student, if I can.
Go ahead.
Okay.
If we got to, yeah.
Sorry, because I never got to get around to what she was actually being
In support of.
well, having her visa revoked for. So she.
I would like to know.
Go ahead.
Oh my god, he muted. He put us. The tension.
Yo, he's going to leave us on a cliffhanger.
That's crazy. That's awesome. But yeah, I saw.
Oh, yeah, he's back. He's back. He's back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh my
And
god.
he's gone again.
Anyway, have you seen?
And he's back again.
The movie poster for Airplane, where the plane's in a knot. That's kind of what I
Yeah.
imagine happens when a woman flies.
Oh, that's wrong. That's
Hey yo,
only
I'm
tied into a
gonna
big
say
knot.
this right now. If I go fly a plane and I don't see one straight white male, I'm like, get me out this plane. Where the straight white males at? I need one of them to fly the plane. Cause I don't feel safe. If it's three
When would
females,
you
I'm like,
not see that?
if I see three
The soul
females,
plane?
I'm getting off that plane. If I see one female and a gay dude, I'm like, ooh, nah.
If I see Kevin Hart and Samuel Jackson and Snoop Dogg, that's how I know I'm on the soul plane. I'm not.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Hey, sorry, I
Daniel, are you
had
back from
spotty
the-
connection.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm going to read their stats.
So she wrote an opinion essay a year ago in response to not sanctioning Israel over the attack in Gaza.
Did we already
That-
skip the
That's
plane
just right,
topic? Sorry, I was dropping off.
Yeah,
food.
sorry,
I
we
think
skipped the
that was-
plane. We're back on the Turkish girl. About
That's-
wrote an essay.
Yeah, I wanted to know what she did.
That was her pro Hamas.
He like wrote an essay.
no.
Yeah,
They-
and
that's
it
what-
wasn't
that-
just her. It was with 3 other students.
I
And what
understand.
happened to those
I understand
other-
what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
When they asked the Secretary of State for more information, he didn't actually say that's why they did it. All
Of
he
course,
said
it's
was they're in
the
support of
Trump
Hamas.
administration.
She may have had a
You
corresponding.
could draw the
podcast
conclusion
episode.
that because she made that wrote that paper, that's the reason he did it. But he didn't say it himself. So I'm gonna wait till they say, "Hey, this is why we did it. This is why we did it." If it's something effed up, we gotta call them out and say, "Yo, that's First Amendment right. She should be allowed to say that." Or if they're like, "Yo, she's like doing this, this, and this," then we gotta be like, oh, "Okay, maybe she be out here wilding." That's what I think about.
I think
it.
she. Yeah, she also said that Seinfeld was bad.
What?
Who?
Seinfeld was.
Yeah,
Oh no,
I saw
she
that in
hit
the
it
article.
right there. You can't say that.
Yo, Seinfeld is great. I'm gonna
Seinfeld's trash.
keep muting Queen Bee. I don't want Queen Bee to leave, but she can.
Well,
you
is
can watch.
Queen Bee requesting? We can get Queen Bee up here.
Yeah, get Queen Bee up here. I need another woman in this chat
Queen
right
Bee,
now.
No, we don't. No,
Queen Bee
we
doesn't
don't.
entertain the
We
request.
do.
We're gonna
Queen Bee
bring
is-
a.
Queen Bee
You
is
know
just
who I
trying
miss?
to troll. Queen Bee is just
I
trying to
miss
troll.
We're bringing a
American
syrup surfer up here.
Syrup?
I miss
Hey,
American Boy.
Hey,
Maple?
Moose Girl, come on, Moose Girl. If you send the invite, we'll let you
Yeah,
in.
Moose Knuckle.
Henny, there was a guy here named his.
The Undertaker?
No, it wasn't the Undertaker. It was this
Did you just say
American
Moose?
Boy.
Hey yo, King Ace, you the only op we got on here. What you want to talk about?
Whatever. I'm just.
The planes.
talk
Let's
about
talk about the
You-
plane,
Ayo,
please. Somebody
No,
please.
no
feel about
planes.
DEI?
Talk about like
Yo, what you
abortion.
feel about DEI in aviation? Do you think we should have
Yeah,
hiring
what the
quotas
heck?
for a particular race in aviation?
They're falling out of the sky.
Yeah, my
What we can
thing
do?
is when it comes to that it's okay. So I've been a IT recruiter before, right? And there is an incentive to say if I have 25 applications, right? 20 of them are males, 5 of them are women. That till I have to like really look into the 5 women. They don't tell you to hire 1 or 2. They just tell you to look into it, meaning that hey, make sure you hire one of these applicants because it's we need to reach that quota.
Can I speak from the female experience? All I'm saying is planes are big and they're heavy and they're hard to drive.
Yeah, the same
I
thing
wouldn't
with
do
IT.
it.
We're programming things,
That's
and if you mess up, if you make one bad line of coding and is not properly supposed to hire a senior developer, and she has to oversee 3 other people, and she lets some coding go by, and it takes when the systems go down, it's things of that nature. So I get it, but at the same time, you have to base it off of qualifications. Do you qualify? And that's the sad part with DEI or anything in that nature. You have to pick the best qualified for him. Now, suppose you say if you go remove DEI and say there's 25 applicants and pick the 5 best. Will one of the women reach? Will one of those women reach the qualifications? Yes, but at the same time, because of people's stigmatisms, like everybody's saying in this one, that planes don't fall out the sky. Like, nah, you have to be skilled to do this kind of stuff. You have to.
I have stigmatism. That's why I can't fly a plane anymore. They won't let me.
Anymore?
Hey yo, my
Yeah.
thing about it is a lot of these jobs people know about, they just don't have no interest in it. A lot of women not really interested in like the STEM field. So if you're trying to say
We're not. We're
like,
really not.
It's not trying
We're
to
not
like,
interested in flying.
So of course you're gonna have a lower amount of females in daggone STEM if they're just not interested in it. Isn't it one of, wasn't it
Yeah.
like the Scandinavian countries are like they don't really care about that stuff, and they have like females are like, all right, we gotta go into these fields, and like the males are going to these fields. That's just what happened. That's why you never see a woman as an industrial electrician. All my time as an industrial electrician in the civilian sectors, I don't see that many women industrial electricians. Come on. I see women at the office job doing that because that's what they want to do. Sometimes I see women driving the HN, the heavy equipment stuff, but it's still dominated predominantly by men.
What about you're in the military? Is there DEI in that? You think?
I got out
The
like in
military?
20. I got out
Yes, there was in the Army
2021,
Ranger
So
School.
that was like
Oh.
so they probably started doing.
Yeah, there
it's gonna be
was
hard to do
the
DEI
Army
in the
Rangers.
military. To be honest, like in the Marine Corps. For you to get promoted, you have to have a certain amount
But
of
they
points
did.
for your job. So that's what it basically is.
Oh, you were Marine Corps.
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be like a gay one, like
The Navy.
Oh yeah, Marines operate.
They may need some more women.
I was gonna guess
The
Army,
Marines
honestly.
operate different from the Army. The Army Ranger School is, they had DEI for 4 females in Army Ranger School, and then they dropped the standards, changed the rules, and took them by the hands, and they still failed. But even though they still failed, they still gave them a patch because they wanted to have the thing that we have females officers that made it through Ranger School, but they really didn't make it through Ranger School. So they did a whole report on
But
that.
you have to do that.
All right.
But you have to.
And
It's like the
it
same
was just
thing.
really disservice.
I'm gonna say it. I don't think
And-
women
Huh?
should be in infantry. This is my
Yeah,
personal
listen,
opinion. Because
listen,
when you
listen.
when they added women into the infantry, they did
Yeah.
studies beforehand. They realized that they had all male units, they had mixed and mixed units. They realized that the all male units outperform the units that were mixed with females. And I'm like, if you add females into something, right, and it doesn't make it any better, or they don't stay the same, and it's like a net negative, don't do it. Maybe there are certain situations where you can have females in like infantry positions, like when they're in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Because of social custom, they didn't want the women being searched by men. So what I would do is combat engineers, like they sometimes do some go with the infantry for like demolition and blowing shit up, right? So hey yo, since they're not predominantly daggone infantry and do infantry thing, because sometimes they building bridges, you could put some females in there, and from time to time when you need women in the infantry for like certain unit, what was the thing called, like Tiger Team or something like that, Lioness, like yeah, you could attach women or two. So okay, if you gotta search a female for IED and it's like kind of effed up to have a male do it and they don't want that, all right, have that female do it. That's the situation I would do. But I don't think it should be widespread
Right.
across the board. We should like say, hey, any woman could do it. And if you're gonna allow any woman to do it, they better it better be the exact same daggone things that the males do. Cause like right now, because every military branch has a female requirement and the male requirements are not the same. So if a female want to be in the military, they better in the infantry. They better be like the top male requirements instead of just like, oh, they're meeting the top female requirements, because the top female requirements is only 10 pull-ups for a female. It's the 10 pull-ups for the top to ace pull-ups. For a dude, it's like 23. So that's my personal opinion. But what y'all got to
It is
So are we
because
talking
women
about
genetically
just
are
females?
built
Did you
for
show
trans
Hanny your little
females as
hat?
well.
Huh?
My little hat.
Yeah, he has a little hat.
Oh,
You have your little hat on.
No, I bust out. When someone's trying to say something like call me a coon or something like that, I bust out the coonskin hat.
What do you think of that?
So wait, so do you include trans women into that, or is it just female?
Gave all
Trans
women
women
in the
have
Coast
a
Guard
mental.
testosterone.
It's a mental
Here's
illness.
the problem
It's
with
called
trans
gender
women in the
dysphoria.
Army, in the
It's-
military.
It's gender dysphoria. You can't
Dysphoria.
have someone that have a mental illness according to DMS-5, right? That say, oh yeah, the DMS-5 say that's a mental illness, but go ahead. Like, because a lot of studies show that a lot of these people that say they're trans are kind of autistic. And that's
Is that new DMS though? Because they get a new one all the time. They get like a new one. It comes out with a new one every like year.
Bro, in the like,
So is that still
And here's
up
the
to
other
date?
thing. Do you know trans are not deployable?
yeah, because
They're not deployable
Trans?
either.
because all the hormones and stuff that they gotta be.
So
in
what's the
that
purpose if you
have
can't
that in the
deploy 'em?
country.
Because they're
Oh,
too
then why are
strong.
we even talking about?
Gotcha.
Yeah, they got to be under so much stuff. They're non-deployable.
Yeah, the drugs
But,
are
hey, yo,
too strong. Is
I
that what you're
think-
saying?
I think we should allow trans women into women's sports because it'll make sports betting a lot easier because you already know who's gonna win. Let me stop.
That's
that
true.
Was a joke. That was a joke.
See,
Cool,
okay,
Jeff.
so you joke about
Like
that,
5 minutes
but
there.
I actually like that you brought that up because a lot of these laws and stuff that they're trying to pass about banning trans men from playing on women's sports and stuff like that, or trans women playing on men's sport, or trans women playing on
Women's
female teams. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. They're not talking about the vice versa on that of allowing trans men to play on male
I can
teams.
answer this.
What they
I can
should
answer
do,
this.
I can feel the answer. If you're
Oh, no, man, that's
trans
a
man or
answer.
trans woman, you should play on the male team. And that will solve everything. If you're trans male to female, trans female to male, you go directly to the male team. Problem
I just
solved.
kind of want to put everybody on all the drugs
Men
as much
are
as
very
possible, see what they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
Men, if we put all these trans people on all the men's teams, naturally, all the men will be at an advantage. So what happens is all the trans people would be at a disadvantage, meaning they're still allowed to play, but due to their hormones at a disadvantage. But that makes it all the more impressive if they do well. So that's really just an extra challenge for them.
If you, if you're say you're watching the NFL and you have a trans man playing on the team and he outperforms everyone and becomes MVP, how would you react to that? Would you be like, yeah, that's
that
great.
wrestler.
They did great.
I personally don't support
Love MVP, dude.
transgender at all, but I would be
Nice
impressed
one.
because
Jacob
it's
Freeman.
difficult for somebody on hormones, a woman on hormones, to be that physically capable. I would be genuinely impressed. Like, I genuinely, but I also wouldn't. I wouldn't.
That's awesome.
What if
Thanks
she
for the support.
deadlifted? Would that impress you if she deadlifted like a good amount?
What if she deadlifted a guy? What if she deadlifted
She's on
a coach?
roids, but if she deadlifts, the thing is, if this woman
Remember
on
China?
roids is able to outperform like peak male athleticism, I would be impressed because that's difficult, specifically in the upper body category. You know what I mean? Although deadlift, not
Yeah,
so
these
much.
are so
Women-
fucking buff up
The
there.
breasts make up for it.
I think so.
Breasts
Yeah.
give
I would be,
right.
I would be
But I still wouldn't
impressed
support it.
because this never happened before.
It won't happen.
Any
But,
measure of a shot.
and I wouldn't support
Yeah,
it. But
but
Have you
that
ever
would
seen
be
Ronda
impressive
Rousey?
if
Have you
it
ever
did
seen
happen.
like a woman?
wait, hold on. I gotta say
Have
this.
you ever
say
seen a
anything?
woman?
Durgan, you can leave. You just seem like having a really hard time and you're not enjoying yourself. Like, you can go. You don't have to stay here.
When's the last time we've all had sex?
Whoa,
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that's a good debate. Yeah, that's a good debate.
That's a good question. Mine
Yeah.
was like last.
I'm in Brazil.
Saturday?
Let that sink in.
It was Thursday actually.
I
not Thursday.
haven't had sex since 9/11, so it's been.
Oh
a
my
while.
god, I'm sorry.
But I'm not counting.
Oh, you don't count that?
It's all right. I get busy. No,
You're
I
so
don't-
busy.
I'm not counting.
You can't get molested. There's just so much on your schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
What?
Get
Is everyone in here sober?
I'm so
wait.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
yo,
sober.
Queen B want to join. I need someone to drop off. Queen B want to join.
I could go.
Bye, Henny.
Hey, I'll drop off.
See you later, King.
I-
All right, anytime.
Oh no, never mind. She took back the request.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Oh,
wait.
Whatever, we got someone gone.
Someone dropped off, so I'll send you the request, Queen B.
So, Tom, was it you
Mother
that
Canada?
asked?
Go ahead, accept the request.
Yeah, are you gonna answer? Daniel?
America!
Tom, was it you that asked?
Yeah,
how long
Daniel,
it's
give
been?
it to me. Come on.
Oh, I already said it, but I'll say it again. It was 5 years.
Durgan, you're just annoying.
5 years?
Yeah,
You know, shouts out, man. I
I
appreciate
need to
it.
get some pussy, dude.
I have a girlfriend. We're just waiting till marriage.
I respect
Hey,
that.
yo, I
You know what?
respect that.
I respect the hell
I
out of that.
respect
dude.
that. That's
Oh my god.
I respect that.
Dude,
bro.
You're the top G for that, brother.
Don't allow anyone to talk. Hey, yo, Queen B, I got room for you. Just so you know, if you want to join, cause my boy
Don't let
King needs
anyone
some help.
talk you down.
We got King Ace, and we need Queen B to
The
join
guy-
him.
I thought you were talking about the guy who hasn't had sex in 5 years needs some help, but he's good. That's a good
Yeah,
thing.
he's
Wait
good.
till
No, it's
marriage.
good. It's good. Although,
Yeah,
doesn't
nice.
it kind of? But you still have had sex, so does it?
Yeah,
isn't
I
it
have a
like
daughter.
Oh,
No, that's weird.
wow, that's
nice.
Well, do you
Hey,
guys?
yo, why are we talking about people's sex?
Yo, sorry.
Hey, I just
brought it
wanted
up.
to say this. I have a girlfriend too, but I'm waiting for marriage for the sex to stop.
Yes, let's go.
Oh my god!
Hey, yo, I'm not gonna lie. We need to bring that back to America. This culture we have is hypersexual, and I feel like that's not a good thing to have a culture that's super focused
Oh, and that's
on
that.
sex.
Oh yeah, I should
Yo,
never
no.
have sex. No.
According
You
to
gotta wait
history,
till marriage.
I mean, when
Gotta wait.
I did it, it was really reluctant. Like I was really ashamed. I was like, oh no, I shouldn't do this.
Shame of having the sex or
You know, I was like, I should really wait till marriage, but you
I
know,
understand.
that was
You
got
the thing
bullied.
about it.
I kind of understand that.
Hey, outside of the U.S., that is marriage. Like in the favelas here, nobody goes to church, get a license and stuff. They just get together, get in the house, and bam, 20, 40
That's how it
years
should be.
later, they're just a thing.
I would argue because of the difference in economies, though. Like we live in a very like consumer by this kind of economy. Everything has a flow state. In those world, I think. Are you referencing like third world countries and stuff like that?
Well, Brazil isn't really as third world as we like to
Quick
say.
thing, I'm gonna get me a beverage, so please don't wild out while I'm gone. All right.
Yo, everyone leave.
Okay, what do you think he's gonna get? Can we take guesses? I think he's gonna get like a cerveza. He's gonna get
Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper, DDP,
awesome.
Diet Dr. Pepper.
I would say
Diet
in America,
Dr. Pepper.
It's different from in the favelas than it is in the city too.
He's getting grape soda.
Great.
Diet Dr.
Okay,
Pepper.
well that's a little.
DDP.
Okay.
Let's think here. Kool-Aid.
Get that grape drink.
I'm original.
But
Laugh, please. Just kidding. No, but
in the Philippines, it's changing though.
But for real,
I see what you're saying.
I might like.
What did you get?
The Philippines are becoming
Queen
more
Bee's
like
back.
us.
Yo, Queen Bee's back. She want to
What
join
you
now.
get here?
Hey, yo, one person drop off, okay?
Okay, I'll drop.
What'd you get to drink?
What'd you get?
American beer, American lager.
Yes, I call it.
Yingling.
Fucking go.
Hey, one
Dang,
Yingling.
Tom was right.
Hey, Queen Bee, where you go, Queen Bee? I
That's
lied
1
to
point
join.
for the good guys.
And she must not think I'm gonna really let her join or something.
me doing.
Come on, Queen Bee. This one's for you. Pouring some out for the homie.
Yeah, of course not.
right on your carpet, right on the carpet.
We should do this more often. We should play like
Strip poker.
Fortnite or something.
Okay, y'all
What if
did.
we just Fortnite?
Hey, yo, Queen Bee.
I'm on Fortnite right now.
I keep muting you in the chat
That's
because you're
awesome.
over here typing CA, Canada, but you can't tell us why Canada's better. Like, we all know America's the best, and Canada's basically our little brother. Is that another Canadian joining in? Oh, my goodness. Where these moose humpers
I'll give you the
at?
2 reasons why they're
Hey,
better.
let's be fair. Not all Canadians are anti.
It was a pleasure.
There's some Canadians
It
that
was-
want us to buy them. So
Hanny, you're
It was a
going?
pleasure. But I have to drop off food because I'm doing Uber Eats right now. But
Alright.
please get down to the discussion of the planes. Let me know how that goes.
I think we'll get to
Hi, Hanny.
I have some knowledge.
How do I
Yeah.
leave? How do I leave?
I think you just exit out of that.
I'll drop you.
You can just close out of it.
I dropped her so to help her out.
What a pleasant.
I actually can answer some of the
bitch.
plane stuff though. When it comes to plane requirements, we're running out of pilots in the country. Most pilots are above like 40 years old. Like the majority of pilots, like I think it's like 60 or 70%. Correct me if I'm wrong. So there's a lot of programs that are causing us to like create cheap pilots, like Lyft Academy, which is local to me. A lot of cheap that don't really get you those good jobs. Basically using the scarcity to convince people that there's opportunities. So that's why like the whole planes dropping and stuff. It's complicated. The reason they dropped is because we lower the requirements, but we just lower the requirements. We didn't set up any other precautions. And it's like, are we willing to let these people die so we can continue an industry? Or do we want the industry to die? Do we want people to die? It's just super complicated. But that's basically it. It's screwed. Running out of people. That's
Quick
basically
thing.
it.
Hey, yo, Dystopia. What's your thing?
Oh,
What's
this
your thought
is
about
really
this?
good.
You like Trump or you hate Trump? What you got to say?
I despise Trump.
What?
Yes, here we go. We got
What?
somebody.
I gotta know
No,
why
come
you
on,
don't.
man. We got somebody
I think I could get you a love Trump by the end of a conversation.
We're gonna get you.
I guarantee you must don't look at your portfolio and see how you can love Trump. My portfolio is so down right now.
I guarantee you won't.
Wait.
Let's reword
Wait. You said someone said their portfolio's down right now. In what? In
Yeah, my
stock?
portfolio is down right now by 36% because of this goddamn president.
This is what you do.
Bum
This is
ass.
what you do. You gotta buy on the dip. Isn't that not what they say, or am I wrong about that? You buy
Yeah,
low
but it
stuff.
keeps dipping.
So that
Bruh,
means there
keep
has to be a
dipping.
loser.
Bruh,
there has to be a loser.
Bro,
correct?
like we're gonna go back up. Like it might dip because market fluctuation and Trump say something. Anytime Trump says something, people react. They get a little scared and like, okay, blah blah blah. But it's gonna go back up.
Do you have to buy a car anytime soon?
No, I already own my car outright.
Lucky for you, because the price of your car about to go up because he about to add a tariff to motor vehicles that all our vehicles are imported.
Why don't we just buy American
What
vehicles?
car? Do you have a Tesla?
Yeah, there's no cars
Vehicles are
built in
shit.
America
American
anymore.
vehicles
What
are
about,
Mr.
is the F-150 built in America?
No, hold on.
No, it's built in
Chevy's
Mexico.
good.
Beer from a mason jar?
Don't buy Ford. Chevy's good.
Yeah, because I don't want to have Cerveza out there because it got to seem some type of way.
Why? Wait. 1 second for the host. Why don't other countries buy American?
Why don't other countries buy American? Because
why don't they buy Ford? Why don't they buy all these other American products that are so good? Americans make cars that are so good supposedly. Why don't they ship them over there?
Because they have a tariff on American vehicles and stuff. They have a tariff on stuff in America.
Because they're not quality. They're not quality.
No.
Wait, stop. You know there's a factory for Camrys and Toyota vehicles in America. So they try to tell me the Toyotas that are made in America are lesser quality than the Toyotas made in Japan?
Yes, when you go by
the whole company is from Japan. Yes, the whole company is from Japan. It was engineered by a Japanese engineer, and so like the whole point is they make and they produce better vehicles and better products. That's why we have open and free trade.
Okay, let me say something. And for this argument, we're going to exclude Ford because Ford sucks. Okay, we're not going to include them; they're just trash. But, I would argue that other countries are able to produce all these vehicles due to, number one, they're in their like every country's own economy. They're in their booming economy. Labor's cheap, but there's a lot of labor to go around, and they're just booming, pushing out vehicles, pushing out manufacture. That's what's happening with China right now. But China's doing it wrong, so they're probably going to collapse. But anyways, they're just pushing out cheap after cheap after cheap after cheap, right? Because all this cheap labor, they produce cheap products. The difference in America is because we've gone along in the progression, not as far as some European countries have to the point where their populations are declining, but far enough along to where when we manufacture things, right, it's too expensive for other countries to see it's not worth the extra quality that it is the price difference. Like and I agree, I would rather buy cheap than spend extra money for American quality goods because that's convenient for me as a consumer, and that's the problem. We need to shift that and make American goods more affordable by having them manufactured in easier ways and just developing that overall. But yeah, that's my opinion.
So you think that adding tariffs is going to make our economy less inflammatory?
The idea with the tariffs is that it will, because we are the problem is it will solve two problems. Number one, we are the biggest consumer of foreign goods. Right.
Wait. Quick thing about vehicles. Ford is the number one vehicle sold in America.
I don't like.
Didn't we just say it was bad? What is
pretty trash?
And Fords are made in America. I was driving the F-250 a couple months ago. I don't got no problem with the F-250. That bitch drives good to me.
I have a problem with their new cars. Their new cars, like about 7-8 years ago, they started going real bad. Like I had this one guy's truck, huge truck, all the bells and whistles. I hear the plastic scraping against itself, like the outside was made of plastic. It was like squeak as he's driving.
I got questions. Y'all saying some people are saying Japanese stuff are better than American, right? That's what y'all saying, right?
Who says that? Wait, where's that?
Someone was saying that like the Japanese are better than America. Japanese vehicles are better than America.
They have better toilets.
Their vehicles are better, correct?
They do have bidets.
Okay, I got a question for you. Have you ever did you ever drive like a Nissan with a CVT transmission?
Okay.
You've never driven a Nissan Skyline?
Specifically between 2010 and like 2015. And one more
but
thing.
Toyota mastered the CVT transmission in their Camrys.
I'll give you that. Toyota's good, but you trying to say Japan's good across the board. Why is Nissan like? Isn't Nissan like bankrupt or something like that? Or like?
They're trying to merge. Yeah, they're trying to merge with Mazda.
They're trying to merge because their cars ain't that. The Nissan ain't that good. Like we all see
because they lost on the CVT. They lost a lot of customers because of that CVT. Not gonna lie, I used to be a Nissan fan, but that CVT I had to pull an insurance job.
So you're telling me, oh, America's vehicles are always bad, but I could like one vehicle manufacturer from Japan, like they're going under, but the F-150.
Nissan is on the lower end, but we're talking about Honda and Toyota. Those are like the main two right now.
What about the Honda? So you're saying because the Honda factory that's in America that's producing Honda vehicles, but in America, you're saying those are only good because they're owned by Japan?
No, they're engineered. They're engineered by Japanese Japanese engineers, and therefore they are better.
You don't think none of those engineers are like
hold on. The add injury to insult. Add injury to insult. When you buying a used car if that Honda is any car that is manufactured in the United States, the value of it is lower. You can negotiate the price down low when you're buying a used car. Every time you open that door panel, it will tell you where it's made.
Yeah,
sometimes it will say directly with the code.
So you tell me
if it's built within America as in assembled, it's usually more likely to break down.
And I'll tell you why.
That's what mechanics say.
I have an answer for this. In Japan, there's certain laws. Your engine cannot be so powerful. The Japanese cars are actually very cheap because their engines, they're greatly engineered for the Japanese environment, which is slower speed limits, right? Very strict laws on how fast a vehicle can go. But in America, you can buy a vehicle that can go 200 miles an hour, even though you can't go that fast legally.
Wait.
I would say,
quick thing. Toyota has American engineers with its Toyota Motors North American Research and Development, leading engineering for many of its best-selling vehicles in the United States, and they have a presence in various locations across North America. So who said that these are Japanese engineers and not American? Because quick Google search.
Do you think that's the primary? Do you think that's a primary place where they create them, where they design them?
Yes, I think if they're trying to sell, if they're trying to sell American, if they're trying to sell to American, of course they're gonna have like a research and development people in America. They're gonna have research teams in America trying to say, oh, what do the American consumer base like? What do they want to do? And they're gonna make their vehicles geared towards America because there's some vehicles you'll see in Japan, but you won't see in America. Or if you see them, in America or Japan, it'll be a different version of us. It'll be similar, but they have their differences because how the Japanese market and the American market is. Like, come on now. That's
all I gotta say is that
you probably just talking about the marketing department.
Go to Europe. I don't know if you've ever been to Europe. You'll never see an American vehicle. You know why?
Tariffs.
It's not tariffs. No. Volkswagen is better. BMW is better. Mercedes is better. Maserati, Ferrari.
German engineering is trash, bro. I worked at factories that had machines made by these Germans. It wasn't that good. I don't think German engineering is bad. I'll give you Japan. Oh shit, Queen Bee.
Mercedes.
Yo, Queen Bee, what's up?
Yes, the Queen has come. Let's go.
Queen Bee, what's up? You spamming the chat. What's up?
Come on, don't leave us. Let's go.
You gotta unmute yourself.
Maybe she's driving. I don't know.
I really want to hear what they got to say, but go ahead. Yeah, what's up?
What is Trump doing that's actually primarily focusing on main issues that are addressing Americans?
I got a question. First, before I answer, I need to know what you consider the main issues for Americans.
Question.
Sorry?
The economy, inflation, price of eggs.
Price of eggs are down.
Yeah, he hasn't. No, not really.
Hold on. Let's talk about eggs. It's a redundant idea.
I got a question. If you kill a whole bunch of chickens because they have bird flu, don't they gotta lay eggs? Those chickens gotta grow to maturity so they could start laying eggs themselves.
Yeah, and the reason why they were up prior is under the Biden administration, that was happening, right? The disease that was spreading. So the point being is that they're trying to blame Biden for egg prices then, but now that it's Trump administration that's controlling everything.
It's literally down right now. You could
hold on.
It went dramatically up. Under
Wait,
Trump.
Can I say something? President number one does not control egg prices. It wasn't Biden's fault. It wasn't Trump's fault. He can help influence the economy, but he does not have direct control. Again, I want to say this: the high egg prices are seen in California. Everything's expensive in California. Do you know why? There's a huge mountain blocking it, in multiple mountain ranges, and then after that is a humongous desert. That's very difficult to transport main goods, especially when the West Coast is mostly full of cities and not as much agriculture as the middle of the country and the East Coast, which has way less mountains and traversal to get through, as well as having much production of food on the East Coast.
Hey, quick thing. TradingEconomics.com. I searched some egg prices on that website. If you don't trust it, let me know. It currently have for the U.S. I'm not saying any individual state. As of March? What date say? March 31st. March 31st. Current egg prices about what? 2.9. That's what I got. At the highest was March 3rd, and they were $8 for America. And it says for a dozen. At the March 3rd, they were about $8. Currently, right now, they're about $2.90. I agree that the president doesn't control egg prices. I could agree on that. But come on now, if you want to say egg prices are up under Trump, you gotta say when they're down under Trump. Come on, he was president for what, 2 months, and y'all trying to say, oh, why ain't he done anything about egg prices? Like, really?
That's not what I was trying to make. The point being is that he's crashing the stock market with his. Also consumer confidence is down low
I got a
because of
question. Do you consider the stock market as a good judge of how the economy is doing?
I think it's one metric. There's multiple different metrics to kind of gauge.
I got you on that. Okay. So what about when under a Biden administration they're saying, oh, the stock prices the stocks are doing good, but people are still struggling to afford things. What would you say about that?
That was because of inflation, and they're separate things. And that's only one way.
Transitory?
That's only one way to.
Because the Biden administration told me inflation was transitory. Is that true?
Transitory?
Yeah, they're saying inflation is transitory. Like, it's only a temporary and stuff like that. And, like, 2021 is, like, only temporary, like, inflation.
Yeah, I mean, there was we can all agree there was inflation under the Biden
Even our
administration.
lives are not permanent. We'll all die one day.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, no problem.
No, I think we can agree that.
Wait. Queen Bee not. Oh, Queen Bee unmuted. Yo, Queen Bee, what's your opinions? Sorry, I got you.
Everybody wait for Queen Bee. Fuck, dude. You know what she's doing? She's just taking up space in the chat. That's her strategy here.
I'll drop her if someone else want to come up here. I'll drop Queen Bee, but I don't have no other invite yet, so that's why I don't mind her wasting up some space right now. It makes it look more professional that I have this many people, but all right. But go ahead.
So what is Trump actually addressing when it comes to the economy? Because so far he hasn't put any measures to actually bring down inflation or measures to bring back. The claim is that somehow tariffs are going to bring back jobs, but economically it's not going to be enough. The tariffs in order for people to want to come back because of the cost of living in America is so high. You have to, give people more money to produce goods. And so when you look at China, when you look at Peru, when you look at other nations, you have to consider the cost of living and the cost of labor. And that's what you're not understanding. That's
I
all.
got a question for you. Do you think that
all that cheap labor anyway?
Wait, do you think that manufacturing jobs would pay more than like some of the let's say a job at McDonald's and stuff like that? You think a manufacturing job would pay more than that, right?
I think so. I'll give you an example. I know that in China, someone who works in a manufacturing plant, because it's also they have a lower cost of living, is around $13 a day. Now, I'll tell you what, you're definitely making more than that working at McDonald's. And Americans don't want to make $13 a day working in a manufacturing plant. So I tell you what, they're not going to move over here. There's going to be a few companies that will, but it's not going to be enough of an incentive for them to come over here. In a wide.
So are you saying that the Chinese economy is doing good?
No, I mean it's not bad.
It's unstable.
It's not terrible.
Bro,
but
the Chinese government is able to prop up their economy because they have control over everything. So they could inflate the number. They could change stuff up and give they could have more control to influence the economy than we do have in America. So I'm not gonna trust the numbers in China. I'm just not gonna do it.
I will say about China, their technological advances have been, very superior to America.
You want to know why? When companies go to China to get cheaper labor, their proprietary information, proprietary stuff, they gotta let the Chinese government have some of that. The Chinese government it have a stake in their company, or they are able to know what they're doing, and able to copycat stuff easier. So yeah, if someone comes to your country and say, oh yeah, you can come to my country, but I want to be able to go through your stuff, of course they're gonna be able to advance better because hey yo, Huawei, this is what they're doing. This is what iPhone's doing. Y'all should steal some of that. Come on now.
Well, what do you think about? So right now, I would say going back to the economic conversation.
Question for you: with these tariffs, right? And people let's say Hyundai is the first thing that comes to my head because that's most recent. Hyundai from South Korea is bringing in $20 something billion to invest in into America's economy. Is that not good, or is that bad?
No, I think that's great, and I'm not gonna.
That's tariffs, though, right? That's because of my
That's
boy.
not.
That's because of
I
those
don't know. I
tariffs.
don't know.
They didn't
I
want to
don't
get
know
hit with those tariffs, so they say, "Yeah, we're gonna do that."
It depends. It depends on what they say, because it could be for various reasons. And every president has companies that move over here. I mean, do you not think that there was companies that moved over here when Biden was in presidency?
I'll say some stuff Biden did that was good. Was the stuff he did with the chips, having like what was like the fab stuff for from Taiwan, where it's moving over here, helping develop some of these microchips and stuff. Hey yo, I'll give him that. That was kind of a good thing to do, because we need to stop being reliant on Taiwanese companies to build microchips for American stuff, because they got that silicon chip that they had that said, hey yo, if y'all want to get these good chips, y'all gotta give us that protection. We need to go away from that. Say, hey yo, we're able to produce our own microchip, our own stuff. So we don't need to rely on Taiwan or any other country.
So, question on that.
Go ahead.
So, when they were trying to get the CHIPS Act bill passed, did you agree with that, or did you disagree with that?
To be honest, when they say it's a CHIPS Act, I don't know exactly what was in it. So top of the head, I'm saying, because I'm going off based on what I believe to be, what I haven't actually read what the whole bill is about. Because
it's a $250 billion initiative that would allow for chip manufacturers to come over to America and start building chips over here.
I think that's good. I think that's a good. If that's the like what was the bill was predominantly about, and there's not no poison. It's not no poison bill, because some of these bills be having like, all right, we're gonna give everybody ice cream thing bill, and it's not really giving people ice cream. So if I'm going based on if the name is actually saying, hey, it's the CHIP Act, and they're doing the $200 billion investment into America, that's a net good thing. And I'm like, all right, buddy, you got that. That was kind of good.
So, but the point being is that like we don't know yet. I mean, unless you have something like, unless you could pull up something. I know you have your laptop in front of you that would directly cite what is the reason for their manufacturing to come over here. Then I would believe you and say that it was Trump's doing.
I'm putting like this. You know how we put a tariff on steel, right? And now a lot of this, the Canadians still like lost like Canadian steel industry lost like what 100,000 layoff or something like that. I forgot the exact number. They had a layoff in Canada steel section because of the tariffs, and now they're moving to America and stuff. So if I'm just saying, having them do.
Thank you for bringing up Canada. Thank you for bringing up Canada, host.
What's up with Canada?
Because right now, you know who our biggest import is for export.
China.
Our biggest export. Sorry.
China.
No. Canada.
Our biggest
and you know what happens?
Yeah,
our biggest export is Canada, and right now they're having wide scale boycotts of American goods, affecting companies like Kentucky Bourbon, who primarily use the exporting from America of their alcohol, their liquor, to go to, and they've been actually writing to the Trump administration saying this is affecting us, these tariffs, and now they're boycotting our goods. It's also affecting companies, and a lot of people are not traveling to America right now. So, for example, I watched a video about a small hotel in Maine whose business is directly affected, and 90% of the people that come to his hotel are Canadian, and now they all canceled.
Buffalo
so
also being affected.
Businesses.
You saying one small business is like that's one small business, or like multiple things?
Well, I give you two examples, right? I give you Kentucky Bourbon, which is directly affected by the tariffs in Canada, and the fact that they are. So you have to consider how economically that's going to affect things when we export the majority of our goods or a lot of our goods to a country like Canada, and when they're not actually taking them anymore because of the threats by Donald Trump.
I'm gonna put it like this: Canada could do this stuff, but it's gonna hurt them more than it's gonna hurt us, because Canada's more dependent on America than we are dependent on them. Because if they don't get their stuff from America, who are they gonna get it from?
From any other country that can supply it.
What ports do Canada have? Because even if Canada was getting their stuff from another country, I didn't have to come. The most easiest way is to get through air or what, through a seaport, right?
It'll affect them. No, you're right, host. It'll affect them, but to think, and it's very arrogant to think that America. I'm not saying you are in particular, but this whole notion that we are like Canada only relies on us, and that's not true. And they can rely on other countries to get exports into their country.
Even if they rely on other countries, wouldn't that stuff have to either go through America if it's not going directly by plane? Because most stuff is
a lot
done
of
through
it's like cargo ship.
Yeah,
cargo ship. Or
so we could
plane
just
or-
like, you wanna bring your stuff through Canada and Canada's boycotting us. We'll put a little bit extra on that too.
On what?
On stuff that's going through America to get to Canada.
Well,
They don't
fine.
have to go through America to get to Canada. They could go through one of the ports. For Canada.
Yeah, they don't have to do that.
What
For some reason-
Wait. What you mean? How many ports do you think Canada has? Like I know on the
How do you
East
think
Coast,
a lot of our goods get to this country from Europe?
from ships.
Yes. There you go.
But think about it, right? If Canada's gonna start trying to trade with China because that's the country with all the cheap goods and stuff, right? What ports do they have on the West Coast for Canada?
You just say Canada or China, but they don't have to go to directly China. They could get certain things from Britain. They could get things from France. They could get things from Greenland.
What do France, Britain, and Greenland produce actually, though?
You could get alcohol that they were getting from us from EU.
They got whiskey?
They could get timber. They
Yeah,
could
they can produce
get
whiskey.
steel. They could get aluminum. They could get other food supplies too: cheese, fruits, vegetables, all that stuff.
But I'm gonna
Yes,
tell
it
you,
may cost them
you're
more.
not understanding.
wouldn't
Host,
that be
is
more
that-
expensive for them to get it?
Yeah.
It may be a little bit more.
Not a little
Yes.
bit more.
Yeah, my
Way
thing
more.
is, yo,
We're-
so are y'all okay with Canada putting tariffs on American goods?
It depends. If it's in retaliation for what Trump is doing, then yeah.
No, they had like a 200% tariff on dairy. Is that okay?
On dairy.
On dairy, yes. It's like 200 plus
Oh, well, then-
tariff on dairy. So why?
Well,
why
if that's the case, if that's the case and it's unfair, then yeah. And then, but what Trump is doing is that he's putting these mass blanket tariffs on these countries. And honestly, the only thing that's really impacting is us, because, like I said before, Canada has the rest of the world to trade with freely. But when Trump is attacking Canada, China, Mexico, all these other nations, and also threatening them with potential violence.
Whoa. What country did he threaten with potential violence?
Greenland. And
when
Canada.
When did he threaten Greenland with potential violence?
He's saying that even military.
I'm gonna fuck them up.
He said
Wait,
military.
wait, say this again. Let me tell me what I'm about to search this up right now. Tell me what I have to search. Go ahead.
He did do it though.
All you gotta look up is Trump threatens Greenland and the Danish or something like that. You'll find multiple articles. Denmark, sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, no,
Look, like a lot of stuff Trump says.
he was
like
asked.
vague. Go ahead.
No, he was asked specifically if if Greenland didn't want to work with or become part of the U.S., if he would use military action to basically force their hand, and he said that was not taken off the table.
Yeah,
That's not a threat. He didn't say we're gonna go into Greenland and take
That-
it.
that is a threat.
That is a threat.
No,
That
he
is
just
a
said.
threat.
He just said, "Hey, yo, I'm not saying I'm not gonna hit him in the face." He just said, "Hit him."
But you're not saying that you won't either.
Hey, yo, exactly. You gotta leave everything on the
You're
table.
No. Not when it comes to our allies. These are
Bro,
these
we
are
don't
allies
have.
that have
We,
been by our
America don't
side.
have allies. We have dependents. Like
We have allies.
We have
allies.
We have dependents. They're not. They depend on
Okay,
America.
so-
But you're labeling. You know, just go back 10 years ago. These were considered allies. Now that Trump is saying that they're not allies.
Hold on.
They've always
Here's
been
how we know the
dependents.
dependents.
They've always been dependents.
Here's how we know the dependents. Here's how we know, right? How many Polish soldiers do we have in the United States? How many Swedish soldiers?
I know what you're getting at.
Right, we have so many soldiers deployed over there for their military protection because they have tyrannical leaders over in Eurasia, right? That's why the dependents, we give them that stuff because of our agreement, right? That's the idea. And
No,
it's
also for military power, as in we
Bro, we
have military bases.
We've
We have
slowly become the
11
military
aircraft
police.
carriers. We have 11 aircraft carriers. We have the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Like, who do we really need to rely on for military
Do you
strength and stuff?
understand why wait? It's not. We don't have military bases to protect other countries. That's not the reason why we have military.
It's deterrence.
What?
Deterrence.
It's for basically to have a military that is ready to be deployed at any point at any location across the world. And
that's what the
it's
aircraft
military
carriers are
power.
for. These
It's not just aircraft carriers.
Let's say something happens.
Aircraft carriers and these military boats are always on deployments, always circling the globe. It's like
Right.
at this
But
given
it's
moment,
not
there's
just
a couple of
aircraft
military
carriers.
ships in the ocean right now to the point that we could have Marines in like under 24 hours in any countries. It's not just the places that we have bases in. We can do this from like anywhere. We're the only
Right.
country with a blue water navy. Like we have a military strength unlike any country before. Like it would take the whole world against America just for it to be a
I don't think
standstill.
so.
No,
I think
that's not necessarily true.
What? We have how many aircraft carriers does the rest of the world have?
I don't know. I don't know the exact number.
How many aircraft carriers does the rest of the
we
world
are
have
the-
that are powered by nuclear energy?
Britain has 8, I believe.
8? They don't have 8.
France.
They have like 1 or 2 for Britain, like 1 or 2 for France. And France is like the only. I think it's France. Maybe I think
France has 2, I believe.
One other nuclear carrier. Do you understand what comes with an aircraft carrier? It's not just the aircraft
Yes, I'm
carrier.
well aware.
Aircrafts.
It's it's the daggone aircraft.
It's not just aircrafts.
It's not just aircraft. It's like 10 other boats, a couple of submarines that go along with them. Like what I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, one aircraft carrier is equal to basically one major city in the U.S. They can scramble just about anything from a U.S. military aircraft carrier. I'm well aware of their
think
power.
about this, right? Like they buy our aircraft and our stuff, right? If they go to war with America, we'll just disable the planes midair and they'll just fall out. Like, come on, like America's military could literally, not even exaggerating, take on the
Well,
world.
with Boeing's work lately, we won't even need to do that. They'll
What
just
about
fall
Lockheed
apart.
Martin?
We're going back to the planes.
It's not just about purely.
What do you think about the
aircraft
planes?
Carriers. You also have to consider manpower. You don't think that a
We have
billion
the
people
largest military.
in China
And-
would not be able to take on 350 million people?
Hold on.
You said, wait, stop. You said China's military has 1 billion people, right? What was the last war that China's military was involved in? And I don't count the one where they're fighting on the Indian border. So you have a whole bunch of untrained. So basically, you have a whole bunch of non-battle tested Chinese soldiers. Like, come on now.
You're talking about the Sino-Vietnamese war?
Yeah, no. What you talking about?
There are other factors at play.
Like, come on
The
now.
Vietnamese war.
China's military is not ready for America. Like an F-22
Especially if we
will
play our home
pull up
field.
on China undetected, bomb all their fucking radar stuff before they even know we was there. That F-22 will have dropped the bombs, turned around before China even like, yo, what's this on the radar? Boom! Oh, crap. Like, come on now.
All right, whatever.
Like a nuke?
I don't want to see this is like a topic of a.
Wait, all have nukes?
This is a different topic. You want to get back on the economy?
Yes, China has nukes.
I want to talk about the economy.
France has
I want to
nukes.
talk about actually
Why the fuck is
addressing
France
important issues facing Americans.
Y'all got nukes.
All right, go ahead.
So for example, what is Trump doing about healthcare? Nothing. And yet he talks about.
What would you want Trump to do about healthcare? Like have universal healthcare?
I think that there is definitely. I mean, there's definitely upside to it. I'll say that.
I got a question.
Absolutely.
If we stop funding NATO, do you think we'll be able to afford universal healthcare?
I think he should perfect Ozempic. Because, to be honest, I think. I know that there's been records that Elon's on Ozempic and he hasn't lost any weight. He's still like a fat guy. So like, they need to like perfect the formula or something. Because he still looks like shit. Great guy, but he looks like shit.
I don't think we need universal healthcare. I think what we first need to do is like the food, eating, the way.
What is the number one? What is the one? Wait, but host. What is the number one cause of debt?
I don't know. Go ahead, tell me.
Bankruptcy.
The number one cause what is it? Medical debt or something like that?
Yep.
Yes.
You remember when Trump was trying to
Don't
put
you
like?
see that as an issue?
Remember when
We're talking about the wrong thing.
Yo,
Hold on.
peep this. Remember when Trump was trying to say, "Hey, yo, we should be able to know what each hospital charges for each procedure, and if we're able to go to this hospital,
We already have that.
yeah." Then Trump put that in play, right? Because like
No, Biden.
That's been in play since the Clinton administration.
No,
So
it
it
used
was
to be
Biden
like
then.
you couldn't like they wouldn't tell you what we they charge for their stuff. That was
No,
under
you
Trump.
can go onto any hospital website or anything like that. They by law have to have a list of their prices for procedures, different stuff like that. The companies do make it extremely hard to get to. Trust me, I work for a healthcare insurance company. I work for Florida Blue, which is also Blue Cross Blue Shield.
I've worked
Okay.
for them too.
I know what Trump's doing for our healthcare, right? What he's doing is he is hiring people that know what to do, like getting RFK in a position of power.
I was going to say, like, hiring RFK.
Stop.
If we
Stop.
If we,
Wait.
if we
Stop.
fix our underlying health conditions.
Wait. The U.S.
Mhm.
government, specifically the Trump administration, mandated that hospitals and insurers make healthcare prices public through hospital pricing transparency rule.
What act is that?
Which went into effect in 2020. During the first Trump presidency, signed an executive order aimed at improving prices in healthcare, requiring hospitals and insurance to disclose their thing. I don't gotta write act. It's just a daggone executive order.
There's no act. Well, I have an act for you.
What's up?
Look
Go ahead.
up Look up Biden No Surprise Act.
So basically,
So they all did it.
he's putting what Trump did in executive order. He's just putting into law, right?
It's No Surprise Billing Act under Biden. You can.
So they all did the same thing.
No. I mean, no, they're probably different bills.
No
related
Surprise
to-
Act enacted.
Yeah, it just sounds like they
Wait,
all.
stop.
you know, did
No
like
Surprise
that.
Act enacted in 2020, effective January 2022, protected patients from unexpected high bills from emergency services, non-emergency services from out-of-network providers at in-network facilities and air ambulances.
Yep.
So that's not the same thing as what Trump did.
Yeah, they're different. But the point being is that I don't really care about necessarily what kind of legislation they're pushing right now. I think that, the legislation is like a drop in the water, a drop in a bucket, or a drop in the ocean. Sorry, drop in the ocean, because the issue is that it's unaffordable.
Wait, the
and
No
so many
Surprise
different-
Act was under Trump.
No, it was under Biden.
2020. December
Wait, we're just
2020, as part of the
separate
No
ones.
Surprise Act, which
Transparency
protect
Act.
consumers from surprise medical bills, was signed into law by President Donald Trump in December 2020 as part of the Consolidation Appropriate Act of 2021 and became effective in 2022. You gotta give Trump
Look
that
up the
one.
medical.
Oh,
There's
It says right here,
the
Biden
one
Harris,
that
Department of Labor. Biden Harris issues third rule. This is
Third-
from .gov.
You talking about third rule, not the No Surprise Act. That's
U.S.
wrong.
Department of Labor, the U.S.gov, DOL.gov.
What it sounds like. What it sounds like.
Rule for implement No Surprise Act, protect Americans from surprise.
So
Look
okay,
up medical-
so Trump wrote the so Trump signed the No Surprise Act into law, and Biden amended it, right?
What does it mean? You can come on.
Well,
Keep
you have-
killing time. It means you can come on and
Hey,
voice your
host.
opinion. It's a request. I want to hear TR killing time.
One second, I'll be back, folks.
Level-headed views.
Go ahead.
I follow you, I'll be back.
All right then, bro.
All right.
Peace.
Hey, look up the Medical Transparency Act.
Medical Transparency Act. What's this one do?
Yeah, that was from 2023 to 2024.
I think we
That
can
was
agree.
during Biden's administration.
I think we can agree that
I think that's the one he was talking about.
The Medical
I
Transparency
think we
Act,
can
also
agree.
known as the Lower Cost More Transparency Act, aims
I
to
think that
increase
we can agree,
transparency in
too.
healthcare by pricing
Yeah.
requirements, insurance
Hey,
committees
Tom.
and that and stuff like that. I
can't
think
agree.
that's what
I
he might
don't
be
know
talking
about
about. He
what
might,
we can.
but like Trump tried to do it by executive order. Trump tried to do it like this is why I kind of disagree
Right.
with Trump. He tried to do a lot of things by executive order. I feel like he should do that and then have Congress put it into law. Because you can't just do it
But
by
he can't
executive-
get Congress to agree on it. That's the issue. That's why he's trying to do everything through executive order, because that's the only way he can get anything pushed through.
That's like-
Because
Okay, I
even if he's got a majority within the House and the Senate, it'll go through the House usually no problem. It's the Senate that he has an uphill battle with, even though the Republicans have a majority, because it's not majority. It's like I think you need a vote of 60 to pass.
Yeah.
And right now in this administration and this Congress, I think they only have 53 seats. So that means they need at least 7 Democrats to vote yes on the bill for it to get passed. Most most Democrats are hardline no's across the board for any and all bills that Republicans are trying to pass. So he knows that they can't get it through. So he's doing all these executive orders to try and push his agenda through. And then that's where the judicial system steps in, and the federal judges are going, well, no, this is unconstitutional for whatever reason. This can only be done by an act of Congress. And so he has to do what Biden did when he tried to pass like the student forgiveness acts for the student loans. The federal judges said it was unconstitutional, so he tried to reword it. It got blocked several different times. Biden tried to do it 2-3 different times, I believe it was. But each time it got blocked because it was deemed unconstitutional because it had to be enacted by Congress. But the same thing goes for Trump now. So yeah, he's pushing out a shit ton of executive orders, but that's the only way he can make it look like he's actually making good on the promises that he did during his campaign trail.
Well, I would argue like if this is a direct consequence of our extreme polarity in our political system. The fact that we have polarity is causing the problem. It's not even that Trump doesn't want to help. He's trying, but knows this is the best way he can fulfill his promises because all these things he has to fulfill, he doesn't have the power. He's a leader, right? He's not a guy that's just behind a desk in 9 to 5. You know, he's a leader. He has other responsibilities. So I think it's actually kind of depressing that this is all that he has the power to do at the moment, other than focus on one bill at a time, constantly when he has other diplomatic issues like foreign relations to deal with. So I think that's just a really sad state of the world right now. I think it's just depressing, but
agreed. I think overall, in general, that our system is broken and corrupt because of the lobbyists that are able to pump money from these major corporations into our political system. I think the entire system needs to be stripped down and redone.
I agree. We shouldn't be able to have lobbyists. Like, there shouldn't be no one. I got $1 billion. I work for this company. I'm gonna go talk to this person right here. Like PACs, super PACs. I don't think they should be a thing. I think not PACs, but I don't think a corporation like what was it? Corporation are people too. It was like an act that was passed to allow super PACs. Like when you get big money into politics, that's when you get a lot of corruption. Like if you can't do it through a whole bunch of small donors or money that you have for yourself, maybe not even money you have for yourself because that may have problems too. But we need to get that regulated better because some of these people that's in office for 20 years because they have these access to these these monies from lobbies and stuff like that is not necessarily a good thing because the lobbies doesn't care for the overall interests of American people. But I feel but we should also put the blame on the people that vote for them because yes, the lobbyists can give them money, but are you not researching the candidate? Are you seeing an ad on TV say, oh, they put this ad on TV, I'm just going to blindly believe what they say, or I'm just going to trust what they say about the other candidate instead of doing your own research before you go vote? Like, we can't
but that's also... go ahead. I'll let you finish.
We can't just say, oh, it's the lobbyists, it's this and that, when we have Americans, people that's not lobbyists that are still voting for the candidate that's funded by the lobbyists. Like, we need to do, as individual citizens, we kind of need to do better ourselves and find out, all right, who is this candidate? What do they stand for? And do they align what I want the country to go to, or what I want to happen to the country? But go ahead.
No, exactly. And I'm not saying that the American voter isn't to blame for this situation as well, because we absolutely are. We allowed it to get to this state. But
also we're a fool too. I mean, the fact that we have an entire political party just making claims that somebody's evil because of their beliefs is you know what I mean? That's what causes that disparity between all of this. It was well, I'm not gonna vote red because he's red. I'm gonna vote blue, and then that's what these lobbyists get back.
Right, and that's what we don't need
Democrats
anymore.
Just believe what they're told. The Democrat.
Well, the same thing can be said for Republicans too. As a Republican,
that, but some of the Democrats are over here saying, "Oh, Trump's a fascist, Elon's a fascist. They're basically Nazis, right?" And I'm like,
and Trump and Elon are calling them socialists.
Yeah,
it's tit for tat.
Yeah, they're not doing when was the last time?
Well, hold on. To be fair,
I'm not
socialism. They have socialist policies. That's the difference. We don't have policies. They have socialist policies, which are like free healthcare, or like all this debt forgiveness.
Okay, so every first world nation in the world, except for the U.S., has free healthcare.
Why
If
don't
every
we stop
other
funding?
first world nation
What
can
if
do
we
it, why
stop
can't
funding
we?
NATO? Would we not be able to spend more on our healthcare?
If we didn't spend 62% of our yearly budget on military, do you think we could afford it?
Yeah, some of that budget is going to having people in stationed in NATO, have people supporting NATO, having people going to do stuff
Okay.
with NATO. So
But
maybe we need to
why do
stop
we
giving
have to
money
have
NATO
62% of our overall yearly budget go to military? We could take 2% of that. We could take 2% of that and end homelessness in America for 5 years.
Wait. Stop. Okay, you're doing a lot. Okay, do you think people choose to be homeless, or they're just like everybody just falls on hard times become homeless?
No, I there are some people who prefer to be homeless. It's what they've come to know. I live here.
I watched like a news
I live
thing
here
where
in
they're
Florida,
trying to offer
in
this
the
person
Tampa Bay area.
I watched someone try to offer this homeless person a house, but because the house had rules and regulations for stuff they couldn't do in it, they're like, I don't want to live there. They said, oh, it's too small. I want to live in a daggone house. I'm like, you're homeless. Why are you talking about you want to live in a house? Go use this as a stepping stone to go to that house. Don't just say, oh, this isn't good enough. I want to do something else. Just like there's a lot of
And I'll
issues
say
with the
this.
homeless before that's just not just give them houses.
Our economy is strict. You have to work hard, and it can be like really daunting. Like I personally, I'm gonna have to work hard to succeed, and that's gonna suck. But I know I can. I know if I can put in the effort, I will succeed. I don't have to worry about all these things. But in socialist countries, right, all this free healthcare, which by the way, example was a Canadian lady who is probably going to die from a brain tumor because she cannot get her MRI until like next year.
January 2026 is the time that they said it. They told her that in like last year. In the last year, they told her like, "Oh, you can't get a brain scan until 2026." I think like January timeframe.
But socialist policies basically breed, or they don't breed, but they awaken the lazy in people. If somebody is like, I can take advantage of this, they will, and then that drains the hardworking taxpayers' money. In America, if you work hard, you can succeed. That's why we have immigrants come here. The immigrants who work hard but are at threat of terrorist organizations in their countries, they come here because they know they're safe from that, and they know that they can survive in this nation.
We have someone new.
Unfortunately, they're being deported because unfortunately a lot of them are like
what's up?
Illegal. But some that come here legally, right? They get to work hard and provide an amazing life for their children, right? A middle class life, and I think that's what the American dream is. Being able to actually see the fruits of your labor is the American dream, and a socialist policies get in the way of that, and only because of the greed of people. And it's depressing. In a perfect world, we would be socialist, but it's not perfect, and that's just a really sad part.
I think the system we got right now is the best system we have a capitalist country with social programs. I think the stuff like the pricing in the hospital, there is no reason that an $8 IV bag is costing $200. I feel like there's certain stuff like that should be like, yo, what is going on with this? But that's just my personal thing. But yo, Juice,
in any other market in our economy, you say gas, say food pricing. You take an $8 thing and jack it up to $200. You know what that's called? That's called price gouging.
Yep, price gouging.
That's illegal. So why aren't we going after these medical companies for literally price gouging people?
Because the healthcare people lobby and the hospitals are lobbying. Yo, Jukes, what's your opinion about some of this stuff?
Because big pharma lobbies.
Well, I mean, if we're in favor for free market capitalism, then we should be okay with that, shouldn't we? Because
we don't believe in free market capitalism.
I said the American system is the best we got. It's not completely free market. It's a capitalist country with certain social programs to help out people that are in need. And I feel like that's the best. We got certain regulations that could help people not be taken advantage of. And like it's a mix.
Yeah, if it was a truly free market, they wouldn't ban China from being able to sell vehicles over here.
I don't want to drive we don't want a complete free market. Cheap vehicle. That shit gotta be like falling apart. I think some of these Chinese stop being racist.
Actually, a lot of them A lot of them are made better than Ford.
Unfortunately.
I want to see the Chinese version of an F-150. I want to see that. Let me see a Chinese F-150 right now.
Did you see the sports car that they made that can literally hop?
Those are fun.
Hey, yo,
yeah, it can hop over different things like obstacles in the road, potholes, stuff like that.
A sports car that can
But they can't burn their flag. That's my thing. They can't burn their flag in a public square. They can't talk about certain issues. That's why I'm glad we live in a country where we have free market ideals while still protecting people to the best of the ability without hurting other people, right? It's basically, I cannot infringe on your inalienable rights, and there's other protections here and there we deem to be fair based off of Levitical law, which I think has been very helpful to our country. But yes, we're going to have some socialist ideas here and there, but when we start introducing the socialist ideas that have some people worried in other nations that they won't be able to get the healthcare they need, that's where it's like, well, I'm glad that I can go bankrupt, right, and be alive, rather than fear of dying and get free healthcare. I'd rather pay and be bankrupt, because we also have measures in place to protect those people who become bankrupt. We have recovery programs for people when they make a mistake. And I think that's also the beautiful thing. That's a socialist thing that can protect us from the horrible snake that is human nature that ruins the good things we have. Like, I agree.
People should have to go bankrupt just to be able to live.
Well, I'd rather go bankrupt.
I don't think you could go bankrupt. I feel like a lot of thing is we gotta understand there's a large portion of people that don't know, that can't control spending and not good spenders, and they're like, the stuff that they buy, they're like, okay, I know it's bad for me, but I have a credit card, so I'm gonna put it on that. Like, some people are just not good with money. A large portion of us is not good with money. Because everybody's living paycheck to paycheck, and they're all spending and they're all fiscally responsible.
Right now, American debt, about I think it's like 1.6 trillion of it is made up of medical debt.
What's the total?
And I don't doubt that to be true. But the main issue is I would rather go bankrupt and still be alive than possibly die.
But that's the thing, though. People are going bankrupt and still dying. They're not getting insulin. Diabetics aren't getting insulin that they need to live. They're not getting life-saving procedures that they need to live. They're still going into debt from visiting hospitals and doctors and still dying. So how do you address
I would
that
argue that has to do with our lifestyle. Another reason free healthcare would work better in other countries than it would in this country is because our lifestyle is so horrid it's horrible, right? On average, to the point where free healthcare would bankrupt us, I believe, because everyone needs it. Everyone needs Ozempic because they're fat and don't want to change their lifestyle. Everyone needs to. Everyone's getting diabetes, right? Type 2 diabetes is way too common.
Let me say something effed up right quick. I don't think we should have universal health care in the same country where someone could go get a burger that's literally going to be putting them in the grave. Like a Baconator, as much as I think the Baconator is a good burger, I don't think that you should be having like 10 of those a week. Like, bro, people are people are eating in excess, and we first got to solve, hey, yo, eat less, move more, and then we could talk about free health care. If we're not gonna do we shouldn't talk anything about free healthcare. That's my personal opinion.
That then falls back into the government agencies that are allowing these items to be added into our food products that are banned in other countries that do have addictive properties like nicotine and other drugs.
Right. And I agree that those things should be banned, but there's a common misconception that we just have like everything unbanned. There's also a lot of food ingredients that are banned here that aren't banned in Europe, like certain types of wheat and stuff that's what we consider too unhealthy. So that's just differences within governments and legislation and stuff like that.
But that all ties back to the overall health issue and then your medical debt issue as well.
And that's why we need to ban. We need to ban food oil, or seed oils. We need to ban all the addictive things. I agree, they need to be banned, right? But we also have to understand that Europe isn't like some crazy like benevolent nation. They also have problems, and it's like I'm grateful to live in America. I can be healthy if I want to, and I won't have to go see the doctor. Like, I haven't had to go to the doctor except for one thing, because I was stupid and I stepped on a plug and I got a foot infection, and that was it. But I got meds because of like insurance and such that were like got rid of my infection. I just died in Fortnite. Dang it.
Right. No, I'm not saying that Canada's system's perfect or Britain's system's perfect. There's no one perfect system that works 100%. There's always flaw. There's going to be a flaw in every system, but the system that we have set right now, I would say, has a lot more flaws that could easily be dealt with than other systems that are enacted across the world. And there are different types of quote unquote universal health care.
You know why our system have like some of the stuff that you consider most flawed? Because we have more freedom. We have stuff like that. A lot of the places, other places, they either have super high taxes for them to do it, or they have like strict regulations on what you, can and cannot do.
There's also an offset. I mean, yes, free. When we say free universal healthcare, it's not free. It is paid for by taxes. These countries do have a higher tax rate because those taxes go to those systems.
I got questions.
So but I would be okay with paying an additional. I'd be okay with paying an additional 10% in taxes if that means I don't have to pay an additional $12,000 a year in medical bills.
Okay, what about someone that's 21 years old that feels like they're made of iron and they're invincible? Do you think if they don't want to pay for healthcare, because what healthcare is like the people that don't need healthcare are like the ones that are paying for the people that do need healthcare. So that 21-year-old that feels invisible, you're gonna say he didn't pay for healthcare for someone that's that's eating like 20 cheeseburgers a week and eating like trash.
That's true.
Like, shouldn't they have the option to say,
I think we need to get out of this me mentality. And yes, I agree with you that the person eating 20 hamburgers. That's what I'm saying. It's not one single issue. It's a combination of issues.
Well, I don't think it's a me mentality though. The problem is we value our tax. Like I pay taxes, right? I'm a working citizen. I want my taxes to go to something that matters for my nation, not because somebody's being lazy, not because somebody wants to make bad decisions, right? And that's where the problem is. I'm not going to
tax dollars go to aircraft carriers than someone that's eating like trash's daggone health condition.
I'm not going to facilitate a close friend's unhealthy drug addiction, right? Same way I wouldn't facilitate their unhealthy eating habits. But if they are getting free healthcare to just limit their symptoms of their unhealthy habits, well, that's essentially what I and everyone else is doing. So that's why if we're going to have free healthcare, or I don't know how effective this would be, but like some sort of free health insurance that you would need to meet some requirements to get, and forcefully lower the cost of medicine and stuff in some really smart and good way. Fuck, I lost it. I had a good point, I promise. Believe me. It's gone, though.
No, you're fine. I've got ADHD, so that happens to me all the time.
I was so excited. It's gone. Whatever. But yeah, I do think that free healthcare could work. But we need to fix, again, the people. We have to fix.
Right. Again, that's what I'm saying. It's not one single issue. It's a combination of stuff. If we're gonna do something to address an issue, we need to address the major underlining issue in a whole, not just do pat jobs here and there.
All right,
I think that's
quick thing. We got two new people, Cisco Tech and Jukes. I don't know. I'm reading is bad. I don't know how to pronounce that V word.
No, that's good.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Vicious Jukes.
All right, Jukes, Cisco. What y'all think?
Well, based on the prompt, I mean, I wouldn't really say can't stop winning. I mean, I feel like we're punishing our allies more than our enemies.
Like, I agree with that.
What you mean we're punishing our allies?
Like, I mean, I do agree that there's issues with, say, trade with Canada, but why are we tariffing what is supposed to be our allies just because we have some sort of like subsidiary or a trade deficit?
Don't our allies tariff us? I have a question. Why did the problem that Canada tariffs us?
Canada does tariff us.
Look, bro, if you saw all the stuff that Canada tariffs us, you'll be like, whoa, wait, what? Just milk has like a 200% tariff on it. We have all of our vehicles that probably would go to Europe. They'll get tariffed like an MFer. Like, come on now. You trying to say, oh yeah, when we tariff these other countries, it's bad, but it's okay for them to tariff us?
No, because Canada and Mexico came out and said that they had an agreement with free tariffs.
Yeah, it
their
had
products
0% tariff.
Yeah.
Before until we enacted our own.
There's like some I know you're talking about the trading agreement for like between Canada, Mexico, and America, right? Because there's not no zero tariffs on any of these between all three of them, because just milk is tariffed at 200% from American milk to Canada. Canada tariffs our milk at 200%. Why is that okay? But not the other way around.
It was after the tariff was enacted, I believe.
Some of these tariffs weren't even enacted yet, and they was already there. You need to first find out how many tariffs are in place by other countries before you try to say, oh, we shouldn't tariff these other countries.
Okay, but then us as a consumer are gonna pay more money for buying their products?
No, just to buy the American version. Because what I think is if we
if
we don't produce something in America, we probably shouldn't tariff it. That's my opinion. And if we let's say Mexico got all the avocados. I don't remember hearing the avocado tariff. So I'm like
car parts. Steel.
Do we not produce the
cars
cars
from China?
Oh, the tariffs from steel, right? The tariffs from steel. Like all the steel people are going back to America. Look at Canada's
What
steel
about the
layoffs.
car parts?
Car parts?
What about the car parts?
You make car parts.
We make those car parts, do we not? Buy American.
Here's the thing. We're not willing to risk.
What car parts do we make in America?
Do you think we don't make car parts in America? Are you saying we don't make any car parts in America?
Which one will we want?
I'll tell you right now. I can't give you a list of different car parts that we make in America, and I'm pretty sure you can't give me a list of different car parts we don't make in America.
Yes, I do, because I work in the automotive
what car parts
industry.
do we not make in America?
KYB is not one of them.
What's KYB?
That's a brand of a part.
What do they make?
They make suspension parts.
So we don't make
but
suspension
we can get
parts?
other parts.
Okay, Brembo is a
we don't make brakes in America?
Parts. No.
So America don't
Wait, hold on. Just because we're not making a certain brand doesn't mean that parts no longer available.
Wait.
Stop. Brake parts, and
you're saying
most of it
you're
is
saying brands that are in foreign countries. You're not saying parts.
Okay, well, tell me. Know what? Okay. So Chevy, which is their brand is AC Delco. AC Delco is made in China.
What car part?
That's what I'm just telling you. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
AC Delco is a car part.
It's called AC what?
AC Delco.
That's a car part. What does the AC Delco do in the car?
DELCO.
That's an OEM part for the General Motors.
You talking about is that? I'm seeing like filters and batteries. You can't buy a Napa version.
Hey, Cisco Tech. What you're naming is the brand of the part. He's asking.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we're not buying American made. We're buying. I mean, every car that you buy in the United States is built with different countries' parts, not just Americans. Even Tesla too. If you open a Tesla, you're gonna see a lot of stuff that's made somewhere else.
I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Quick question for you. When Hyundai decided to bring $20 billion in investment in America, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It is a good thing, but how long is that gonna take?
They're gonna need to hire people to build the building. Then they're gonna need to hire people to work the building. So over time, they're gonna be hiring Americans, giving money to Americans to not just build the building, but not just build the buildings, but actually build the parts and stuff too. Is that good or bad?
Okay. So when they finish, how long is it gonna take for us to still depend on other countries?
I'm not gonna. This is not gonna be quick. So you're thinking it's too short term. You're
That's
thinking
what
about
I'm
like in
saying.
a couple. You're thinking about next year. What about for your kids?
Oh, I'm not thinking next year. It's gonna take more than.
No. I'm trying to say
take more than.
You want us to you want something to do something that's gonna be effective in a couple of years, a couple months. What about when your kids are older? Don't you want them to be able to say, "Oh, I could either go work at McDonald's for my first job, or go work at this factory making parts for vehicles"? Which one would be better for the kids?
What I'm trying to say is that it's gonna affect the consumers in a bad way, because if we have the option of buying cheaper parts or cheaper products,
we are not going to have that option anymore. And you know what?
You could buy
A lot
that
of
way. You'll
people
buy the
depend on-
American version because these products these products are only cheaper because they could make them in China where they're paying slave labor, or not slave labor, but so they're paying them so low that it's easier
Cheap
to
labor.
ship it over there and then bring it back over here. And then the American version can't compete with that. So you rather ruin an American company versus say, okay, we're gonna the parts that come in for China, we're gonna put a tariff on them so the American company could compete with China using these extremely cheap labor. Is that not good for the
The
American?
American companies are using that same slave labor, though.
Huh? And
These American companies that you're talking about are still using the same slave labor over in China.
And that's what's gonna get them a tariff, so they have to build in America. Wasn't it
Okay,
John
but they're
Deere or
gonna-
Ford that tried that had like that bringing back 4 plants back to America? I forgot.
Oh wait, are you guys worried about
Watch your
pricing?
back. I'm gonna put a hex on you, nigga.
Huh?
Watch your back, bro. I'm gonna put a hex on you, nigga.
So you guys are worried about prices, right? The cost of things.
Sorry for that, y'all. He said a hex. I'm Christian. I believe in God. He got me. But go ahead.
Hey, man.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes,
right.
We're worried about the prices.
But here's the thing.
Because I mean, rich people
Relying-
won't worry about it, but us we do.
Relying on other
It
nations for
might-
cheap products.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're relying on other nations for cheap products, right? That might be good at us for the short term. I can go get some cheap computer parts from Taiwan because they're really good at making them really quick, super educated, right? But you know what happens to our nation? Over time, it loses its economic stability. We are in a lot of debt. Trump's main economic idea is to lower the debt by any means necessary. And whether that affects us in the short term or not, I think it's going to affect us in the short term. We may see some dips,
short term,
but we're worried about the long term. We're not worried about the short term pleasure.
Let me put it like this. Let me put it like this. When you break your leg or break a bone or something like that, sometimes the doctor gotta put you through some temporary pain to reset the bone. But in the long run, when it heals and get back to working, it's gonna be better. I'll admit what Trump is doing might put a little strain in the economy, might do some like short term pain, but in the long run, it's gonna be an overall good. Like we might not like these cheap parts that we come from
I don't see
China might not be the price is gonna go up, but we're gonna have the people be able to afford more of these parts that's coming from America because like, hey yo, I don't gotta work at not just McDonald's hiring, but this factory. I could go get a factory job which will pay more than McDonald's. I could go work at a different plant that'll pay more than McDonald's. That's what I'm just thinking will happen.
Wait, Laza in the chat is saying calling a crash, dip, or strain. So here's the thing. Has it crashed? Do we know that? Are you an economist and can you predict the future?
It's not even-
Economists can't even predict the future, so we don't even know if it would.
It's not
crash.
even an effect.
Likely, it
it's
will
not.
not.
I'm not saying it's. I didn't say it's already. We're doing that. I'm saying it's gonna take effect on effect.
No, not
on
you. I was
April.
responding to somebody in the chat. You're fine. I wasn't mad at you.
Okay.
Someone in the chat is saying stuff, right? They're not an economist. Economists don't know what's going to happen in the future. They've predicted things wrong majority, not majority of the time, but majority has depicted or predicted things wrong in the past, right? You do not know if it's going to crash. It always dips.
Oh, I don't.
There's always strain during seasons, right? After Christmas, there's a strain on the economy. No one's buying things anymore. Everyone has everything. Christmas time.
See, Laza,
Can I add something?
Laza was saying the same thing I was saying earlier about China cars.
So like, I just don't see like why we'd even want people to like be working these like very rigorous and like hard on your body jobs. Like I feel like we want to promote like high like research and technology development rather than
can't
having
have a
to
desk
work in it,
job.
like not a desk job.
Bro, we got.
But no, that's why we source it to other countries.
Well, hold
Why
on.
would-
I have an answer. Well, not an answer, but I have an idea to like solve that dilemma. We may all of a sudden people are like, well, these jobs suck, but you know what happens? Especially a country like us, we've always done this. We find a way to automate them, and you know what happens when we automate those things? Somebody is hired to design the automation. So instead, right, we have people. Now we have engineers for these robots. Now we have repairmen for these robots that do the job for us to protect our lifespan, right, and to make our economy more efficient. And we're in that day and age now where that's a very plausible thing to do. Now that may not happen immediately. But also, we have plumbers, we have construction workers. Their jobs aren't that easy. You know what I mean? We pay them well, but their jobs aren't that easy either. And we still find ways, to make their jobs easier. But sometimes there are just gritty jobs. They get paid more for them, but that's just the truth of the world. You know what I mean? We're not going to be able to fight fires without firefighters. We're not going to be able to keep law without law police officers. You know what I mean?
I wasn't talking about like jobs like that. I meant like tariffs on clothes. Like I'm not
I
in
misunderstood
particularly.
completely. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like
we went from terrorist to the Terminator.
I'm so completely
I
wrong.
have a question. Do you
bring up a
think
good
that
point.
people don't want to do these jobs? Like these jobs they consider hard. Do you think
Most
people
definitely. I don't think. No, I don't
they
think
do-
someone wants to work in a shop making clothes all day.
But
Oh,
you think
we
people-
I don't think
But you think people want to work at McDonald's flipping burgers?
I mean, I think they would rather. It would be a lot less demanding on their body. So I would say.
Follow-up question. If let's say the McDonald's offering about $13 an hour, but the job that's more demanding on your body is around 18 to 20, do you think a young man just getting out of high school say I don't want to go to college? Do you think he should have isn't that a good option for him to have a job that's paying 18 to 20 versus going straight to McDonald's?
Well, yes, like a construction job or something like that. But like
But
a manufacturing job in a
what-
factory is
what-
not going to be paying any better than McDonald's.
I was a block plant
difference.
supervisor when all we did was make blocks like the blocks that build houses 6 at a time, and that was paying like 18 to 20 for like starting off. So I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, here, can I rephrase my point to try to clarify? So, like, what I'm referring to is like goods like clothes, stuff like that, which we could easily get for cheaper from other countries. Something like blocks for houses, that is something that's actually like will strengthen our infrastructure and would help us more. Like goods that are just for fun or for appeal, I just don't really see as much of emphasis on that being.
Here's- you go.
Okay, so this is what's funny about it, that we're complaining so much about China. Well, saying that everything's made in China and everything's made everywhere else. But I mean, the person that not hates, but complains about China is Trump, and he wants to make it better for the Americans. But then he got this little souvenir store at his Trump Tower, and every item that is in there is made of China, Taiwan, Philippines. So I don't understand what's so much of a problem.
Let's be fair. Trump doesn't handpick those. He hires someone to make those. You know what I mean?
Okay, but I
let's
mean,
be
he
honest.
says he doesn't
Wait,
want to
wait.
make China first.
So. I don't know. I know. Like Trump said, he's doing a 10%. What was it? 10% thing tariff on China on everything, or like certain products. I remember like what I'm hearing like certain products, certain industries are getting tariffed to help out the American version. Like tariffing steel from a foreign country will make our steel better. We'll have better
Okay, but
manufacturers because
he was-
and
Okay, but if they were tariffing us,
huh?
If they were tariffing us, why is still cheaper to buy China products than American products right now?
Steel's low quality.
Okay, but why are we? I mean, dude, 90% of people that I see that you're trying to sell them something, they always go on the internet and they find a way to order it cheaper than what is sold here. Why
That's
is
the
that?
problem with our consumer base nowadays?
I
That's
what
what
I'm saying. Consumer,
I got a question.
consumer, which is us.
Do you think
Exactly.
Do you think it helps America better to buy the American version or the Chinese version that's cheaper?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Do you think it's gonna be better tariffing them more money? You think it's gonna be cheaper in April, whenever it starts? You think parts are gonna be cheaper?
You're misunderstanding.
I think this is what's gonna
We're not
happen.
trying to lower it.
What Trump is trying to do is trying to say, "Hey, yo, take your tariffs off us, and I won't tariff you." So if you don't want to get
what
tariffs,
tariffs?
just don't, bro. Do you not
No,
understand that
please.
other countries tariff America so much? Do you think America's the
Let me give
first
him an
only
idea.
country doing tariffs?
Look, can I give him an idea?
Go ahead.
Here's a good explanation, right? So this item or product costs $1 out of China, right? The same product, right, costs $3 in America to make. If we now tariff, right, so the Chinese one, right, costs $3 or even $2.50, but it's of lower quality, right? That'll drive American consumers and maybe even our neighboring countries, to be purchasing our products, right? That means that the money is instead of going to China, going back into our economy, fueling our economy.
Okay,
That's
so
the idea.
okay, so you're making no option for the American people other than buying the product.
We have no. It gives them an option.
But
It gives
but
them
I
the
mean,
option.
you know, but there's gonna be an option for other countries to buy China products.
Right.
So
right.
how are you gonna
But those
make the economy
countries are
flow?
unstable. Those countries will become unstable.
How's that gonna be an economy flow if you can't
What?
sell it out of the states?
Didn't China say they're
Huh?
gonna put a tariff on Canada?
Yep.
I feel like y'all only focus on when America like Trump trying to put tariffs on other countries because y'all don't understand or y'all don't know that other countries put tariffs on America, other countries put tariffs on each other.
Oh my God.
Like,
Wait, is China like a good role model? Like we can base our actions off of what China does?
Well, that's what
That's not. That's
most
not,
of
that's
us
not
we
the implication.
most of us we buy products from China.
Right.
I mean, not just
that's
China.
bad for our economy. And the idea
I got a
is,
question.
If we buy them from America, if we buy our own items and our own products, right, that
But
fuels
how's-
our own economy. That's the idea. We do not want
I got a question
to.
for you. If let's say China makes everything right and it's cheaper, right? And then one day American manufacturing is like we don't make anything for ourselves. We send stuff all to China and then we get back. What if China just one day try to like raise the prices or restricts trading with America? Would that not hurt us in the long run? Would that not hurt us?
That's true.
Because
China does not like
let me
us.
think about
let me
it.
explain you something.
China, everybody believes China want to take over Taiwan. Everybody says China is after Taiwan. So if
I
China's
don't know,
after
yeah.
Taiwan, right, and they want to apply a pressure on America, and they have all the businesses in from America and China, that's when they could do it. If we were to go to war with China, our production would we wouldn't have anything because we're getting everything from China. So it doesn't make sense to me. So relying
Well,
on
it's
other
not- it's-
countries
okay.
in case something happens. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, the reason why a lot of companies left the United States is because of fines. You know, when I was 18 years old to 20, I worked for Honeywell Aerospace. You know, and every other month they kept getting hit by fines of waste of all this. So you know what Honeywell said? You know, I have enough with this. So then you know what? They decided to move their company down south to Mexico, where they were paying employees here between $18 to $25 at that time. They turned around, they took their job over there, and they were paying them $7 an hour. And I assure that. So
Stop.
I mean,
Same
you're
thing.
trying to,
Wait.
you're gonna try to bring companies that left, but then you gotta keep finding them for whatever.
Yo,
Because
host, these are my friends. It's fine.
Trump is trying to do bring deregulation because some of the regulation we have is sometimes we have too much red tape. There's sometimes we need regulation,
That's what I
but
was
sometimes we
saying.
have. What's up? Go ahead. Someone's talking. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you know why we have that red tape?
Because we actually care about the environment, and sometimes it's just like, someone
Well,
gets
it's not just
paid
the
somehow from
environment.
that.
It's not just the environment. We have these red tapes because these companies have been caught doing shady shit in the past, and we've had to make laws that say no, you can't do that because it's just a shitty thing to do. It jeopardizes your workers' health. It jeopardizes the American consumer's health, whatever the issue is. And yes, now he's trying to roll back those quote unquote red tape regulations. And that then opens up the companies to be able to do these things again. And they're like, oh no, we're not going to do this. We would never do that. Yet you're the reason why these things were put into place to begin with.
Host, I gotta say something.
What's up?
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, Alan. I know I'll let you speak in a second. I just want to add on to what Cisco was saying too. Also, I'll use United Healthcare specifically because this was something that I witnessed and went through. They transferred an entire customer service department because I was working in the department at the time.
My friends are gone.
From United Healthcare here in the U.S. Over to Manila in the Philippines because they were able to pay them not even half, less than half of what they paid us here in the States to perform the same exact job.
Yep.
I was one of the people who helped train these new hires from Manila. So, okay, and now go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
Sorry, they're gone now. I think he banned them. All those guys. I have to apologize. That's part of my my crew. I don't know where they showed up from.
Don't now just
Okay.
in the chat. I just
Can I
muted
do
you for
something
like
real
5
fast?
minutes.
Are they still here? I don't know if they're still here, but
Like,
I
you
have
talking
to
about
do
Rex
something for
exploded?
them. Yeah, and all of the marking it. I have to do something for them. Just give me 1 second.
I got
Here
you.
we go.
I'll unmute it for you. I got you.
You know, on my planet, sock on the door means somebody's fucking. I'm Allening it. I'm Allening it so good.
And gifted junk.
Sorry, I had to. They're here for me. So
You're good,
obviously,
you're good, dog. You're good.
not for me, but like they're my friends. They have to
I
be
got
nice
you,
to
bro. I
them.
got you, bro.
To what Junk was saying in the comments about holding the CEOs of criminal charges for violating laws, they did do that, and then they enacted these laws to make sure other CEOs and other companies couldn't do this again in the future. But also nowadays, CEOs are getting away with everything, unless you have someone like Luigi Mangialone come along.
Bro, F that guy, bro. I hope he's getting his butt cheek took in prison, bro. Fuck that guy, bro. Shit, bro. Bro, he ain't do nothing
Oh,
good.
you don't want to see
that
one of his
dude
sex
is
tapes?
that dude is a father, bro. That dude, so what if his child grows up and goes after Luigi? Everyone's gonna be okay with that? Oh, okay, then because that crap don't make sense, bro. Y'all got one evil, like someone's doing something wrong, you're gonna do something evil, like kill him because, bro, y'all. I don't know any way to
No, I
justify
agree.
that.
I
Do we
agree.
have a problem? Do we have a problem with corporations and people and CEOs taking advantage of stuff? I'll say yeah, sometimes we do. But just saying we should go just off people when we disagree with some of the stuff they do. Nah, man, that's the evil crap. I can't. Nah, I ain't never gonna jive with that. I hope Luigi's getting bent over right now and getting broken right now. And if y'all want to join him, keep bombing these Teslas, keep doing that crap, bro. Because I hope y'all join him too. But let me get off my rant right quick. Let me get off my rant. But like I'm like, yeah, I understand. Yes, a lot of companies leave America because regulation. We do need some regulation because look at how y'all people are complaining about global warming, but they're complaining to Western countries. If y'all have a problem with global warming, if y'all have a problem with the environment getting ruined, go to India, go to China. But no, we want to come here to America.
That's what they did.
Yeah, and you think that
That's what a lot of
is that a good
companies
thing?
did. Okay,
But
and
I don't understand how y'all.
now you want them back?
I don't understand how the same party that's saying, "Oh, Trump shouldn't do these terrorists because they're bad," are saying, "Oh, it's a good thing that these companies are going overseas and destroying the economy."
No. What I said was, a tariff is part of the taxes, and what I'm saying is that parts are going to cost even more now. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm agreeing with you. They're gonna cost more in the short term, and then later on, when these things are being built in America and people are not buying them, they're gonna lower their prices so they could actually compete. Overall, I think tariffs. Overall, I think the most of the tariffs are probably not gonna be implemented. Most of the tariffs are some type of bargaining, or like for bargaining and stuff like that, because you can't say, "Oh, I'm a tariff your stuff, but you can't tariff mine."
Okay.
Y'all need to look at
So
how
if it's for sure on that.
America. Go ahead.
Okay, so if Trump thinks that's for sure thing that tariffs are gonna work, why does he keep pushing them every month?
Because sometimes
Is he?
they say
Hold on, is he actually pushing him?
No, like what he did with daggone Mexico and Canada, they say, "Hey yo, if y'all do this, I'm gonna tariff y'all." And then Mexico and Canada came to the table and say, "This is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna implement. This is what we're gonna do." And they say, "Okay, I'll give you 30 days. If I don't like the results of it, I'm gonna do it again." And then they're like, "Oh crap, maybe we should actually put it into work instead of just saying we're gonna do this and not actually do anything."
Okay, well, I don't see why keep pushing it for different months. I mean, if you think that's gonna work, why don't you just do it now?
Because
why don't you just do it now?
It's working a little bit.
Don't keep
but
pushing it every month.
Because
Somebody said something
They'll give him a
on the
little
chat.
bit of what he wants, but he wants the whole damn thing, bro. He don't just want a piece. He wants the whole pie, bro. They're trying. Okay, here's one slice. Nah, give me the whole slice. All right, here's 2 more slices. I said the whole pie. Then if they don't do that, they get the tariffs.
Somebody in chat said something. LJ Patriot 58 said Trump is doing reciprocal tariffs, so the tariffs will end. I don't know what those are, but I'm gonna check what those are. I think that's
there's like one is like European vehicles and stuff like that, right? For our vehicles going to Europe, Europe will tariff us. So should we not tariff them back? If a country tariffs America, should we not tariff them back? That's all I'm asking.
So So that means you're gonna pay $3,000 more on a vehicle to buy here in America.
I got before. Yeah, that's true. But I got a question. If we bring one of our vehicles that one of the people that work in America they make and they say, oh, we don't want to buy it in there because it's tariff and then tariff makes the price higher. So should we not be allowed to tariff that country back, or should we just say, okay, they're gonna tariff us, but we can't tariff them? What you guys say about that, Cisco?
Also, Cisco Tech. I want to say something else, right? Get this: with that extra $3,000, guess where? Not only was it the price of the car, the extra $3,000 we're hypothetically spending goes right back into our economy, not some other economy. We're right back here. That means that money is going to reciprocate maybe to you, maybe your kids, maybe your friend, maybe some random guy across the country. Maybe he'll buy a car, and then that money somehow ends up in your wallet because the money is staying here, perpetuating our economy instead of perpetuating other economies. We import way too much stuff into our country without exporting enough or sustaining ourselves. We need to be able to sustain ourselves before we worry about the immediate pleasures, because we will crumble.
Okay. But let me ask you a question. I can't believe you about American cars built in the United States way back then, way years back. I don't know how many years that they were really actually built here. But if you talk about American cars right now, what American car is built here in the United States?
F-150 is the most bought car in America, and it's the most produced, and it's produced in America.
No, it's built. It's parts of it is most of it is Mexico.
But they still build it in America here too, right? We get parts from
assembling
around the world, but we still
they're assembling them.
Yeah, but okay, where is it built then? Is it only built only in Mexico?
No. I said parts are built in different countries.
And
most of them are in Mexico, but who's assembling them?
What about the Toyota plants in America? Are they not? Do they count?
Dude, okay, what I'm trying to say is that every car that you see on the streets has a part built somewhere else, not here in the United States.
I agree with you.
Assemble? I can't believe you.
I can agree with you. Not one country builds a whole car completely. They get parts and stuff from there. But like, come on now. Back to my question. So if America's vehicles are getting tariffed in Europe, shall we not tariff European cars coming to America? What do you think?
I know what you're saying. That you want to charge them more money. What I'm saying is the parts that are getting put on these cars is going to cost more. That means the value of the car is going to cost you more to buy here in America.
First off, let's be clear. These tariffs do not directly affect consumers by Trump making you pay. No, what it does is he is taxing the producers, and it is the producers who pass the cost on to you, which means it is the producer's responsibility to either change that or to continue charging that. And you as the consumer choose, I'm going to vote with my dollar. Do I want to spend my money here or spend my money here?
Okay, so you're going to charge the producer 25% more, and he's going to try to sell you the product without the tariffs that they're being placed on? It makes no sense because they're not going to lose 25% to sell it to the United States.
But you know what happens?
How does that make sense to you?
Because then what happens?
Make sense to you?
I'll tell you. Because then we stop buying them. What happens is now it's so much money. We're not going to buy that car anymore. We'll buy our own car. So now the question is: are you going to lower the price or move manufacturing to America?
Okay.
Which then brings
when you say our own car in America, our own car, that means every part, every bolt, every washer.
No, not true.
You're exaggerating now. You're not every single part.
Hold on, that doesn't make any sense.
I'm not exaggerating,
sir.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking
robots.
Go ahead.
But no, it is actually, because here, let me break it down. So, say you have the Toyota manufacturer here in the U.S. They're building the main body of the car here in the U.S. But say the bumper is made in Mexico and then imported into the U.S. You're paying a tariff on that bumper. Say the tires are made in Canada and coming into the U.S. Those tires are being taxed on that tariff. So yes, the body may not get tariffed, but other parts of the car are, and the dealership that sells that car is still going to up the price on the quote-unquote American-built car because not all the parts were built here, and some of the tariffs were placed on it. So to say
the
that
same principle applies. The same principle applies because then in that case, why would I buy a new car when I can just buy a used car? Then no one's buying new cars. In fact, that was a problem a couple years ago because used car, like their value, skyrocketed because nobody wanted to get a new car.
And that's something that the economists have predicted as well, is that used car sales are about to jump, so the prices for those are going to go up more. It's supply and demand at that point.
But then what happens
at a point the demand for the supply is going to be
manufacturers don't make money. The manufacturers don't make money. That's what happens.
Right, and that's what causes the economic turmoil that we're going to see.
Right, and then they come here, and then it gets fixed. That's the idea.
Okay, so there are some parts you just cannot make in America. Take lithium-ion batteries for your EV vehicles, or for your cell phones, or for a dozen other things lithium-ion batteries are made. We do not have lithium mines here in America. You know where the major lithium mine is?
Africa?
It's in China.
So
it makes more sense to have. I'm sorry, what?
Are we tariffing the things we can't make right now? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay. Then I disagree with that, but that's something I would disagree with. I definitely would disagree with that. I don't think that's a good thing to do.
You disagree
So
with
that's
that?
the thing, though. So, okay, we have an import. I'll use the steel, lumber, and aluminum import. We are taxing lumber that is coming in from Canada with these tariffs. The Trump wants to use lumber here in America. The lumber that we would get from the forests here in America is not the same type of lumber that is procured from Canada. The trees that grow up north in the winter, or in the more northern parts of Canada, are more stronger. They're more durable than the trees with the timber down here in our nation, because they're inflicted to harsher environments, so they become more sturdy. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then that lumber is what is used in making houses here in America, but that lumber is being taxed a tariff. We don't have a choice when it comes to that. We have to get the lumber from countries that are closer to the north, closer to the Arctic Circle, like Canada, like Greenland, like other European nations. We rely on that lumber from those specific areas of the world because they're better for making the houses here. So if we require that specific type of lumber, how does it make sense to then charge more if you cannot produce it here?
And to be fair, I think a lot of the Canada tariffs have been retaliatory because Trump was pissed with the prime minister.
They have been.
But I don't like the prime minister. Is the question is the same prime? Is the racist prime minister still there or no?
No, Justin Trudeau stepped down. It's some it's a hedge. It's some billionaire that's now the prime minister.
Anyways, I do not think we should be tariffing things we cannot produce. Right? I think car bumpers, we can make that here. We can make that. Right?
Oh my God.
We should be tariffing those because we want those to be produced here. There are just some
but how
things-
long is it gonna take to build these companies here, and how long is it gonna take when we're still gonna depend on them?
I got a question for you. Do you not notice? Shall we do everything for like the short-term game, or should we think about 10, 15 years down the line? If we do something for America that might hurt us currently, but our kids are gonna have a better future, is that not good?
Okay, I understand that, but you know what? I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, why didn't we work under the sleeve and start bringing companies before we start making all these countries?
What incentive do these companies
have? Countries.
Wait.
Why couldn't we just started building our own stuff?
Wait. What incentive do they have to come to build in America if it's cheaper to build in China? If it's cheaper to
They
build
don't have
in
any
Mexico,
incentive. They won't come over.
Why would they come to America if it's going to be harder for them to afford? That's the reason that they go to these other countries and don't come to America in the first place, because it's more expensive. If the price was even and we could, like, if they had to compete with America coming and they couldn't use cheap labor in foreign countries, then they were like, okay, now it doesn't matter if I build in America or if I build in China. I'll make the same amount of money. I'll just build it in America because I don't gotta do all the shipping stuff and stuff. That's what I believe would happen, right?
Because by the way, these companies already exist. It would just be a relocation, make a new facility. They already have employees. They already have a name. They already have an established business and established net worth. All they have to do is be like, we're going to manufacture here. The same way they move to Mexico, they can move here.
And
that's the goal.
One more thing. Some
Yeah,
of
that
these
should have
stuff,
been the goal at the beginning.
some of these
But
stuff,
why start
people,
tariffing?
some of these stuff, the factories that were making them in America still exist. They just don't use them no more. When I worked at a block plant, right? But when I got hired, they said that, oh yeah, during a certain time period after like the recession in 08, that block plant was closed down and they opened it back up. There's a lot of like in Detroit Pacifica, Motor City. There's a lot of places in Detroit that have like these factories that were making vehicles that they could like either like it'll take a little bit of investment to bring them back up to making vehicles, and some of them could just, hey yo, all I gotta do is switch the light back sign. We can start doing it. Maybe some elbow grease. There's a lot of places that are like that in America. When we stop producing stuff in America and just ship them overseas, we didn't just knock down the building and destroyed everything. We left a lot of the stuff there. So y'all act like it's gonna take like 50 years. It's gonna take like 5 years for some of this stuff, and then like
let's say let's say it takes 5 years. That's past Trump's presidency. Say our next president isn't a Republican president. Say it's a Democratic president or a Democrat president. What then when that Democrat president starts rolling back all of these executive orders that Trump's put in place? Because we all know that's exactly what's going to happen.
The stuff that Trump do that's really, really good, they're not going to pull back. That's why the Biden administration kept the tariffs on China. Like, y'all act like when Trump put tariff on China the first time, why didn't Biden, if tariffs was so bad, why didn't Biden take off the tariffs of China then?
You think the Democrats won't get rid of these tariffs that Trump's put on?
What's up?
Sorry, go ahead, Vicious.
No, well, China did retaliatory tariffs after that, so they're in some sort of a deadlock, you could say, where it's like now, if they took the tariffs off, then China would only have tariffs on the U.S. because of Trump's tariffs.
The one that the Biden administration didn't get rid of?
That's just an example. He didn't get rid of the free trade agreement with Mexico and Canada, but then Trump ruined that, so...
Yeah.
How did he ruin it?
That is true. Because both of them said it. Mexico said it was a freedom of commerce. Not freedom, I'm sorry. That they weren't charging anything. And Canada said the same thing. That it was a free commerce across Canada and the United States.
I know milk specifically because I want to be a dairy farmer. Milk going from America to Canada is tariff about 200% Y'all can't say there was no tariffs, never. When before Trump even did these tariffs, they had tariff. People are putting in the chat some of the stuff that are tariff. Chicken, 230%. Ayo, shout out Patriot. Like these are the stuff that was tariff going to Mexico that Mexico put a tariff on. So it's okay for another country to tariff America. But why were they cheaper?
Hold on, I want to ask something to Daniel. So if there's a possibility, right? Because let's say it's 50-50. The Democratic or Republican leader will be elected, right? If there's a 50-50 chance that this would fail due to some other politician's actions in office, should we still not try to make ourselves self-reliant again? Is that a deterrent enough to just give up?
When I brought that up, I wasn't meaning it in that instance. All I'm saying is, in the event that we do get a Democrat president in the next election, that's more than likely going to be what their platform is that they run on. Is they're going to eliminate these tariffs. They're going to roll back all these executive orders that he's done. You know that's going to be in their game.
Most definitely, I agree
game
with
plan.
you there.
Like that does not take a genius to understand or to guess on.
Should we not continue with here's my thing with Trump. I honestly don't think he knows what he's doing, but I do think that he knows people who do, right? That's my thought. I think I've already said this already. I think he knows smarter people than him, and he's hired them specifically to figure this out. And Trump's not a smart guy. He's a leader. He hires the smart people.
I'm just saying, bro. He's not a genius, but I'll say he's smart. He's not like the smartest person ever.
I'll agree with you on that at least. He's not a genius.
He's not a genius, but he is smart. You don't become that successful.
I don't think
just be dumb.
I don't think he's smart though.
Well, we're not saying he's smart. We think he's smart enough to know where his limits are, where his abilities end. That's why I believe,
right? That's why he's working with other agencies to figure out a solution to the economic problem. Basically, how the Trump administration and the Republicans view our economic problem is that our economy is weak, it's on stilts, on sand, and that one wrong thing could knock it over. Yeah, it's a really pretty view. Look how much we can see of the ocean, but we're on sand, on stilts. It could fall over. And I think what they're trying to do is possibly put it on a solid foundation. Therefore, in the future, we can, prosper and not have as much of a worry as like China or Vietnam. What if they just stopped or raised their prices, right? We would be in a lot of trouble, right? That would hurt our economy more than the slow effort of trying to recenter ourselves as our own economic center. I think that's like the main goal. Like we don't care about right now. We care about overall prosperity. That's like the main goal.
So,
and we believe we're in danger.
When it comes to the tariffs, like I said before, they were in play long before Trump came into office.
Right.
We've had
He's been aggressive,
tariffs
though,
going
for sure.
on since basically the inception. The tariffs though have been extremely lower than the sudden jumps that he's made. And I'm not one to say that tariffs don't work. It's just you need to use them strategically. And doing blanket tariffs like what he's doing is shocking the economy. It's putting our allies on defense and making them more hostile towards us. And overall, it's not doing the U.S. a good favor at all. If you want to use tariffs strategically, then do that. Be strategic about it. Don't just threaten blanket tariffs on a country because of whatever reason.
I got a quick question for
And
you. What if
I would
we
agree. Trump's threats are not smart.
What if we implement a whole bunch of tariffs, right? And he got rid of income tax. What would y'all think about that?
Dude, that'd be sick, but it wouldn't work.
Why not?
It would not work at all.
Because we would have to already be basically everyone. We would have to have enough trade going on that those would make up for it. We can't that would be a long process and have to be super strategic and almost I feel like we'd have to cripple other economies in order to raise ourselves up to that position.
Because this is my thing.
Crap!
I feel like he should.
I'm gonna get a call. God bless you all. You guys have been very respectful. I can't hear you guys.
Shit, it's a little
crap.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I can't hear anybody. Oh crap!
You're
You guys hear me?
Go ahead.
Type in chat if y'all can hear me. Because I'm just gonna say bye and go. All right. Yo, bye. God bless y'all. You guys have been really respectful. Appreciate talking to you guys.
Have a good night.
All right, good night, bro.
And on that note, I'm going to be leaving in a few minutes too. I got church in the morning. So.
Hey, yo, I got church in the morning too. All right, that's all I got to say for now. Hey, yo, I like talking to y'all. Most of y'all were respectful. We did have one or two people wild out, but hey, yo, I feel like people on either side disagreeing and stuff like that should be able to come and talk to each other about what we disagree with and who has a better idea. And that's all I got for y'all now. Anyone want to say anything before I go?
I actually liked your milk point. I looked into that, and Canada did have a lot of tariffs on that milk. It was actually really surprising. So thanks for showing that to me.
You're welcome, brother.
Before you go,
what's up?
Yeah, before you guys go, remember China can flip a factory in 24 hours, retooling and everything. So let's drop the defeatist attitude and remember we can do it too.
Hey, I like that one. Maybe we can hear from you more from you next time, though. All right, bye, everybody. Have a good night.